right. Boot everything up here. I know it's early, but it is what it is. Let Rumble. Rumble likes to cache its stuff. Likes to take a while. There we go. And let me pause. The Rumble. Yeah. So, kind of painful going backwards in time because the last week. So, after the last stream, I made a copy of the world into a different save slot, and I've been playing on that all week. And in that instance, I've got like $40 million, and I'm hitting the ground. Like I'm a very quick fast track to the mega farm status, right? I've got a huge amount of land. I've got several plots. Like it's much further along in the sort of the mega farm plan that I had in my head. And so here we are taking a giant step backwards in my head. Everybody else is like, oh, it's just we're picking up right where we left off. But in my mind, this is much further behind. 7 days behind, basically, from where I am in my other world. But I just wanted to like go forward and test that world as much as possible before jumping in and going here, because profits in this game are extremely tight, right? The profit margins, the balance of all these mods, the map plus all of the mods, which you can download. There's a giant pinned message in my Discord general chat channel, and it has links to the various different. It's kind of like the evolution of the map. Because I had created a map, and it kind of turned out crappy, so I created another instance, and then I iterated on that and made a flat version, and then I iterated. Like, it's just this like cascade of learning how to mod and map and stuff. And so the Prairie Farms Mega 4X version is what we're playing on, and that's like the most recent update of the map. But it also has a bunch of custom balance to the yields of harvest and the price of everything. So if we look, you can kind of gauge, like, stuff is not worth, like, raw materials is just not worth very much. And this is, I wanted to, when it comes to like a mega farm, I wanted to focus on the deeper into a tech you get, right? The deeper into a craft. You know, if you're just selling wheat, it's not worth as much as making it into flour, which is not worth as much as making it into bread, which is still not worth as much as then, like, instead of bread, making something even more complex. So the more complex a craft, the more valuable it is, to a certain extent. And so while like wheat is 14, barley, oats, sorghum, if we go down to say flour, you can see it's a little bit better. Bread is, you know, it's okay. And then cake is where it's at. Cake is like, you want to go for cake, but it's not easy to make, right? Because one of the other things that I did for all of the factory mods that I have rebalanced, you can't buy products in the factory, right? You cannot buy eggs in the factory and then make some cake with it. You have to provide them yourself. So you know, in order to make cake, you're going to need a whole lot of stuff. Well, in the early game, you're not going to be able to get all that stuff, right? Milk, butter, eggs, like strawberries, like you're going to need to build to that point. So there's a lot of other intermediate stuff that you can make. Cheese, clothes are not bad. But then I have cereal, which is marginally, it's hard to make, right? There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. You need corn and oats and honey and raisins. So it's not easy, but it's not hard either. And then just ignore if I ever check this, I've rebalanced these prices iteratively over the last week, and so yeah, all the graphs. I wish there was a command that I could run that regenerates all these graphs. I don't know that there is. I wish there was. That would be so nice. So if somebody knows of a server command or something that I can regenerate these. I don't know how to reset these other than fast forwarding 12 months and having it recalculate every time. But yeah, the raisins, right? You're going to be able to make raisins to get the cereal. Honey is a non-issue, which is why it's so damn cheap. You can't just sell massive amounts of honey for massive profits. But cereal, you can make a lot of cereal with one harvest. And so that makes that worth it. That's sort of an early game target to hit. And then, I just sort of rebalanced all the things. And prefab wall is another lucrative one. Just ignore this because, again, this is wrong. You can see 449. It's not going to get to 5,400. I promise you. It's because I had to introduce another mod to force the balance. But yeah, prefab wall, as far as the wood line goes, prefab wall is sort of the best. It's the most complicated, it's the most variegated in terms of ingredients. So yeah, I had to bump that value. But it's more valuable in the summertime. So there is a variety of the price. We just don't see it yet because the stupid thing isn't updated. And then metal, I boosted the price a little bit. I had to. It was just too cheap. I wasn't actually making any money when you'd sell it. The cost to actually make the metal was kind of exceeding its value, so I had to rebalance that. Same with paper roll. I made paper roll a little bit more balanced. Yeah, there is some new stuff. There's one new mod. I realized there's only one product really that we can make with potatoes with my factory, and that was the French fries. The French fries. Oh, you know what I didn't do? Crap, I didn't add that other mod. I forgot this is a different save. I need to exit and go, and I know you're in. I think you're in.
Yep, I'm in.
Yeah.
Exit in just a sec here. And everybody, let us know if my voice is easier to hear this time.
I did boost the volume of things. So yeah, I forgot this is a different save, so it didn't automatically say, "Oh, here's this new mod." Do you really want to quit? No, I don't really want to quit, but I have to quit. All right. Now I gotta find it in the list. So I tweaked a mod. Somebody made a potato-based mod, and I was like, you know what? There it is. I sort of did my own thing with it, right? So FG potato processing. Because they had a lot of different products in there, and I was like, I don't need that many. I need a few high-level potato-based products that are very valuable, because they are a nightmare to make. I just want to go over. I do have the locomotives, but I don't have them enabled on the save. But we may possibly look at that. I don't know. I do know that the mod actually got an update recently. Since the last time I downloaded that.
Clear to rejoin?
Just a second. I need to.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to go over my mods here. Because yeah, it was weird not seeing those products in the list. I was like, oh yeah, I have to actually add that mod because I edited my other mod, my test map. But the most annoying thing about the test map that I've had to endure is repainting all the damn grass. Like that is, it's been such a pain in the ass because yeah, you have to repaint it. I realize like. If you don't repaint it and you try to plow over it, for some reason, the little tufts of grass remain behind. So you have to repaint it. Otherwise, those tufts of grass, like, stick. And I don't know, maybe when you plant it, it goes away, but, yeah. So we actually have, looks like we are ready to harvest down here. And the cat is back. I don't know why. Anyway, I'm not going to accommodate 20 different trips to the lap today, cat. Just so you know. So what did I do? I did something. Oh, let me look at those costs, some of those prices.
So you're gonna risk incurring the wrath of the kitty?
Yeah.
Man, you're brave.
I think I can take her. She's like 6 pounds. So the premium expansion added like potato chips, right? So, and then potato soup. But there was no way in Mega Farm status, right? With all of my balance and all the stuff that I've done, there was no way to make those in a good enough amount that would actually make it worthwhile. But I've rebalanced those recipes, and so the potato mod adds a bunch of new things here. So this adds starch, which is, it's, you know, think of potato starch. Paprika chips, which is potato chips with some spices. Potato pancakes, which I think are called fritters or something like that, behind the scenes. Potato salad, which is very, very valuable. Like, this stuff is amazingly good, but again, not easy to make. It's and then croquettes, another very valuable thingy. And then 3 new greenhouse things: pepper, onion, and cucumbers. So that mod that I added adds these, and it adds another greenhouse, and so there's yet another greenhouse that I have. And I thought of a possible optimization for the greenhouse, for loading the materials up in a greenhouse. Because I was experimenting this past week with, you know, half a dozen different ways of manipulating the trucks to get, you know, to have to do the fewest rounds with like the forklift to try to load the trucks. I was just sort of playing around with the different ways of doing that. And I thought of a possible way to set up the greenhouses that kind of allow you the least amount of work with when it comes to loading the trucks. So we may experiment with that if we can find the money. But first we need some money, and I don't immediately know where we can get that money. This has got a little bit of methane, but it has some digestate. That might be valuable. But I can't remember what I did. Okay, there is some armoire to sell. Yeah, let's sell the armoire. Let's make sure I'm actually part of the farm because reasons. So wood was like a really, really good early game money supply. Oh. Covered. So my general rule, because my trucks store 10 million, as a general rule, if you look at the prices, something, actually normal. The first digit, right? The first digit of the sale, if it's over $100, so if it's $100 or more, the first digit is how many millions of dollars one truckload is. So that was 10 million armoire, which was roughly $3.67 million, is what we just sold. And if we look at our money, right there, sold products, 3.678 million. So, now if it's only like $90, then it's not the millions, it's the 100,000s. So that would be 900,000 for an entire truckload of 10 million. So that's kind of how I balanced everything around, is thinking about a single truckload. 10 million is a lot of material. Like, you have to have a ton of stuff. But wood is the way that we are going to largely deal with this kind of stuff. Let's go back here. So this carpenter building is going to be very, very popular. I think it was this one that we can sell. Another 3-point-something million. But we are going to need quite a lot. Believe it or not, even in my test world, I almost went bankrupt. I had to like sell some stuff I was trying to store for a while. Because to get the best prices on some things, you want to not sell it immediately. You want to store it until you can get the best price. And so I was doing that, but you have to pay for the production, right? So if you're running, say, the prefab wall, and I think the best month to sell it is like July, right in the middle of summer, right? Construction season, prefab wall makes sense. That's how I did it anyway. So I was producing this, but I was saving it. Well, the prefab wall, the actual craft of that, to make that month over month, right? It's an $852,000 a month craft. So you have to be selling as enough to cover that. And then to top it off, the electric charge that we're feeding it, the 100% production boosts everything as well as the cost. So, yes, cycles per month are doubled, output is doubled, input is doubled, but costs are also doubled, right? It's not, I think it's a kind of carte blanche thing of everything gets doubled. And you don't see it on here. You don't really see it. It doesn't inform you of what that plus 100% does, right? It just doesn't tell you like what that is. But I'm pretty sure this is doubled. So we need to feed this thing some more long boards. Yeah, we need more. We need to fill up the long boards and the planks in the carpenter. And so let's go. I don't think we had any sitting around.
We did at one point, but yeah, I don't think we do anymore. I'm checking around the trailers to see if I can find any.
Longboards, wood beam. Okay. Do we have any logs? No, we do not. So one of the things, what happened? We have 2 logging trucks. Oh yeah. So one of the things I purchase, got to remember like what I bought in my test world. And yeah, I could have just loaded up my test world. Of course, I could have done that. So the logs, what I'm going to do for the logs, is I'm going to use one of these other trucks. So the reason being the speed limit, because the logs, we pretty routinely go to the edge of the map to clear the logs, and it's a little easier of a trip if you can go faster. So 55 is the fastest of this thing here, whereas this baby can go like 96, I think. Yeah. Service frame. I don't know why that has to be so damn long. Why is that so long? I don't want... Why is that so long?
Do you want me to load up longboards into the... or oh...
We don't have any. We need wood, which is why I'm getting this truck here.
That's weird. I thought I checked earlier and saw that there was longboards in there, but it must have been planks. They're only almost full.
I don't remember this. The back being so crazy. Wait, where's the service frame? That's not what I wanted. Superliner. Oh, there it is. Superliner X. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. So spend a little bit on the truck. This baby can go 96. Let's go the BKT agricultural special editions. No. Exhaust. I put the flappers on even though I usually turn the Jake brake off because it's really annoying. Lighting, yes. I don't know what that means, but let's do it. Strobe lights. Oh. Vinyls. Oh, I like. Well, let's see what this looks like with. We're going to use the coat. So I've been trying to color code my vehicles. So So yeah, the green truck for the green wagons. Like that. Metals. I don't care about that. Rim color do. Pearl. Yeah, I like that. Frame. Carbon fiber. Yeah. Why not? We only need one of these. So I'm going to turn the Jake brake off on mine. A little slow to start, easier to control. But yeah, this little guy. So I've got several $1 million worth of wood already here. So what I do, is I just go down the line and I just cut all the trees in one line, which, believe it or not, is enough to fill this wagon twice. Well, 1.5 times. You fill it up, it gets to about 19 point something million. Then you have to drop it off at the sawmill, and then you can pick up the last like 6 or 7 logs, and that pretty much fills it back up. But yeah, each one of these is 1.5 million liters of wood, and so I just sort of, unfortunately, the angle is kind of crazy, but you just kind of go along and then line them up along the road, and then you can just drive by with the truck and just grab them. Oh, this one is going to be squirrely.
Yeah, I was going to try and just get it so it finishes off the planks.
Well, we're going to need all these anyway. The only way we can make enough money right now to actually do anything is to start like really harvesting these trees, and we're gonna have to go along the edge of the map. There's a couple areas that I want to expand into that have a bunch of trees that are just going to need to be culled. So I think coffee pretty much got the eastern area ready. I think he went down the whole line.
I thought he stopped just a little bit before the end. I think he had to go before.
Well, we can check on that. Because it's not the very bottom of the map. The corner of the map is a different field. It's the one square above the corner is where I usually go. Because I usually have a long, thin one on the very bottom. $15, $16, $18, and $19.5. All right, now I gotta go back and drop these off. And I added a couple recipes to the sawmill because I was having problems with wood chips. That's so many wood chips. So the sawmill, the sawmill can hold 20 million now wood. So just basic wood, it can hold a full trailer load. So that's a little different. And then I have 2 added recipes, particle boards and laminate boards to the sawmill. These were on the carpenter at one point, But yeah, there's a water, right? I added water so you can get a boost for water. But yeah, the longboards, this is a pretty beefy craft here. It's going to take a hot minute to drop those off. Yeah, pretty much in my test, in my, you know, kind of my spare time world, I went through all but one of those rows of trees. Because we're going to start making, rather than make armoire, which we have another 9 million armoire in here that we're going to need to sell. I didn't realize that we were so close on another truckload of that. Might as well finish that one off. But yeah, we're going to need most of those trees, and then we're going to go around the area that I'm talking about, right? So the first place we're going to expand is 38 to 50 over here. 38, 39, 40, 48, 49, 50. So these 6, which is somewhere around 13 million for all of these. This is kind of the next field over here. And then I go up 16 and 17, and I actually have the grassland expanded all the way up. The first time I've ever done that, because believe it or not, grass is still extremely valuable. You just have to have it go through a couple different stages of craft before it's the most valuable, right? So grass, we have the fermentation thing that can make silage, and that's one of the mods I updated like late last night. So that silage, you can sell the silage, and it's not bad. A full 10 million will get you roughly it's a little over $1 million for a full thing of that. So let me do F12, remove stumps, remove logs. There we go. Now we're ready for another set. But there's other things to do here that I need to do. I need to start the harvest of...
Yeah, I can work on chopping down more of the trees.
So let's see. We have one harvester here. I need another one. So purchase harvesters. Colossus. Flat map edition. BKT. Agramax. Agramax V Flecto, I think it was. Crazy looking tire. That was a deep tread on that tire. Like deep. That's like a 4 or 5 inch deep tread on that. That's pretty crazy. All right, and then I do US window tint brands is fine. Frame jet black. Main color I do white. Design I do blue. And then rims I do white. I try to keep it standard, believe it or not. License plate is Mega Farm. Okay. And then buy that. And then go out to headers. And I want the Titan Draper Unreal. Lower the max speed. And then do white and white. Yeah, here's lap trip number 3. He's just about to jump on my lap. All right, then we lower the speed down to like 40. You don't want to go any higher than that. I go to the kitty corners. Not you, kitty. No, not you. It's kind of a standard way I do this. And then she jumps down. It's just like... just a 2-minute visit. That's all I get.
Yup.
Okay. So I go to the kitty corners, and then I do 2 headland paths. Oh yeah, the other thing I want to make sure is I enable straw swap, because the straw is going to give us money. And it's just money. You don't want to leave money right on the table. You want to get as much of that cheddar as you possibly can. So you got to do the straw swath at first. The best straw swath comes from corn. I enabled the ability to get straw from a lot of other things. There are some that you can't, right? The root crops, potatoes, stuff like that, you can't get straw from. But pretty much all the grains, as well as corn and sunflowers, you can get straw from. And corn gives the most. It's a lot. So if you need straw, you just plant some corn and get straw that way. Okay, let me grab lovely little control box here. This thing has been so awesome. Okay. Hire that. So I do basically two headlands. Oh, enable straw. Let's do that. This says it's ready to harvest, but I don't think it is. We're still quite a ways away from having cows or chickens, because those babies are so expensive. Just want to make sure this guy does what he does right. I need to lower this guy's max speed down. And as a general rule, you want to pick up the straw on the headlands when you turn these guys around to go perpendicular, because then they don't have to bounce over the thing and they won't miss Jesus, I can't freaking talk today. They won't miss grain that way. So we're gonna flip him around. See how he's bouncing over this? You don't want that. So I'm gonna just park this guy right in here. And then this little guy. No. Don't do that. They're eager little guys. Like the AI workers. They're eager. But so we need to kind of go in here. Alright. Stop. And then find ourselves one of these. This is one of my modded TARDIS wagons. Which people might roll their eyes when they see it. But it is, as far as like time, just raw number of hours that it takes to do anything. You can see the width on this. You can select it up to 50 meters wide. So this can, when you use these headers, this width can handle 4 passes. So, right, you have to do 4 times fewer runs up and down the field with this thing. So it's just a time saver. I know how super cheaty it is. I do. Don't get me wrong. I know. But, you know, as far as the things I find fun about the game, running up and down the field with a forage wagon is not that. So I tend to mod things. The crazier the mod might seem, the reason for that is I don't find whatever that mechanic is fun. So I just sort of mod it and gloss it over. And other people have different tastes, and that's fine. But otherwise, you basically use courseplay. If you didn't have this, you'd basically use courseplay, and you'd have to use the same course. You'd have to generate the course for the harvesters, and then you'd have to use that same course for the wagons, and then it would all be automated anyway. It would cost you maybe a little bit of money to run the worker, but as much as I made the upgrade to do 50-meter wide swaths, the upgrade is, you know, like $150,000. That's a lot of worker time you can spend with it. So he can go again.
By the way, I prepared a news item that you might find interesting, but we can cover that when we've got like spare time. I've got an article about it left up.
Ooh. Intriguing. So a little bit of that wood that you're cutting down, we need to drop a little bit of that into the carpenter, because he can store 1 million, and he needs it for a prefab wall boost. And I don't want to kick off prefab wall without having some wood in there. So he does need a little bit of wood.
Yeah.
Here
we go. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to be able to put all of this in here, so I'll drop the rest off at the carpenter.
Well, we do have two trailers, so we can fill up those trailers, no problem.
Yep, that too.
Okay, so this can just sit for a bit. So because we don't need like any TMR anytime soon, I've been taking all of our silage, which amazingly we don't really have any right now, fortunately. How much do we have? This is, yeah, see, this says ready to harvest. I think this is, there's one of my mods that makes, I'd have to look at the map, because you can see the growth stage 3 out of 3 forage. So that's not necessarily ready to harvest, because if you look at like the corn, right, that's 5 out of 6 forage. So you can get a forage wagon and grind this down to chaff, and this is what the grass looks like when it's actually ready to harvest. So, and I did the test. Oh wow, this is still, wow. So I did the test, and you get 50% more harvest out of this than this. I was, in all of my test worlds, literally cutting it at this stage, and I did not realize, like, you know, it's a 50% boost. And I've mowed these enough to know that roughly for every square with the harvest, with the yield settings that I have, roughly with every square, it's about 3.5 million liters when you mow it like the meadow. And it's also 3.5 million when you mow it when it's this. And that might sound like a lot, but it's really not. So this, we have, what do we have enabled here? We have some hay, and we have no silage to speak of at all. The other thing that may interfere here with our flow is what I've been doing when I buy new plots of land is I absolutely have been mowing them first, because it yields so much goddamn grass that it would be stupid not to. Like, to ignore, right? You're gonna pull about 7. You're gonna pull 3.5, 7, 4. You're gonna pull about 20 million liters of grass off of these when you buy them, which once you convert it into like methane and then you sell, that pretty much pays for itself, and then whatever you plant on there is good to go. So, you know, grass itself is worthless. Silage is okay. Let me pull those up. So grass itself, like, worthless. Hay, maybe a little bit better. Straw is okay. But silage, you get a decent amount with silage. But then you turn that silage into methane, and oh baby, you get a boost. Not to mention, depending on when you sell it, methane and diesel, to sell, you know, it's best to do it in like December, January, because it's cold and fuel prices are going to be higher. Right, so the wood chips that we have in there, what are we focused on first? We have a few planks. It's longboards that's running low. Wood chips. Yeah, see, there's a bunch of wood chips in here. But you don't want to drain the carpenter completely out of wood chip, because the carton rolls are kind of vital to pretty much every craft that we have. Not to mention, let's look at... Yeah, we're going to need a raisin system here soon. So let's do that factory. I'm going to try to put these in the same place that I put them in my test world. Otherwise, I'm just going to confuse myself. And I don't want to confuse myself. Okay, so production. There is in here... the raisin factory. There's the potato processor. This is the modded potato. I haven't actually looked at this yet. I haven't actually built it yet. Fuel refinery. Where is it? Raisin factory. There it is. Alright, let's ploppity plop this guy down. $200,000. And then behind him, it's the same damn building. I was well into modding the recipes and stuff of the potato processor before I realized it was the same damn building. That like, now that I have 3 iterations of this damn building. So yeah, I've got this one, now I got the potato factory, and I've got the lime factory. Remember, the lime factory over here is the same damn building. So it was like 2 in the morning, and I was like, I can't just pivot and switch to a completely different building right now. I can't even think straight, let alone think about doing that. So I do want a where are the new fermenters? Where are the new silos? Why are they not in here? Did I make a boo-boo on those or something? Like... Alright, let me look at this again, slowly. We're missing... Oh, I should have tested it last night. Damn it. Yeah, we're missing the fermenters. Damn it. Let me look at the log. Fermenting silo. Fermenting silo. There it is. Error. XML error mismatched element. Line 81. Great. Fermenting silo. Line 81. Error mismatched element. Oh, shit. Ah, one XML tag missing. I must have accidentally deleted it. So we're going to have to we have to redo this. I need that damn fermenting silo. The whole point of me making that was to optimize the silage process.
Yeah, let me hop out of my vehicle here and then exit.
Yeah, just exit. I'll save and exit myself. Yeah, if there's any like errors or anything, it just ignores all the things. So let me do save. Put that up. Quit. Now I gotta back all the way out. And we're gonna go to the directory. Fermenting silo. I'm not even going to up the version number. This is what happens when you mod at 2 in the morning and you don't test it before you go to bed. You make one little error, and then right in the middle of the stream, you figure that out. Okay. Fermenting silo re-uploaded. And close the Google Drive thing here and start the game up again. Right. I hope to God that does. Yeah. Super strength is very helpful. The lumberjack mod gives us that. Without which it would be much more tedious to play the game. And there's funny when I watch, there are a couple of YouTubers that do the game that like they do an episode of like, we're gonna manually do all of the things, right? They're gonna do manually all of the tasks, including like loading bales, loading pallets, all with like forklifts like you would do in the real world. And they very quickly realize how tedious it is to do those jobs. And it's like, yeah, that's why it's a job and that you get paid for it. Like, there's a reason people get paid for that shit, because it's not fun. So so yeah, it's amusing to me. Okay, let's hope to God they're in here this time. There they are, fermenting silo. Yay!
Apparently I caught that sneeze in time.
All right. Hopefully you caught it in a tissue, not it's you. Painting.
Nah, I just flung it in a direction that didn't really matter.
All right. And I am continually trying to keep this place pretty. It's hard with some of the limitations of how the game runs. There. Okay, so those two manufacturers, we have raisins, right? I enable them without the raisins, so that way the thing actually distributes. So we have 1 million electric charge. I really don't want that 1 million electric charge to be delivered automatically. So where's our truck? There it is. Is there charge in this? There is. So I have this thing set up to automatically discharge. Could have sworn I did different. Could have sworn I redid the things, but yeah, there's two there. You know, I don't think this truck would be this loud in real life. But I could be wrong. It's a loud vehicle. So loud. No, don't want to do that. I want to... There we go. Let's refill that.
I gotta take a little break before I go back in.
We need more wood chips in here. And I did increase the wood chip and diesel storage. Because I was tired of babysitting the wood chips. Oz had asked me last stream, can't you just increase the wood chip? And I was like, well, you know, I wanted some crafts. And then after playing this week, I was like, this is crazy. Like babysitting this over and over and over again. So I standardized the storage. So diesel goes up now to 2 million, which is not bad. It takes a while with wood chips to get up to that high, but okay, let's go see how many of the planks or the long ones. Just about maxed on those. I'll kick those off once they hit 10 million, and then I'll move it over to planks. What's the wood chip situation? See, I can take some of those wood chips and I can make planks with those. Now that we've got some water in here. Oh, how these harvesters have been going this whole time? How are these guys? Oh, right. I completely forgot. We had saved and loaded with these things running. I was like, wow, these things must be done by now. But no, they're not done by now. Just making sure they turn the right directions. And remember, we do 4 times fewer rounds with this. So what I usually do is I look at what the width of the header is. So let's look at that Titan Draper header. 13.7, right? So that would be 27.4 or 54.8. So if we Control C and we set this to 54.8, right? Oh, before I start hitting buttons here, make sure we're on the right screen. So that's ever so slightly wider than my range, but it doesn't matter. So now I can just sort of mindlessly go up and down the rows with that width 4 times more than the header. That way when I skip to the next row, I'm basically, I should be very close to the center in between 4 rows on the other side, right? And that's just a way to do it without fiddling around with all sorts of like resetting, and you can do it manually too. You can just run up and down the roads manually if you want. But when we get to the end here, you'll see how much easier it is. So scoop all that up and then Alt A goes right to the next set. And it should be put me right in the middle. Well, okay, it's not in the middle, but it's close. I could probably, and if you find yourself like wiggling, it's usually because the there's a little bit of overlap. I think the AI, there's some like programmed in overlap with the header, so it's not perfect. There's like I think it's maybe 7% overlap, which isn't much, but it's enough to sort of throw your numbers off a little. So there is going to be we're going to want one thing of animals started. So we're going to go purchase, construction, animals, sheep, and olfactory assaulter. And then we're going to line this up like this. Leave yourself a little bit of space here. You don't want to crowd your fields. And there's no reason to. One of the design things or one of the building things that I've started doing is I'm not crowding my buildings as much as I used to. God, when I first played the game, holy cow. Like, I was building everything so close together, it just became hard to actually, like, it became hard to, like, navigate my farm because it was just, like, okay. All right. We gotta give the sheep some shade, right? Sheep shade. Then I plan to do cows and the chickens on the other side here. But we're a long ways from being able to afford those. Because I try to buy my animals in numbers that are like that they'll evenly fill out the capacity, right? So here we have 1,500 sheep and the black Welsh, these are the best. These are what you want to buy. Well, they're pretty expensive. Not super chicken expensive, but they're pretty expensive. And 1,500. Well, what I try to do is get like 250, which is a big multiple, the biggest multiple you can. 500 would be best, but 500 times 25,000, yeah, that's gonna be a lot of money. It's like, what is that? 5 times 25. 125 million, something like that. No, I can't. 25,000 times 500. 12.5 million. So it would be possible to do 500. If we started liquidating like all of the things that we have. That'd be basically twice our money. Okay. What do we have here? Alright, this is... rounding errors are getting... And I could lower 54.8. I could lower that to like 54.4 and see if that's a little bit better. One of the things I wish is that value, that offset value, and I don't know if it's possible, but one of the things I wish that value was, it was stored with the implement, not the tractor. Because it's stored with the tractor. So the next... if I drop this wagon off somewhere and I pick up a plow and I do that command to set the path, it's going to tick that off, right? 54.8. Well, the plow isn't going to be 54 meters wide. That's crazy. I've never seen a plow. I've yet to see a plow bigger than the one that we have. The SM82. I've never found one that's bigger than that. And trust me, I've looked. So it's frustrating, but you know, we can make do. What do the rocks look like? Yeah, this is the off-kilter rocks. Okay. Oh dear. Okay, longboards are full. Let's start spitting those out. The planks we're creating from sawdust, I think. Or sawdust, wood chips, which is essentially sawdust. I mean, it's kind of the same. But the other thing I need to buy... So let's spend some money. So I need 2 corn headers. And I like these Quasar, these H24s. I don't like using the lizard ones because they, you know, you can have that extra wide. I like, at least for my headers, I like them to be the size that we're cutting, for the most part. The grain and the corn at least. And then the main color here And then we're going to set that down to 40. Probably want to do even more than that. 36. If you go too fast, I've noticed, especially in multiplayer, if you go too fast, it'll skip occasional rows, and you don't want that. And the way to fix that would be to widen the footprint of the area that it's looking in when it harvests. But I'd have to go through and edit the i3Ds of all these. It would be just a nightmare. I don't mind going a little bit slower. We are going to be able to go 18 meters wide. So I want 2 of these. That'll be for the corn harvest. I mean, we'll just pick them up. And they have little mulchers on the bottom. I don't know what, if anything, that does to the field. I've never mulched a field. But it is what it is. Okay, so that's got a ways to go. How about this? Iron ore, electric charge. Metal is maxed. Okay, let's spawn some metal.
Wow, that is a lot of alliteration.
What?
Comment in chat.
Fans find fun farming fields. Farming simulators 1 and 2. Flexible farming, fantastic. Nice! I'm a fan of alliteration, believe it or not. I like it. Okay, so we have... Oh, that was jarring.
Sorry.
Well, this synchronization is taking, like, way longer than the last time. Still no water in here. Electric charge came in. Empty roll, carton rolls and empty pallets. I have some carton roll over here. I think that what I'm going to do is just... I'll use this carton roll to fill up the raisins, and then I'm just going to sell the rest because... You know, early days when you just have 1 or 2 factories, it's, you know, it's fine delivering them manually. But as you start adding factories, it becomes a little too tedious managing it. And it's just like 100,000 at a time. I mean, if it was more than that, might be worth it just doing it like once a year. But let's sell these. They're not going to be worth that much, so we're going to maybe a couple 100,000 out of it, if that. But for the carpenter here, open production, go to carton rolls here, and go to distributing. So empty pallets are distributing, carton rolls are distributing. Which should also take care if we did it over here. Empty pallet. Okay, carton rolls weren't. I didn't even see how much money that was because I just don't care. Because I knew it wasn't going to be a lot, so it is what it is. These are going to get ready for the raisins. What we're trying to beeline towards is making cereal. So, yeah, the raisins, we're going to use the grapes that we've already got truckloads of. I'm sure the grapes are fine having sat in the hot sun for days and days, months actually. I'm sure they're fine. If anything, they're going to be like pre-wine. Let that fill up. The metal. So we have 2 logistics wagons here that are empty. Metal could use a little bit in here. How are we doing for iron ore? Iron ore is sad. Diesel. And if we really get desperate for money, we can sell all of the electric charge that's in this thing. It's 100 million electric charge. And so what that turns into at this time of year would be $26 million. Right? 26 million. Not bad. But, you know, it takes a couple months. You know, you can't do that every month. But, you know, if you set it to sell and then you sleep, it'll sell and then it'll keep selling, you know, hour after hour after hour after hour. And you can run up a pretty good amount of money, but all of your productions in your base will not be getting power for that sleep time because it's not distributing, it's selling. And manually selling 100 million electric charge, even though this thing can hold 1 million, that's 100 trips with one of those. That's not something that you want to do. All right, so this guy is ready to get dropped off. Let's go drop off some long boards. I want to finish the armoire that's in there, and then once that's done, move it all over to prefab wall. Okay, so the armoire, we have just 9.1, so it's very, very close to being finished. Let's engage armoire. Then we need to bring the... We need to bring that other wagon over here. Well, I need more semis for moving these things because we're quickly going to run out. How many more are in there? It's just like 61,000. That's not bad. So we can purchase. I mean, these Volvo trucks are actually relatively cheap, considering like the grand scheme of things. White grill is black. Design is black. Rim is white. Like 146,000. I know it's like crazy to think about, but that is nothing in the grand scheme of things. Design is purple or blue. Now, here's a good question. Do we want to start color coding our trailers, right? So the Lizard Logistics kind of tells it, hey, it's for pallets. And what I do is I just match the color of the top to the logo. But what I did with the grapes is I changed the color of the top to be like a light blue, right? So it's like a super light blue, either Rabe or Lemkin. To sort of indicate like, hey, these are dedicated. So there are a few potential things that we could do with this. So like metal, we always want a trailer of metal because as we make prefab wall, we want a trailer of metal because that's one thing we need to keep refilling once every month or once every other month. It doesn't use vast amounts, but you definitely want to keep it topped up for that bonus. So metal is one that you always want to keep around. So it's nice to have like one wagon that is for metal. So we can maybe pick like a gray for metal. Right? Still Lizard Logistics, but gray for metal. What's another one? Wool. God. Wool. What's a good wool color? We already have gray for metal. Black. Yeah. Black sheep, black for wool.
Your harvesters got
Oh Jesus.
hung up here.
Yeah, all you do is
I fired this one off.
you just realign it. Ugh.
Wow, the steering on this makes sense.
Yeah, I was going to mention to you,
weird.
there are a myriad of steering customization options that you can use. If you go through the options menu, because I'm so used to the settings that I have now, when you were complaining about the steering, I was like, man, why is he, like, the steering is awesome. But you might still have default settings on there, and that may be why your steering is so squirrely sometimes. Now, it is kind of squirrely. I mean, we are dealing with machines that have like 1,500 horsepower. Like, it is kind of crazy, but there are a massive number of steering options that you can use. All right, these are going to go right into the farm factory. All right, so this metal is done. Unfortunately, I had started this before I did the customized thingy-majiggle. All right, so this is done. Let's fold it up.
Should I unload mine into that same building?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to fit it all. So I need to buy a silo. Ground storage. Yeah, let's put this just smack right in. No. The struggles.
Yeah.
The
That's
40
pretty
meter.
well lined up, isn't it?
Oh no, you have to pour into this the truck unloading symbol.
Oh,
This is the filling symbol.
that's the loading. Yes. Okay. Derpy derp.
So this is the wrong wagon, but
Where does the header go?
I've been putting them by the beekeeper, or by the bees.
Okay.
But you wanna empty the rest of your tank out into the silo that I placed down.
Ah, yes.
And be sure to fold your wagon or your header back up. You're kind of dragging around them.
I thought you had to wait for.
I don't mess around too much with the header trailer stuff. So I just drop them on the ground, fold it up. I know it's might trigger some people, but really care. Definitely hit insert. Whoa!
Oops.
Jesus Christ!
It's G, not Q. Come on.
Struggles are real.
They are.
Yeah. One of the keys is basically just to like take things slow until you get kind of used to the fiddliness of it. I still take things slow, like metal.
There we go.
Okay. And then yes, I'm going to sell the rest of this metal because I want to make the metal. I want the metal to be in the gray one. Yep, metal is processed. So that'll be nice. Got a little bit more space for iron ore, but I think I just filled up these. Okay, now we need to grab the straw.
Yep, I think that's this one.
Yep. Should be all set up. You could just go to the next lane over. And you just go in between 4 lanes, and that'll pick up all 4 lanes. You'll probably have to reset a little bit of.
Is it not active?
Yeah, you gotta lower it and hit B to start it. There you go. Alright. planks is close to being. So we can actually start. Oh, since those are going to take a hot.
Looks like there's a lot of stones collecting on the ground.
Yeah, we haven't picked up the stone on that. I wait until it's red. Wait till all the stones are red. So we still got 2 more harvests. After the not the next harvest, the harvest after that is when we're going to pick up stone. Yeah, it does. You know, it does do wear and tear to like the planter, but it's not as catastrophic as I think maybe some people said it on their world to be. So okay, so this sold. Good. A bunch of trailers getting ready. This black one here was for the wool. I love these. Man, when I discovered this trailer, I remember when there's pallets, moving pallets around the, you know, when you have productions, and especially productions of the level that I usually do, like Uber productions, like moving all of those pallets around, I just dreaded. And then I found the trailer, and I discovered that the trailer had Unreal options, like you had Unreal capacity settings, and I was like, oh, we are gonna abuse that little system. And yeah, lo and behold, we have a 10 million liter trailer, which is it's a lot. I mean, it's 2,000 pallets. Or if you do it base game pallets that are 1,000 liters each, it's 10,000 pallets. 10,000 pallets. Can you imagine moving 10,000 pallets? And I think that 53-foot trailer, that thing does like, I don't know, like 26 at a time or something like that. That would be a royal pain in the ass to do that. So yeah, very glad I found these. All right. I'm hoping we can make a decent amount of prefab wall before July. So we just need to get this carpenter pumping this stuff out. But we should have armoire. Oh, it's almost full. Almost. So close. Let's... No, I don't want to spit them out. I want it to stop crafting them when it hits about 10 million. That way I can turn it off and then just spawn the pallets. Alright, what else do we need in here? Longboards. Yeah, we're gonna need planks, which we've got. Oh, this thing is taking a while. Alright, while Os is doing that, let's focus on the next step. We don't need to put lime on there again, thank God. But we do need to plow it. So, where, pray tell, are our plows? Where did I put our plows? There they are. Yeah, these SM. This SM82 is just a lifesaver. By far, I've even looked at some shady websites to try to find a bigger plow that actually doesn't just do it with crazy, like, just invisible things. Like the actual implement is bigger. Yeah, this is the biggest one that I've ever been able to find in any way, shape, or form. Like 26 meters, like 26 point something meters for this thing. I'm not aware of one that's bigger. That actually is easy to run, like easy to like use. This thing is so dead easy to use because it's just a straight line. Okay, where's the? I need another. Let's see. Wood chips. Wood chips is. Sure, that running. Wood chips over here should be being used up. I'm actually consuming them over here. But we are in need of chips to make diesel. That is one use for them. And it's actually like more lucrative to make diesel, because if you sell diesel, it's actually not a bad it's not a bad return. But you need a lot of it to make it worthwhile. Which is why the TARDIS tank, so that TARDIS wagon mod includes a tank, which includes a diesel variant. So you can put 10 million diesel in one of those, and again, a full 10 million diesel would be a lot of money. It would be a decent amount. So diesel sells right now for $19.50. So that'd be 19 million for a full tank. But to generate that much diesel, especially using like wood chips, you're looking at like a lot of money, or a lot of time, 3-4 months to do that. All right, we're gonna take these off the field. Same as the ones down here. I can't have these on the field because we need to fertilize. I think I only have one of these right now. Is that true? So we need another Case IH. As soon as Oz is done picking up all the things, we can.
Looks like I got 3 more passes. When I reach the end of this one, you might want me to just grab the header quick before finishing that last one.
What do you mean, grab the header?
Well, looks like you're gonna do the north side before you do the before you go south, or yeah.
I don't know. I still don't know what you mean.
Yeah.
We need to spray it first. We can't plow it until we spray it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in the plow.
Nope. I get them in the vicinity of where they need to be as a prep,
Yeah.
but we need to spray it first, because then the plow sort of sets in the fertilizer, and then so after we plow it, then we come back with the planter, and that gives us the second layer of fertilizer. So then we don't have to spray it again. Then we can just leave it, let it grow. All right. And that will be... I can probably start this guy. As soon as Oz comes in, turns around.
Yeah.
Oh, here.
There we go.
Wow, you're way off.
I'm gonna tweak it over a little bit because it might miss a couple notches on the end there.
All right, let's make sure this guy goes the right way. He should. Yep, he's going the right way.
Which one does this go into?
That will go into the farm supply factory.
All right.
Wait, why was that off? Oh, god damn it. Wait. Planks. Planks. What? Oh, I'm stupid. So stupid. Damn bad. Alright, tanks are getting refilled. Metal's doing good. Wood is good. Shingles, I'm gonna need to expand on. Yeah, a full thing of shingles, and it only holds 1 million. So you fill up the 1 million, and that's usually enough to make 10 million prefab wall. It's a little difference there with some things, but as a general.
Okay, this filled up the straw in here. Should I put it in that silo?
Yeah.
The rest of it? Sorry, did you say yeah?
Yes.
You were talking. Okay.
Okay. This. It's got a lot of wood chips to process. So. Actually, I don't need to take much. Okay. Now, I need to grab.
Is this tractor next to me still running, or is that just a bug on my side?
No, it's running.
Weird.
You can always hop in and see what the RPMs do. If the RPMs are not 0, then it's definitely running. Right, so what I want to do right here. 1. I probably hopped in it thinking I needed to take it somewhere. I was going to probably grab iron ore. But check the farm factory, see how many stones are in it. And deliver those to the limer, if there's enough, or I mean, if it's a decent amount. And then
Not even 1 million. Close.
Now, to get out of here. Purchase. Construction. Animal. Bees. Uber bees. Overlaps with an object. I think not.
Should I bring some more iron ore to this facility since I'm at it?
Sure.
Okay.
There. Now anything that falls here is going to get sucked right into here. And that should have massively expanded. As while this is expensive, these are 150 grand a piece. Each one, when it calculates the amount of honey, it's like each one is its own thing. So they're actually setting the amount of honey inside. And you could literally line these around the whole map if you wanted. If you want to spend several $1 million lining, and then I don't know, you would need a spawner. You'd need a pallet spawner bigger than this damn thing. And I thought I had a mod. I could have sworn I had a bee, like more of these beehive honey pallet location. I could have sworn that I had more of these, but like decent ones, like longer ones, I would have to look into how to do that. But when it comes to like bulk amounts of honey, that's what this guy is for. We got almost 4 million honey. And I'm currently using the cheaper version of that. There is a much more expensive version of that, but all right, so the Unimog here, we'll grab the Because I do color code. Now that we have a little bit of money, I need a red one and a brown one. Now that I've fixed the chemical one. Let's go trucks, Unimog. We don't need beefy. We don't need really super beefy horsepower, so I tend not to do that.
Anything else you can think of offhand, or should I just check all the productions and see what needs topping off?
Check the carpenter. If armoire is filled, turn that production off, and then spawn the pallets for the truck. We want to load up the truck with the 10 million armoire, but we want that off. We want that production off. We're no longer going to be making armoire. We've evolved beyond that.
All right. Looks like the truck is pretty well in place.
Yeah, the truck is there. I wasn't sure if the armoire was done or not.
Yep.
Because it was kind of close, but not done. Last time I looked at it. Rim color. I don't know what that. I actually don't know what that changes. Doesn't look like it changes anything. That's fine. Okay. So there's the red one. Then we need
those armoires for like doll houses or something for how small they are.
Well, yeah, the actual pallet of those, they're big and they look like the thing. Unfortunately, the pallet details are locked behind the expansion DLC, which is an encrypted file. And so yeah, it's not.
Yep.
I mean, it could at the very least. Like, expose the pallets, the fill types, that kind of stuff. They could at least expose that. All right. Locked. God damn it. That's another thing would be handy to have somebody do. Monitor all this shit. Well, that doesn't happen. I keep forgetting about these damn things. And they end up colliding in the middle of the field. And royally screwing. Usually I can catch them, but since there's so much shit to do, I usually forget about them. That guy folded himself up. One of the things I'd love to do, if I could figure out how to do it, with these sprayers, is remove the collision on the wings. That way the wings don't collide with anything. I mean, it's super unrealistic, but Jesus, is it annoying when they collide, and their wingspan is so high, you almost never have a situation where they can pass by one another on the field. You have hired workers, right? If we're manually doing it, yeah, we can do it, but the more fields you start having in the game, the crazier it is to try to have these. And yeah, you probably in the base game only have one on a field because the base game fields are laughably small. Okay, so now this guy. Hire this guy here. Hire this guy. So I do 2 headlands. I've been starting to do 2 headlands. So you let him go all the way across the field once, and then they turn around and go across the field again. So that's your 2 headlands, and then I turn them around, and then I hire the workers. Going the regular up-down direction, or the long edge, and then they just work their way in. But you do have to watch if you have another field, right? If we run the guy, actually this guy, if we run this guy down the field, or in this case, if we run this guy down this edge of the field on this side, you got to watch to make sure the AI worker doesn't come and turn around into this field. They can do that. So be acutely aware of every implement that you set up next to the field. Even though we've got a decent amount of space in between these fields, the AI workers, once in a while, when you least expect it, right? When you least expect it, suddenly you have half of a planter over into a field and it's just completely obliterating the crop you have growing. It's super annoying, but I don't know, other than having a massive gap in between here, like a really amount of, like a huge waste of it would be just a waste of good arable land, I guess. You want to hop into the other plow?
Sure.
The one on the north.
I might have another thing I should do after that. Is it the one on the south side there?
North.
Oh, north. Okay. Need me to just watch it, or
no? Spin it around, face it north south, set it up so it's aligned with the edge of the field.
Whoa.
And then hire the worker.
I fired the worker, and then it just sat there and wiggled back and forth until I got out of it and back in.
Yeah, you're a client, so God only knows what it does when clients do.
Yeah. Silly sync
Since I've never been a client, I've never experienced those, which is why I don't bitch and moan about them, because I don't experience those. But I would 100% bitch and moan about the client stuff. If you're going to produce a multiplayer game, you know, you can hire the work. You can do it manually if you want, but
no, I was going to hire a worker. I was just giving it a sec.
I mean, yeah, you can do it manually. I'm not discounting that. All right, so now we're going to get ready. I always prep for the next step while that step is being.
I'm going to haul wood chips to, what is this, fuel factory?
Yeah, grab them from the carpenter. The sawmill is actually using them.
Okay.
There should be. There's actually a big wagon of wood chips ready. You just need to grab a tractor.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. I just unhooked the tractor when I started filling it because I didn't need to have it sit there. All right, what should we plant in this wonderful field? soybeans? Do we even want to worry about TMR right now? I think we're so far away from cows at this moment. We need to focus on making cereal in pretty decent amounts. So I'm going to plant corn. Even though we've got corn on that field is going to go to then oats, right? So this is the corn, because corn takes longer to grow than oats. By like 2 months. What's really painful is when you have 2 fields in a single month that are ready to harvest. Oh man. There was one time in this past week on my test world, I had like 8 workers working, 4 in each field. Just a crazy amount of stuff going on. And the game like noticeably suffers because of that when you do something. Even 8 workers, just the game is just like, what are you trying to do? Which is unfortunate because, I mean, AI workers should be really efficient. Because it's just something following a path. So it's like, I'm getting pretty damn good at eyeballing the distances I need to be. Okay, and then where's another tractor? I think. Right in the middle of this little job. If I could do anything, if I had one wish list item on my thing that I knew how to do, it would be to redo the Unimog transmission. I despise the Unimog transmission. The fact, like, I have driven manual transmissions most of my life. I can't get by how annoying the transmission is for that thing. Like, first gear, like the max speed of first gear is like 2 miles an hour. It's atrociously bad. And then the fact that you have like 5 gears to get to before you even like actually ready to do anything. And then the fact that the speed up is such that you can spin it out into a donut when you're trying to turn around. It's just annoying. All right, there's the red. The other thing you can do is take the silage out of the farm supply factory and put it into this methane producer over here, and it goes into this bin. So you need to use one of those blue auger wagons to get the silage in there.
All right.
But yeah, we want to keep as much as possible the silage flowing into that thing, because that's going to be our primary source of revenue. And then I have this fermenting silo, which I just modded, and now we've got just one craft in here, which is grass silage, but I redid the recipe to encourage alternate thingies and stuff, right? So if you just put grass in, you get a decent amount, because I have water as a it's a master bonus, so it's not going to increase. This here 350% is assuming this 125 and this 125. That's where that's coming from. Well, no, that should be. That's wrong.
There's no silage in the farm supply factory.
Man, there's no silage in there. We must have gone through it all. Grab the hay and put
Okay.
the hay over in the fermenting silo. Because the hay is one of the ingredients that give you a bonus. So that's why I did that, the hay and the chaff. So this encourages getting some chaff and putting it in here for a little extra bonus on the silage. And that craft will allow us, once we get the next level of grass, we'll be able to, next harvest of grass, we'll be able to get a little bit of extra silage out of it. And it's super fast. Well, not super fast. It takes a while, but
So grab the hay out of this building and put it in the...
Well, yeah. Grab the hay out of there. Fill up the sheep over here. So there's the sheep. It won't take it all, and then whatever is left, of the hay, put in the fermenting silo.
Okay.
Um,
No, that's water. Got a couple of comments in chat too, by the way.
Gearbox. 6-speed. Yeah, I understand the Unimog is a thing in real life that people use. I understand. I just will say it's freaking annoying using it in the game, right? It is really annoying shifting those gears just before you even hit 20 miles an hour, right? You're in 5th gear. I can hit 5th gear in first speed on my car. Now the engine doesn't like 20 miles an hour in 1st gear, but you can do it.
And the sheep took all of it, actually.
No.
Yeah, I mean it was 5 million. Was there more in the
5?
silo maybe?
This thing doesn't have 5. Oh wow, it does. Grab the blue Unimog. Fill it with water. Put about 3 million water in it. You can just grab it from the lake or the pond.
Okay.
And then bring some water. It's the only animal that I don't have water automated. We don't have really money to buy animals yet. So, yeah, unfortunately, as far as grass goes, the hay. So we want to enable hay. We're going to ignore TMR for now. Ignore mineral feed for now. Digestate. I mean, that would be a nice thing to get out of here. Would be the digestate from the grass, but I think the hay. I think the hay is the most important thing. But we need to obviously expand our grass production. So the other thing we're going to want to do is expand this grass field. And I'd like to do it all at once. But that's 3 million, 4, 5, that's 7 million to get the 2 fields above here. Oh yeah, that reminds me. We need to go, if we're going to expand up to all the way up to 6 and 7, we need to go up and clear the trees, because I know up north there are trees that are actually over into the road. So yeah, that's the thing we need to do. All right, so armoire are done. I hope to God we turn that off. Nope. God damn it. Needed to turn them off. Okay, let's get prefab wall going. And that's the really expensive craft. Sell that. Now remember, when we fast forward time, it's going to be millions of dollars. So you may look at your money in this map, in this mod set, right? And you're like, oh man, I've got like $7 million. You can easily go from $7 million to negative $1 million just sleeping in 1 month. So don't assume that you're flush with money and spend it all. That's even the worst thing you do. Definitely don't spend it all before you sleep, because then you'll be like negative, you know, some millions of dollars. Okay. So let's line this up to our potential first. Here. I need to spawn and sell the rest of these. I don't want them in there. Alright, we'll let that fill up and take a quick bio break. We'll be right back, everybody. let's actually turn. I was hitting buttons before I started talking. So what I was saying was, if you don't supply any of the bonuses here, it's 500 planks make 400 wall. And I think you can eke out a little bit of a profit on it. Because remember, production cost a month is $800,000, $852,000. So you might, running this a full 24 hours, make enough to fill a single truck for 10 million. If we dial that down, if we say, okay, 400 times 28.8 is 11 million. So it's a little over a truck. So that sells for here. Depending on the month you sell it, that 852,000 can turn into like 4 million or 5 million, right? So you're going to make profit, but you better have enough money to cover that cost. Now, I think with the bonus, right? With the electricity bonus, it does a blanket 100% across the whole thing, which includes input, output, cycles per month, and cost. So it multiplies everything, all of the production stats, which is kind of like, there is a mod called like upgradable factories, but for reasons I don't understand, it's not compatible with multiplayer. I don't know why. Because it basically just like multiplies when you upgrade a factory. I've looked at it. When you upgrade a factory, it just sort of multiplies everything, inputs, output, like it multiplies everything in the factory, as if you have two of them, which is brilliant. It would be really nice to have that as a base game feature to upgrade a factory. You know, it may cost some money. You may have to. It would be nice to even supply, like that's one feature idea for the new version of the game, is supply some materials to the factory to actually expand it. And even go so far as to swap the i3D to make it look like a bigger factory, right? You start it with a little mom and pop shop, and by the time you upgrade it all the way, it's like a giant like industry. That would be cool. I would like to see that. But anyway, maxed out, right? 500 to make 900. Now you're basically over doubling the amount of profit potential with the same amount of money, because now you're adding all these boosts. These boosts up here don't add to the cost; they just add to the output. This plus 100% adds to the cost, but these up here give you an extra output. So you're effectively doubling your profit margin. So if you don't do that, if you don't supply all of these, you're still going to make profit, but it's going to take you a lot longer. We also need to enable shingles on here, because you don't want to run out of shingles, because again, that is a 25% bonus. It adds up. All the bonuses really add up. Oh, another blocked by a worker object. Damn it.
Oh, there's a collision. Do you need a hand with that one?
Here, go down. There you What I need is to stop forgetting that these things exist.
Yeah.
And then you are confused, so we can just take you.
Okay, we might need another logging trailer or something, because this one is going to be just about full, if not actually full.
We have another one.
And I've got a ways to go yet.
Yeah, I know. We do have another logging trailer. I can run it up to you and swap the trailers out.
I think that one's full.
Oh, shit. Well, in that case, let's see. What is our wood beam situation in here? Let me enable wood to wood plank production. That'll really boost up our planks, but it'll chew up some wood.
Okay, from the looks of it, I did get all of them off the road in 6 and 7, but I didn't go next to the road much.
Yeah, we need the buffer. Basically, the general gist is you have the edge of the map and you have the edge of the road. In between those, in the middle point between those, that's like what I really want the tree line to be. In between those two. I mean, it can vary, right? But a halfway in between should be relatively tree free. Especially, that's most important to do that on the corners. In the middle, not so important. But on the corners, like, that's where usually I stage all of the harvesters and all of the rock pickers and all of that kind of stuff. But the number one reason why we need a big like a buffer is stone pickers. When you set up stone pickers, there is no way to do a headlands with a stone picker. It will go to the extents, the edges of the field, no matter what you do. And I hate that. I really hate that. So unless you're using courseplay for everything, which I can't really do because it takes so damn long to generate a course that OS would be kicked off the server if I did that. There was one time, like a couple days ago, I was on a test. I was in my test world, and I generated a course, and it literally took like 15 minutes. The game froze solid, right? Even Windows was like, "Hey, this has stopped responding." Like 15 minutes it took to generate a course is just crazily inefficient. When all it's doing, like, imagine it's doing a lot of math, but imagine the math. I mean, computers are really damn good at math. So why is this taking so long? Well, it's generating basically a text file with XML nodes, XYZ nodes in 3 dimensions, X, Y, and Z, and it's generating one of those nodes like every 10 meters, which is why when you're in a courseplay vehicle and you can see the nodes, why there's one like roughly every like 10 meters, it seems, because it's generating all of it. And so a field, a course, an entire course would be, I mean, I've had courses that were 3,000-4,000 nodes, and when it's generating all of those, it's like calculating. The way that it calculates them, I think, is probably really inefficient, because there are several things that are known. You have the field that's known, right? You can find the extents of the field. There's the field detection. There's the width of the tool. There's the number of tools, which is another. It's just a multiplier on the width, right? You have one tool that's 26 meters or 25 meters, or 4 tools that's 100 meters. Like the algorithm doesn't matter. And then you have the offset. You're starting here, you're going down, offsetting it, then you're offsetting it in, going down, offsetting it in, offsetting it in. So as far as like programmatically goes, that should be extremely fast to do that. Look how fast when you hire a worker, it's doing the same thing but it's only doing it right in front of itself, right? It's not generating one for the entire field. It's looking like right in front of itself, you know, for a certain distance ahead, but it's not generating the course for the whole field. But it does it instantly. So I know that it's possible to speed that up. So it's just, it is what it is. I'm hoping the next version of the game, it looks like they completely like recoded the basically the higher AI engine. What happened to the planter that I had set up? Did I not set that planter up? No, I didn't. God damn. Where's it? I need a track. Can you go to the very bottom middle of the field and bring those machines up?
Sure. The plow and the fertilizer.
Yeah. Boss is my farmhand. Alright, what did we decide we're planting here? Corn, I think. So with the planters, I usually just do one headland, because 2 headlands is just too much. 1 headland is enough. All right. So, corn higher. And because the rocks, you know, are upgraded, it's going to be a little bit more wear and tear on the planters. But, I mean, it just takes so much longer to do the rock picking. So, I've just started doing, when it hits the red, I'll do it. Because the very next harvest, the very next plow, they immediately go back to red. Right? It's I don't know. I haven't figured out the whole rock map yet. I tried to customize it for this map way back last year. And I thought I had figured it out, but I had had a, you know, a custom setting in there. I was trying to customize like how many rocks you pick up on each level to try to get a little bit more rock out of the system, but yeah, I really did not like that at all. Oh, these tractors are funny how fiddly they are. They turn really fast. There we go. Now we need to what can we sell? Is there anything we can sell? Get the brown tank here. One thing we can do is grab all the digestate from all the places, and we use the brown tank for that. Not sure how much is in here. Not much. more over here. As the fertilizer, we make solid fertilizer. Let's see if I have this thing set up right. Nope. We do from digestate, and we need, oh, we got a little bit of lime in there. We have plenty of liquid fertilizer. I mean, 15 million liquid fertilizer that's enough to keep everything running pretty smoothly for a while. I'm concerned with making some money right now. And solid fertilizer is a decent amount of revenue. So we can drop off the digestate. And when we get cows, you can do manure and liquid manure, all that kind of stuff here. But we're so far away from cows. Like, you need a minimum of about 120, right about 130 million to do cows properly. You need 125 million just for the cow. And then more for the actual cow, the olfactory, like the plop that you plop down, that's almost $1 million. So yeah, they're not cheap. On purpose, because they do a fully mature super cow is like 10,000 liters of milk a day and a pretty healthy amount of manure. Like, you get a lot of resources, and I did that because I didn't want to have 20 different cow barns around, because I don't think that would be really worthwhile. But we don't have any. Ooh, we do have some methane, but it's not really valuable right now. It's most valuable in January. So yeah, it would be an extra $200 per 1,000 liters in January. So I don't think we want to sell that now. Let's sell the metal that we have stored away, because we're making more. Metal is like one of the resources in this production cycle that you can just make an infinite amount, just like in the base. But we have some more there. There's another 2.6 million iron in the limer that we can move. I could sell the diesel, but the diesel from wood chips is not, it doesn't make enough to really, like, it makes enough just barely to keep the lime factory going to make iron. If you really wanted to do a lot of diesel, you would need you need to supply it with something else, like honey, oil, sugar, I think is another one. Sugar, cut beets. Yeah, cut beets. Olive oil is a good one.
All right, I'm gonna stay in chat, but I'm gonna hop out of the game.
Okay.
It's weird, but my feeling a lot of tension in my shoulders, and for some reason this game just doesn't help with it.
Okay. How much did I estimate was up here? 2.47 million. So, yeah, I wanna get the grass field up, but oh, I have to repaint all of that. Damn. And I bet you this road is still here. Yep. That's unfortunate. So, unfortunately, I have to do this all manually. There have been many, many times where I'm like, why didn't we just restart?
Yeah, it was early enough that we probably could have.
Oh yeah, very easily. Yeah, this little band that I'm painting here won't have any rocks under it. I don't know why. I don't know why that affects the rock layer, but it's like...
Yeah, that is quite a strange conundrum.
All right, how best to do this? Hide that. Yeah, you really, really, really don't want to mow over this grass. And if you download the map today, the same map, I fixed this. Right after our first stream, I fixed this. I regenerated all of the foliage and eliminated this kind of grass off of the generation. So this problem does not exist on the map that's downloadable today. So if you guys are like wanting to try this map and are like, God, I really don't like this grass, then rest assured this grass, if you download the map today, is not on there. And I should have, shortly after I did that, I should have just restarted this stream game using that version of the map, because it is endlessly annoying having to repaint so much of the grass. But if you don't, it's maddening. But yeah, it's a lot of work. And it's not fun to watch, so I apologize. I should have just restarted. Or just blew about 6 hours of my life and just painted over the whole thing one day. Just load up the game and just sit, put on some music and just sit and paint grass for like 4 hours. Basically what is needed in this map.
Almost as much fun as watching the grass grow.
Right? At least in this game, when the grass grows, it means you can make some money. Like, at least that means money. But, yeah. Not fun. But it allows us to, like, talk about weird shit. So, because this is pretty mindless stuff. And I'm gonna miss spots, but you can catch those after you mow. They're much, much, much easier to spot after you mow it, because they're dark spots on the ground, and then you just basically grab grass in like this, and then right click and then left click, and it gets rid of it. So, but you do want to do it. You do want to get rid of it. So didn't you say you had something?
Yeah, if you want something to chat about.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna start from kind of the beginning rather than the way the article puts it. Where is that? No, I lost the article I had. Well, I should be able to remember most of it, but do your own research. You know, don't take my word absolutely for it. That's for anybody out there watching. So a guy, it's a couple, a man and woman. I think they're an elderly couple, but that's not really relevant to the story. But I think it's posed that the man, the husband, signs up for Disney Plus.
Oh yeah, that's been
like
a national. Yeah, that's a national story.
Yeah. Okay. So you've heard about it. You want to go over it anyway?
Yeah. So the gist is, well, you gotta start it with what happened. So, a man and a woman, a couple, go to a restaurant, a Disney-themed restaurant that claims to be sensitive about food allergens that their customers might have. And the man's wife has pretty severe allergy and food allergy. And so they go to this restaurant specifically because it's advertised as a allergen-friendly restaurant. Like and so they go and they tell them all about it, blah, 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 and they get served their meal. That night, the wife dies. She has an allergic reaction to the food, and she dies. This was in 2008 or something. Like, it's been a long time. No, it was not 8. It was like 2014, 15, something like that. And no, 2000. God, I keep forgetting what year it is. Like, I keep forgetting it's 2024. Like, I'm old.
Yeah.
And so she dies because of this food allergy. So he sues Disney because of like wrongful death, right? It's like you advertised this was an allergen safe restaurant, and that's why we went there, right? Now Disney comes back.
If I can interject here real quick, to be specific, the restaurant isn't owned by Disney.
I was getting to that. You're destroying the process by which you're see that information it's an interesting bit of information, but largely irrelevant to the conversation, right? Because of how Disney responded. So Disney responded and said, because the man signed up for Disney Plus several years before that, he signed up basically for like a free trial of Disney Plus, and part of that agreement was basically a limited liability thing on Disney's behalf that said any lawsuit against Disney has to be done through our appointed arbitrator, right? Some Disney lackey arbitrator is like, this is who we have. But that's like Disney Plus. And so Disney, with this lawsuit with this restaurant, Disney responds, not that, hey, it's not our restaurant. No, they respond and say, because you signed up this free trial of Disney Plus, you cannot sue us. This has to go through an arbitrator. Which is insane. That is an insane reaction to this situation. Because by not specifying, here's where the legal quagmire occurs. By not coming out right away and saying this restaurant is, I mean, they're licensing our name, but we don't own it. Like, it's not our property. They didn't come out with that. They came out and said, oh, because you signed up for Disney Plus, this has to go through arbitration. Now, that means that on some level, Disney does own this restaurant, or that legally speaking, it could be argued by a competent attorney that Disney, because of how they responded, assumes responsibility for the action. By not immediately saying, legally, this is not our place, by coming out and saying, oh, you have to go through arbitration. They're taking legal responsibility. I think it can be argued if you got a friendly judge and you had a situation, and because somebody died, a jury would be more prone to believe or to basically say, award something pretty substantial. And the other dimension of this is the original lawsuit. The funny thing about this, the original lawsuit was only like $25,000. Like the cost of the funeral for this woman. That's what the original lawsuit was, and Disney is fighting it. And it's like, are you kidding me? Pay this dude off. Like, what lawyers in a corporation like that would look at that and go, oh, geez, this is, God damn it, the fucking things are blocked again. Oh, and they just skipped around themselves, and then they missed a big spot in the middle. Okay. I have to turn this thing around and get that spot. No, you're done, sir. You can turn around. And this one up here is going to be done. But I completely forgot about these again. It's weird. I usually don't. But, when I'm not streaming, I can concentrate a little bit better. I have to cancel this one because for some reason, when they're in the middle of a field, and because I have two things on a field, right? If they cross and they don't have anything left to do, but they started, if they start the row and they see, hey, I need to turn left for the next row, they don't change their mind on that. They get to the end of the row and it's already done because another one passed. They don't reset. They just assume they have to turn. And so when they get to the end of the row, they'll back up until they find the end of the row. And because it doesn't exist, they will literally back up over the entire field. So you have to catch them before they do that because it's really annoying. Get that planted. All right. I love how I can flick this 30-ton planter around like it's a straw hat. Just like... I'm not sure how to... Yeah, when I try to tweak like values in the XML, it usually breaks the mod. So I don't fully understand how to fix some of the problems that I've run into in this game. And because the XML, the documentation on the XML is atrociously bad. Where usually the only description of a variable is the name of the variable, right? So you'll have a variable name called like, tweak widget A, and the description will be tweak widget A. And it's like, what the hell does that do? Like, give me an actual description, not the name of the damn variable. And it's just the fault of whoever is in charge of the SDK, which ironically is a guy who was hired from the modding scene. So a guy who was an early modder of the game, that's who is in charge of the SDK. And it's like, why is the documentation so bad? There's no excuse for it. There's no excuse. So it's one of my biggest pet peeves is they've hidden a large part of the SDK from even being visible. Like they've redacted huge chunks of the source code for reasons I don't understand. Because it's any enterprising creative computer person can still get all that information. It's in memory when you load the game. You just have to dump the memory. You just take the memory profile, whatever the game is using, dump it off to a file like on disk, and then you just weed through it. Like you can find all the values. So it's just super frustrating. All right, how much of the grass? Oh, I'm almost done. Fantastic. Missed a couple obvious spots. Let's go back. I need to, because this is going to be ready to harvest next month. So I want this to get ready to mow. I want to mow this entire area up here, because that'll give me, I don't know, 14 million grass just up here, which is not bad. And then it will be in sync with the trying to find the little spots that I missed. I wish this mini map down here actually like had that overlay, because that would be so incredible. If there's a way to change the overlay that you see down here, like, let me know, because man, would it help this process tenfold. It would be a life-saving amount of work that it would save. To be able to see the overlays in the mini map. Why you can't, I don't know, but can I get it more of a top down? Thank you. Okay, now see how there's little dark spots left, unfortunately. Plus it doesn't help that my monitor is really dirty. So I've got specks on my monitor that are like is that a thing, or is that a speck of some kind? There's a speck there. It can be hard to spot in the pre-mowed grass, basically the ready to harvest meadow. One thing I've found is if you spin the map around and you get it at different angles, there are different angles that can stick out more. I don't know, right? I don't know how it determines that, but it's usually the tiny little spots that I don't catch right away, because they're very, very hard to spot. I'm trying not to make everybody motion sick, but yeah, my shoulders. It's like my chair is at the wrong height, or it's too high or too low. I can't decide. I don't know why my shoulder gets all tense when I play, though. It's literally resting on my desk.
It sounds like it's your armrest height.
I'm not even using my armrest. Those are under the desk. I'm resting my arm on my desk next to my mouse. So it's just resting at the level of my mouse. But yeah, this shoulder like gets super like tense and sore. And it's not always done that, but I need to either raise up my chair or lower my chair or something. But yeah, it's weird that my arm is literally like resting on the desk and it's super sore. Really, this
if you do try to make chair adjustments, just make minor adjustments until you get it. It's one thing that I've found out is, you know, even if it doesn't fix it as fast, taking it nice and slow really helps, because if you overdo it, then you could just spiral.
We don't like spiraling.
But everybody's body is different too, so maybe it wouldn't be as bad for you.
All right, last spot. Yeah. It's super annoying when you do all this like detail work and then you're like in a mower and you run into a spot. It's like, oh, how did I miss that? Like, I'm gonna take this area next to the road just in case. But yeah, I'm gonna have to spawn a couple course plays, so it's actually kind of helpful that Oz isn't in the game right now, because yeah, this is gonna be, you'll be able to see just how crazy long it takes to generate a course on these giant fields. God, I cannot stop drawing over my damn road. It's, you see how big the thing is here, right? You can see the green, subtle green. It's actually like the edge. I don't know why they did the brush this way, but it's like fuzzy on the sides. When you're painting plants, it doesn't matter. Like, you can see, right? If I paint this, you can see how far away the green was on that. Like, it's not intuitive, the way that the brushes work. I understand the brush for like landscaping needs to be feathered on the edges, just because, you know, the very nature of the landscaping brush. You don't want too hard of an edge on there, but when you're painting grass, it's either you're painting grass or you're not. There should be no feathering on the edges. But I mean, that's just me, I guess. All right. We need to buy the land, of course. Now, we also need a few more of these. Oh, these are squirrely. Fill her up with some gas. There we go. Ah, running too fast. Okay, Alpine Beaky K. We do wide tires. 42. 48 miles an hour. Pretty good. US style. Reverse light. Chrome logo none. US. GPS no. PTO extension. Default tank. Main color white. Design is Blue Jeans New Age. Hub is fine. First decal, we do white. That's the decal on this. Second decal is there, which we do just black. And then customize that. Okay. And then we want to purchase mower. Ooh. These are not cheap machines. Main color, white. Design. Blue jeans, new age. First decal, white. Second decal, black. Rim, white. Hub I don't change because that's the center thing in here, and it looks really weird when that's a different color. Okay. I mean, that's $1 million. It ain't no thing. Okay. Now we need to sell some shit, because what I can do, kind of against what I want, but we're gonna sell. Selling electric charge. What are we doing on the shingles is max, so we can turn that off so it doesn't stutter. Because having the craft like stutter, I think it just wastes money. Honestly, I think it just wastes money because this, it's not active 100% of the hour, but I don't know how that hourly rate is calculated, so we're just going to run it like that. All right, you can see wood chips here. We need to come in here and take planks and longboards away. Those are maxed. Planks is almost maxed, but yeah, wood chips in here. You still have wood chips around here? You emptied them.
Yep, I put them in the diesel.
Right. Okay, so what do we... Okay, there's still 8 million in there. We need to make some... how close is growth? Oh, there's still a month left. At least. On that. So the next month is going to be... Oh, all out of whack. Damn it. It's so hard to back these up. Okay. Don't go that way. So what I started doing is putting these basically in between. Whoa! I was flying there for a second. That was fun. So having these in between, these won't get picked up automatically, but any more that spawn will get picked up. And then these will spawn here and get picked up. So what I thought was, because of how it spawns, I think it uses the start node, right? So the start node would be here. Now, what I thought was, if you alternated the rotations and you had like the start node on this one here, and then you use the mirrored version rotated here. So the start node was here. That way the start nodes are right next to one another. You can put the truck right in between and it'll grab all of the things that are spawned between 4 different greenhouses. So there is a new greenhouse type with that potato mod that I added, that add 3 different basic things that you can grow in a greenhouse. So I made it so those greenhouses, you won't need as many of them because we're kind of running out of, we're not running out of space, but you can only have so many production buildings on a map. And I don't want to hit that limit. I really, really don't. Because as much as I love the forklift, it does get tedious. A little tedious. It's not too bad. And I know pretty much everybody and their mother is playing the new Fallout mod that just came out. And just so everybody knows, I'm aware it came out. I'm aware it exists. But for one, first-person games, like especially like shooters, RPGs, not really big on my channel. There hasn't been a lot of traction with them. We've tried them. Not a lot of traction. Not a lot of viewership. I don't think the people who tend to watch my channel are interested in that kind of content. And 2, I'm not the biggest fan of Fallout in general. Not my favorite RPG. By far, my favorite RPG was Skyrim. By far. Had I had this channel going back in the day, I would have 100% played Skyrim on the channel. I wouldn't have cared what kind of channel it was. If it was a factory channel, I don't care. Skyrim was the quintessential open world game to me. Like that is, you could just go anywhere in that game. The ultimate flexible game. You just walk out and you just beeline towards, you just go whatever, right? It just doesn't matter. And the number of mods for Skyrim, like, breaks record. It's unbelievable how many mods have existed for that game. Over 100,000. But 2 things worry me about the next Elder Scrolls, because it's in production right now. I think it's a tentative similar sort of expected release, 2026. 2 things worry me about that production. First, they seem hell-bent on still using their creation engine, which at this point looks like shit. If you look at Starfield, right? Starfield gameplay, which is the next obvious iteration of the engine, and compare that to pretty much any Unreal Engine 5 game footage that has been released. There is no comparison. Shadows, textures, models, there is no comparison. The creation engine is it looks at this point like a 90s game like it's so bad looking. When I first started seeing the Starfield footage of players when that game came out a few months ago, God, it's been like a year now, hasn't it? Like crazy amount of time. I was shocked at how crappy it looked in terms of like versus like other modern engines. I mean, it looked crappy against like The Witcher 3. If you watch like Witcher 3 on decent settings, it's phenomenally good. And that is an older game. I mean, it's not a new game. And Starfield just came out. And here this engine, I mean, the faces looked horrible. It just looked like crap. So if the new Elder Scrolls, if they are not transitioning over to Unreal 5, which a lot of studios are doing, because they realize they can't hold a candle, they can't even compete with the technology behind that engine. And so there's a lot of studios that are just like, we just have to abandon this engine because it's just like we have to go on Unreal 5 because it's so much better. This has what? 1,000,004, so we can do 8.5. So Bethesda should really just say we can't do the creation. Like the creation, it just doesn't hold a candle to it. Unreal 5 is just light years ahead of everything else. So that's one worry that I have on Elder Scrolls, the next Elder Scrolls, is they're so unwilling, right? They're just unwilling to do what they need to do as far as engine goes. And the second thing is all the woke stuff. Because Bethesda, among many other companies, are infected with the left mind virus. It's just the games that have been coming out. I mean, look at the Ubisoft, like Assassin's Creed. It's just awful. It ruins the experience when you have a game that's supposed to be fun and entertaining, and it's just full of ideology and preaching. It's just like, yeah, it's annoying. But that's the other worry is a lot of these other companies are just infecting game companies, and for some reason the game companies allow it to happen. They think for some reason that catering to 0.5% of a possible audience won't alienate the 95% of the other type of audience that you have. So yeah, it's unfortunate. So the Elder Scrolls 6, I'm hopeful that it's good, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. GTA 6, or is it 5? Is it 5? GTA, I think it's GTA 6.
I think it's 6.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure. I don't really follow GTA
So
much.
that was one of the games. I played GTA 5. I played that like crazy. And that was, I think I played that on consoles. I don't even think I had the PC version of that. Like long ago. That was long ago. My game is old. Holy shit. But I'm hopeful that GTA 6 isn't preachy. Usually it's pretty
irreverent.
Well, it's pretty ambiguous, which is morality is the best way I can put it. I mean, GTA 5, there was like a torture scene, and there's some crazy shit in GTA 5 that was like, holy cow, like this is crazy that this is in a game. So they've never tried being like this is a good guy, this is a bad guy. Like they had good guys doing bad things and bad guys doing good things. Like it's morally ambiguous a lot of the times, and I like that. I like that about those games, actually, and I think that kind of having that, not really relying on it, but having that as part of the game is a good thing. Now, if they bring in a bunch of ideology, because I know the game is going to have 2 playable characters, one man, one woman, but if they start pushing the wrong stuff, or just ideology in general. It's gonna absolutely ruin the fan base. They're just gonna revolt. And rumor is that game has been under production since like 2014, so 10 years, and thus far it's had a budget of $2 billion. $2 billion on that game. If they don't release something astronomically awesome, the studio is not going to survive if they don't knock it out of the park. So the pressure is immense. So if they're not sitting down going, we need to make sure we cover the actual fans of this game and not try to cater to some ideology, because oh my god, if they pump it full of ideology, like if you're selecting pronouns, if pronouns are a big thing in the game, and if the game just devolves into this preachy sort of thing, oh man, it's going to be bad. The normal players are going to absolutely revolt, and it's going to destroy GTA 5 online. Like, it's just, the whole thing will collapse if they misstep, because people are pretty hypersensitive to it nowadays, especially the gamers, because they've been burned so many times now that, yeah, I think they would steer clear of it. So a lot of their potential sales will probably come after they release it, and people like YouTube covers it and says, you know, if there are people that cover it and say, oh, it's actually, you know, it's actually good. I don't know where to put this damn screen. I'm gonna put this over here. But yeah, rumors are that game is close. It's going to be out next year. And of course, it's going to have collector's edition and season pass. It's going to have all of the monetization shit that plagues modern games. Because of course it will. I mean, it would surprise exactly no one if it didn't. If it did, like it's like it's expected at this point. All right, is that fertilizer done? I need to buy those. That's not this over here. It is solid fertilizer, 2.2 million. That might not be too much. I'm keenly aware that I need some money to sell some shit. What can I sell? I could sell the paper roll out of here. Yeah, let's spawn the paper roll, get it out of there and sell it. Not that it's very valuable, but that was a lag spike. Because I need to buy this property up here so I can mow it next month. Oh yeah, this electric charge is set to sell at noon. That's gonna give me an infusion of money. All right. $2 million. What is fertilizer about? A couple $100,000? A few $100,000 actually. Forgot what price I said. Fertilizer. $1.5 million.
It is kind of funny how modern gaming companies are like allergic to money.
Yeah. Yeah, Ubisoft, I'll never understand Ubisoft's decision to do what it did. Like, feudal Japan, we're going to do a game about feudal Japan. Feudal Japan in the 1300s, right? I think that's the time period they're covering. So, feudal Japan in the 1300s, and one of the main characters is a gay black guy. And it's like,
Oh, jeez.
it's like, what the hell? Like, the main player character, the character you play as is like a gay black guy. And it's like, what? How is that like a thing? Why is that a thing? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Why they would do that. Where is the TARDIS? Where is it? Just in basic trailers? Where is the fluid based sprayers? Miscellaneous. Let me look here. TARDIS. Animals. There it is. Yeah, this thing can do diesel. So diesel is yellow. Oh, not that yellow. Let's do JCB yellow. There we go. Design is going to be black. Rim is white. That's fine. Wheel setup. Yeah, wide tires. Ooh, BK. Ooh, we can do BKT. Nice. So yeah, that will be bulk diesel sales for a little extra money. I'm gonna park this right here because this should have got lots of wood chips. Remember, at noon we're gonna be making some money. So let's buy. Ooh, let's buy this, 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 and this. Now, because I guarantee if we slept right now, we would come back with like -4 million. Like it would be rough. But this field is going to give us some money, and I need to paint a little bit of grass along that road over here. Plants, grass. All right. There we go. Yeah, in this area here, this is the next field I get. 25, 24, 14, 15, 5, 4, and 5. Like this. This is another field, and then this one over here. Because the further you go away from the start, so 36 is the start. The further you go away from that, the more expensive everything is. So, like this over here, you can see, is going to be 10. It's going to be 13 million for these 6. And then these 5 down here add up pretty fast. But these up here, you know, this one up here is basically the same cost as this one over here. So these 6 and these 6 are basically the same. All right, let's get the mowers staged. So what I'm going to do is show you a little trick on how to define a custom field, because it can be a royal pain in the ass to do this. If you draw a custom field with the mouse click, it won't be perfectly square. And I understand that, you know, some people don't like that. So there's a neat little feature. I'm going to come up here and you give yourself some buffer on each side. Don't go right up to the edge, because that's usually not a good idea. So I'm going to sort of center it here. I'm going to define the field now. All right, giving myself way too much. Come on, back it up. So I think when it places the point, it places it basically in the dead center of whatever you're driving. So square yourself off, give yourself a distance, and then pull up the thing and hit record, right? So it places it right over the top of that center. And then hit pause, right? So I'm squared away. So all I need to do is drive forward. Oh, Jesus. Didn't mean to do that. Alright. Didn't reset. So I'm going to go to the other corner, right? So it's paused. And the reason it's paused, because I've found if you don't pause it, it will place a marker. It could place 100 of them. It could place 1,000 of them. For some reason, it just randomly places markers sometimes. Sometimes they're super close together. So all you need are the 4 corners to define the actual field. So go to the other corner, which is a ways away, but you want a square. You want a straight line that gives you a nice clean edge. So you drive the perimeter, define the field, and then you can generate the field or the path inside that. So we're gonna go up to the top here, since I know Oss cut the trees in the road. We have a little bit of space that we can deal with up here. So we don't want to go right up to the edge, but right about there is probably good. So then unpause and then pause again. And then you can re-maneuver, center yourself. Center yourself right so that the node is right on the center, right? Reset your line. Bring this back up. Now we're going to go to this corner. Which is a shorter drive. There's all the stumps. I forgot to clear all the stumps out. Yeah, there's still quite a few trees up here. Give yourself a little bit of space. Unpause, pause again. And yes, right-clicking with the mouse is way faster. And I thought I read somewhere that there was a way of ensuring a straight line when you did the mouse thing, but I couldn't find a reference to it anywhere. I looked on their help webpage. I was looking all over for it. I thought I read somewhere that you just hit shift. You know, you right-click, you hit shift, and you go over and you right-click again, and it'll just do a straight line. But I tried that and it didn't work. So I don't know if it was just a version mismatch. Coming down. Right about there. Let's see how close I am. And when I plow, when I actually mow it, I'll do like another border around, and actually mow like the difference between these two. But defining this now like this is just the most straightforward way I've found to get a nice clean edged field. And then right about there, and stop, and CP1, and that defines custom field just like that. So am I in the field? Barely. So most likely we're going to want to do north-south, but I don't know if we have enough space. Well, we definitely need to get rid of all the stumps. So let's get rid of the stumps. Were there any logs on the ground up there, Hans?
Up north? No, I got
uncollected? Okay. Let's remove the logs. Okay. 0 logs. 60. There. Nice round. Oh yes, and look, 1203, and we have a decent amount of money. So let's set this back down. Electric charge. Distributing again. All right, planks are good to go. Nice buffer of these. Now we can do, I think the longboards were full as well. So I parked these next to the carpenter because this is where they're used. Yeah, I wish I could use the palette i3D for all the like Platinum expansion. Yeah, all the expansion packs, the palette designs are locked behind DLC. And then what I was trying to do is avoiding requiring the DLC for this map, but I would hate to see what it does if you don't have it and you try to play this map. Like, I'm sure that it probably does not like... It probably doesn't recognize a lot of the fill types, because I don't define the fill types really with them. I reset the prices and the palettes, but not the actual... I don't set up the fill type details. The texture, the normals, the like all the different things. Okay. What are we doing over here? So yeah, I think as soon as that trailer is full, we will sleep for the day. Could move some more iron over here. Now, yeah, let's stage the other mowers. And this is why I bought 3, because I can generate that course and say, hey, I want 3 mowers on this. Really, what happened here? Must have had a skip. I need to slow that forage harvester down. It's again another problem of the width of the harvest like line. The tool itself has there's an area that's defined in the i3D that is the width of the harvest. And if that width is thin enough, if you get a hitch, right? If the server or your single player game, if it hitches, you got a lot of stuff or a lot of workers going, and you get a hitch that can cause a row or more than one row to be missed. So it's kind of annoying when that happens. So the only way for like vanilla stuff to improve that is to edit the i3D and just make the sort of the work area. It's usually work area or something like that, similarly named, but it's to make that thicker. And while it probably wouldn't look realistic, it would allow, if there's a skip or a hitch, the plant itself would still be covered by that work area and it would get processed. But yeah, like everything that I've been able to see, the actual processing of things is all done in Lua, which like I don't know specifically like what the benchmark stuff of Lua is, but I know it's not super good. Some games can do it really well, but they use it in a different way. I mean, Factorio has a Lua engine, but I think they have a whole lot of like custom stuff that like they're conveyor belts, right? So their conveyor belts, their entire engine is defined in Lua, but I think their conveyor belts, the actual simulation of them are like a low level, super low level, you know, C++ or even assembler in probably some cases. Yeah, get those to swath dropping so I don't forget that, because I know I would. This is almost done. And now that we have a ton more beehives, we should be getting a lot more honey, which then we can turn into diesel, which then we can turn into money. But I sold all the electric charge, which wasn't actually all that much. If I had waited, if I had sold the charge in like December and then let it build up and supply everybody and then sold it again in January, I mean, that is, instead of getting like 20 million, you get like 40 million. It's a huge difference in value if you just wait. Okay, paper roll I can sell. I just wanted to empty this out of this thing. Right. How are you? Chips. I think. Oh yeah, I need to grab. One of these little guys. Since I'm going to be generating a course, what's good about this is you can automatically pick up the windrow if you just assign this to the center, and it'll just pick up all three, middle, left, and right. It'll pick it all up in one shot. But you got to like you really got to watch, because the course, when it generates, obviously the width of the tool is not even, so you got to watch, make sure you're not in any collisions and shit, because that's very, very common. What am I looking at? Oh, this thing. Okay, yeah. So methane gives you a really good, like a 500x amount of power. It's really good power, but it just takes, it takes a hot minute for it to build up. All right, this is done. This. Travis Clay, how is it going today? Happy weekend. Yes. Are you I hope your weekend is going well. Mine has just started. We do a nice long stream on Saturdays. It's usually a multiplayer, but I can't get very many patrons or channel members to be interested in this game. All right. So that is done. Metal is good. Electric charge is good. Okay. Look at all the wood chips. Jeez. Let's enable wood chips on a longboard. Although I could... Why do I always seem to be out of tractors? I don't need this planter. This one is... It's good for the, like, early game, but I use it, like, once or twice. And then I just don't use it. We're gonna set. Try to clean up the base. The baler, this quick bale, we don't really need anymore either, but I'm gonna keep it for now. Yeah, where are all my what? I'm always out of tractors. Let me purchase. Believe me, it might sound like a lot of tractors, but remember, there are times where I have a field or a month where I have like 8 workers going all at once. Let me grab some chips out of here, because I think we have too many. Go top up diesel. So I think when I started playing last year, my tractor of choice was that Case IH, or not Case IH. Was it Case IH? It was the Magnum. Which one was that? Yeah, here it is. This one here. This is a great tractor. It's not like super unreal. Right? So horsepower, all that stuff is pretty in line. But this, I've put so much time into this one. So this is a mod. Interesting that I'm not really sure what's going on there. There's like multiple, but the 8RX, it's like 8RX_Z. That's the mod. And so it's a base game tractor, but the guy who customized it did the tracks differently. That's how you get the wide tracks. I've looked at the code. I don't know if there's any difference between the tracks. From what I'm able to see, like even the super wide tracks have the same like friction value as these tracks. So I don't know if there's a big difference. But I customized the engine. I fixed all of the bugs. There were a bunch of like node-based bugs that just flooded your log file. So I fixed all of those. That was a process. And basically got it kind of tuned in. But I prefer this kind of driving and steering style than the articulated like 8R or 9RX. The 9RX was it's just hard to drive. Just flatly hard to drive. How are we doing over here? Diesel. The thick tracks. Yeah, I mean, one of my edits, I tried to increase the friction of the track, of those thick tracks. So like the USA big tracks, I increased the friction of from the default values. And it seems to have completely broken the AI. The tractor would no longer Like when I had like the DB120s, those big planters, the worker would get to the edge of the field and just stop. It wouldn't do anything, and I was like, "What the hell caused that?" So I went in and I reversed. I basically kind of put the tracks back to basically the original values, but then I also updated a couple mods, and so I don't know exactly what fixed the problem, but yeah, I updated, or I reverted that friction change, and now I don't really have a problem. Every once in a while it happens, but it's usually because the AI doesn't know which direction to go in. It's usually gets to the end of the field, it's like, I don't know which direction to go. Alright, let's move some iron ore. This I just filled up with. Yeah, this thing chews the diesel now. I used to have the ratio much crazier, so now it's a little bit more expensive to run. But I could put some sheep in there. We've got food, we have water, we've got money, but I don't want to spend my money right now. I don't know how much it's going to be when we go to the next month. But I try before I sleep to the next month. I try to get as much of my productions sort of like going as I can. It's expensive. If you don't have the money, definitely don't do that. That's why sometimes you sleep and it's like 20 million. You know, most I've ever seen is a little over 7 million. Like 1 month. I slept 1 month. It's over 7. Great. Making some projects. Okay. Working on a Saturday. I am kind of too. This is work for me. And we are. I don't know what the timing is going to be. But just to let everybody know, we are going to jump into just before the Factorio, like maybe a month and a half before the Factorio expansion drops. We're gonna have several months of Factorio on the channel. We're gonna have we're gonna do like a vanilla plus Factorio just as a relaxed sort of stream. I don't really know if there's going to be any specific goals for that. You know, we've already done 100,000 science per minute base, right? We've already done that, so we can't go beyond that. There's just no way.
It cripples the server.
Yeah, and what's funny is the thing that cripples the server is not what you think. The crafting of the science actually went rather well. I mean, I remember that base. You could probably still download it. But, you know, of course we were using mods to sort of have the insanity to a minimum. So we had the stacking mod, we had the faster belts mod. So, you know, when you're able to put stacks of things on a belt, you can compress your belt 25x. The settings that we were using. So using the mods and stuff is how we got the production up to that level. But we would have an island for each science, and we would tune each island to 100,000 science per minute. And then all of the sciences were all being trained into a central research facility that then was balanced with the values to consume 100,000 science per minute. What was funny was all of the crafting of the science didn't really impact performance as much as you might think. 100,000 science per minute. What impacted performance was actually researching something. Because each tick, when it's researching inside the science lab, you know, it's using like durability out of the science pack. So I don't know, I forgot how many labs we had. It was like 120 labs or something like that. Like a massive field of labs with the science going all through them. As soon as I would trigger a research, our FPS would and UPS would plummet down to single digits. And the research would get done and it would run right back up, even though all of the sciences were actually being crafted. It was the actual research process that took the most amount of resources as far as server performance. So that was really weird. To me, that was kind of counterintuitive. To have that be the problem. But yeah, before I get this all set up, let's see if this has the markers on it. I think I had to redo this before. Yep. For some reason I bought this thing and it didn't include the markers on it. I don't know why. Maybe they got lost. I don't know. Yeah, we're going to set that to there. Working width, 25 meters, red. And we're going to buy 2 of these. Oh, I can't buy it. That's actually, never mind. I will buy another one of those in a second. Now we should have the red markers for the lane. Yep, there they are. Weird. Alright. And the Mysticant, this is the Mysticant. This, one of the reasons I use this rather than the other wagon that I have, the TARDIS wagon, is this doesn't have any AI agents attached to it, right? So when it decides like how fast to go, I discovered that the other Forge wagon, for some reason, if you use the other Forge wagon, the TARDIS wagon, for some reason it limits this thing to go 6 miles an hour. It's like, no, I want to go faster. I want to go faster than that. And so yeah, this for reasons. This doesn't have an AI agent, any code attached, so it's just, it kind of ignores it as far as determining how fast it goes. It just says go as fast as you can. And so it's the header that determines how fast you can go. Alright, I think I've done about as much prep as I can to sleep through the night. And this is going to be a very pricey, because remember, we've got that we got the prefab wall going, and that's going to be a hefty amount. We're making metal, that's 400,000, and then double that because we are providing it with power. So yeah, there we go. 2.2 million was the cost, which is actually less than I thought. And then this is going to spend the next like 20 minutes doing this. This is why I wanted a bigger version of the stupid pallet spawner, but anyway, I could probably spit out a mod that does that. I would just need to look at the code to see. And look at that. We're almost at 2 million diesel. Get some more wood chips going. Electric charge is building back up. We could sell that again, but again, it's kind of a waste of resources. You really want to do that. Oh, look at that. It actually consumed all of it. Excellent. Let's see how many we have left. Oh, we can fill them up on here. So prefab wall, you can see wood we need to fill up. Shingles is almost out. So there's just enough. Usually there's just enough resources in here to let you sleep through the night. But then you've got to kind of babysit it. So you want to re-enable shingles. You don't want to run out of those. That's a what, 25% boost. So you don't want to run out of those. You don't want to run out of wood. That's another 25% boost. So we got to put wood back in here. Beams, right? It doesn't use many beams. So 3 million beams is a lot of crafting cycles. So I'm not sweating beams yet. Metal, yeah. Just topping those off. Wood is more important. Let's get that. That's got his own truck. That's really easy to do. Just a million storage, so it's not going to empty the truck. All right, so before I get, I know we need, metal in here, but metal is still 380,000. There's still lots and lots of same with planks. So before I start any like AI workers, I want to generate this course because again, the game is going to freeze solid for a good 5 minutes at least when I generate this course. And I'm hoping that it doesn't go crazy because sometimes when I generate these courses, it's like the mod really hates me. Okay, so course editor, we want 3 things. Headlands, I'm not really concerned with that. Make sure you're inside the thing, the course, right? Otherwise, it's going to try to generate. It's going to try to generate a course that covers the whole map, and believe me, that's going to take hours. Plus, it would just crash. It would just run out of memory and crash. So, don't do that. Make sure you're inside the thing. Okay, multiple tools. 0 headlands is the safest bet. Up, down, you're fine there. Rows to skip, 0. Rows. I don't know what rows per lands. I don't know what like this means. Center mode is lands. I don't think I've ever used that. Island bypass, no bypass. Field margin is 0. Okay. Version 0.2, everything there is good. And generate course. And now it's just going to stop, right? There's no mouse over events. Like it's just until it comes back. Oh, wow. That was fast. That was extremely fast. That was surprisingly fast. And for some reason it like I don't know why it did this. Right? I don't know why it did that. But we're gonna exit out of here. We are going to grab the vehicle. This is going to be, it's already set. Can we do 50? No. 45? Oh, come on. 40? 44? There we go. Current waypoints. 43, 39. Okay. And then I want to copy this. Where are the current waypoints? Why don't I see them? Why don't I see them? Where's the... Jesus. Where's the starting point? Oh, it's way... Why are you starting on that corner? Game? I'm literally down here. And it's saying, oh, you know, you need to go up to this corner to start. Fine. But that was surprisingly fast, how fast it calculated this path. The only problem is I have to literally drive these to the very other corner. I don't know why it overlapped the south part of the course and not the north. Maybe it detected the north doesn't have a lot of wiggle room as far as like turning and stuff goes. But I used course play in these two instances. Reversed is this instance of mowing a big field before I actually use it. And then once it's mowed, the other use of course play is I basically plow a perimeter and then I generate a course to plow the rest of it. And those two instances are when I use course play. And they're very, very handy. Using it in that way. All right, here we go. We're on the left side, so this guy is going to be on this side. And I know there's trees in the way. Go away. This is going to be like right about here-ish. And I need to grab one of these. We're going to paste, make this guy the center. And drive this all the way up there. There's reasons. I could probably, well, let's while we're on the way, let's set up these guys. 44 and 40. Actually, no, we don't want 40. We want like 12. Or what was it? What's the by default? 15? Something like that? Having it too fast on field, the AI can't steer fast enough. So I think it was like 12 is the default field speed. It's weird that that's not average. 13 maybe? Let's leave it at 13. It seems to be. The reason why it's a decimal is because it's you're actually incrementing the kilometers an hour and not the miles per hour. So the game in the back end is actually converting that.
Yeah, that kind of thing is one of the reasons why well, this game, for example, oxygen not included, they base the game around Celsius, not Kelvin. I don't think. I think it's mostly Celsius. So it'd actually be more work to try and convert it to Fahrenheit. Might be a little easier to understand, you know, to correlate it to real life, but that doesn't exactly help you. I mean, what do you care if it's comfortable or not to you?
Yeah, the big difference is here it's still simulating in the back end as kilometers an hour. All that's being done is for the UI, it's converting the number in the UI. It's not actually like so
Right.
in Oxygen you could absolutely display everything in Fahrenheit or whatever, but it would just be the UI that you're literally like editing. You're not editing the underlying simulation. That's still operating with whatever values it is. It wouldn't surprise me if they were actually using Kelvin on the other side and they were just converting it to Celsius with that game. With the craziness of that game, like if you can get stuff negative 212 degrees Celsius, like if you can get stuff that cold, that's damn near absolute zero. So
Yeah.
that to me says they're using Kelvin and they're just converting to Celsius.
Maybe, but I think you know, they acknowledge the fact that Kelvin is actually, or absolute zero is actually a decimal point. You know, it's negative.
Yeah, it's like minus 212 point
270.
something, or 273 or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's 273.15 or something like that, and I think that's even just an approximation. But yeah, so they have that difference. And as far as I know, you can't. Oh, maybe there is a way to set it so that it displays in Kelvin.
What the hell is this thing doing?
Okay, yeah, you can set it to Kelvin. So yeah, it's still possible. But as far as that one goes, it's a moot point since they're both on the same scale. Stationeers, though, I'm fairly certain that they use that one for Kelvin is the metric they use.
There we go. I don't know why it tried to turn around, but oh my god. I would like this game when I hit escape to be in the same goddamn menu that I hit escape in last time. If I if I hit escape and I'm in the map and I hit escape again and it's like, here's this random menu that it shows me. It's like, that's not what I was looking at, game. Like, can you please show me the actual thing that I was looking at before? All right, let's do the center. Nearest waypoint? No. We want first waypoint. Good to go there.
Yeah, that's one of those issues where I have a hard time kind of excusing them for designing it that way. Because it's like, that's not exactly a difficult thing to fix.
I gotta be careful. Okay, and then this guy. Nope, not this guy. This guy. Yeah, they're gonna. Should have started this guy first, but I wanted to generate this course before I did too many shenanigans. I don't know why. I don't know why it offset in outside the field so much. It should not do that. There must be like some weird setting or bug or something with courseplay. I've seen it do it several times, but it like you have the edge of the course or the edge of the field. It should not expand across the field like that. It just shouldn't do it. The edge of the field is the edge of the field. Why is it like? Why is it going like bonkers like that? It's bizarre. But horseplay is complicated enough where I just don't. I don't want to deal with it. I want to monitor this to make sure it doesn't go too crazy when it hits that area that's bad. Yep. See what I mean? Like, stop, stupid AI worker. What are you doing? Yeah, look at the mess at the edge of this field. These things do. Very, very slowly. Come on. You're just driving out in the middle of nowhere. Just turn around. There you go. Dude, why is he? I don't understand. It's like, oh, I'm gonna mow all of this. Fine. There. Hire the worker. Go forth. Do your thing. This is going to get same pasted. It's going to be center. And now let's actually drive it up there. If we let the AI drive it up there, it's so damn slow that it's like, don't even bother. But they seem to be navigating this tree area up here pretty well. We're going to go 43. Okay. It's a weirdly different thing there. Current waypoints. We're going to save. And since we're on the center, it'll just pick up it'll just pick up the whole row, which is really nice. So we don't have to babysit this anymore.
And see this little spot right there? When we pass it, you'll see how it stands out. And we can fix little spots like that. They're really easy to spot once you mow. There it is, right there. Little dirt spot. Right there. It's annoying, but like they're much easier to spot. So you just take it and you paste, right click, and then just paste over it. That gets rid of it. So, yeah, once this thing, I'm gonna have to probably do a pass once this thing gets done over the headlands here. But this will give us an unbelievable amount of grass. This alone every 4 months, or was it 3 months? 4 months. You mow it, and then it's 2, 3, yeah, every 3 months. This gives us roughly 7.5 million. So now it's going to be like 21 million grass every 3 months. That's just enough. It's a lot, but once you have it done, then you don't need to worry about it anymore. You can just mow it every 3 months and call it good. But yeah, this is the process I've gone through several times on my sort of test world, my test extension of this world. While everything is running, I just sort of get prepped for the next step. I'm gonna need another plow. This is why I have so many tractors. This is a mega farm after all. And I've seen quite a few mega farm-esque videos or playthroughs. And I don't know what their definition of mega farm is, but it's not my definition. There's that quiet spot right here. weird. There's like a quiet spot in the line. But yeah, my definition of a mega farm, like, I've seen, you know, people like Not Farming or Farming Genius or whatever, like they do mega farm. To me, when they use that moniker, that is a clickbait type, because they're not really doing a mega farm. They have one, maybe two harvesters, maybe like one or two plows, maybe 3 tractors, maybe. From what I've seen of mega farm, like, it's not my definition of a mega farm. So yeah, when I go mega farm, it's a crazy amount to manage. There's always something to do. There's always something to do. Okay. Now, what I want to do, maybe wait.
Or to be a mega farm, in your opinion, it in your head, it has to have the echo after it. Mega.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be nearly unwieldy and unmanageable. Like, it's so big. There's so much to do that you are just constantly like just playing catch up. Like, you're just, there's this to do, there's that to do. I got to do the grapes. I got to get the grapes processing, because next month that corn harvest is coming in, and we're going to need grapes to make cereal to be able to profit off of that. So we need these grapes to be processed, which is, you know, takes time and money. So you got to give it some time. It does process them rather fast, but you're not going to get many grapes. So granted, there's going to be almost 20 million grapes. Well, 14 million. Maybe 15. All right, so these guys pull up here. And you could probably do this all with one truck. You just pull the truck ahead, unload the 2 things, pull the truck ahead, unload the 2 things. Like, you could do it. I do want, when I do the new greenhouses, which are basically just these greenhouses with different planters inside. Because I do want to try to do the potato stuff, potato salad. I love potato salad. Never had like fritters, those potato cakes. I've never had those. But they sound delicious. A little salt. Oof. Hash browns are another one of my favorite foods. I love hash browns, especially when they're done right. So this is pushing out.
Yum, hash browns.
Yeah, hash browns are yummy. Butter and salt. Oh. And woe be the person who puts ketchup on hash browns. I think that should be illegal, but it's just.
If you do put ketchup on hash browns, that means you're eating the wrong kind of hash browns.
Yeah, like, eat French fries. Ketchup and French fries. That's the approved ketchup potato meal thing. So.
I mean, it's like going to a fancy restaurant and asking for steak sauce.
Yeah. Or like my stepdad, he always orders his steak extremely well done. And it's like, there's a really, really good steak restaurant where my older brother lives. And it was years ago, but my brother my folks visited, my mom and my stepdad visited my brother, and he took them to this incredibly high-end steakhouse, right? It's on the top of one of the buildings in one of the most expensive cities in the area. And like, we're talking a steak is like, you're spending a minimum of $160, right? It's like, these are not cheap. And then the expensive steaks, like there's one like Wagyu beef, like certain cuts, like crazy cut of meat, and it was like a 6-ounce version of that steak was like $260, $270 for like a 6-ounce steak. Crazy, right? So he takes my folks there, and when my stepdad orders, they're like, "How do you like your steak done?" And he's like, "Extremely well done." And the the waitress, like, she did like this double take, like, "Can you clarify that for me?" And he's like, "Yeah, extremely well done." And yeah, when they brought it out, I mean, it was it was extremely well done. And it was just, I'm sure the cook was just like, "What the hell is this person is insane. You lose so much of the flavor when you do that." It's just like, but yeah, that's all. So I don't think my brother took him to that restaurant after that. I think that was the one and only time that they went there. And my mom, right? You know what my mom orders? My brother took him to this really fancy steakhouse. Stepdad orders a steak, extremely well done. What did my mom order? Salmon. And I'm like, "What are you doing?"
It's a steak.
The whole point of this place is like the best steak you will ever have, and you're ordering salmon. She's like, "I wanted to try their salmon, it's Pacific Northwest salmon." Like, she goes, "The salmon was really good." And I'm like, "Well, I'm sure it was, but Jesus." Yeah, my folks are certified. Okay,
Aren't
I think
all parents crazy?
Yeah, I would say you're a pretty good bet. My dad is certainly crazy. My dad has the blanket excuse of why he's smarter than like everybody around him is that he's older. He's like, "I'm older than you. I'm more experienced in the world than you. Therefore, therefore nothing you say holds any merit." Even on
logic.
Even on topics that like he has never dipped his toe in at all, like venture capital, right? So my older brother has literally been a part of 4 different startups that went through the venture capital process. And my brother was talking to my dad about the venture capital world and how it works. And Dad's like, "That's not how it works. Like, this is how it works. This is how you do it." And my brother's like, "No, that's really not how you do it. Like, I've been through this 4 times. This is not how it works." And my dad was like, "Well, you're just not experienced enough. Like, I've been around. Like, I've been around I'm older and I've been around. So this is how this works." And he just would not listen to rational thought. Like, he was just like, "No, this is how it works." But it's super frustrating when that's the person's stance. It's just like immovable.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a big believer that often wisdom trumps knowledge, but it doesn't always.
Well, to have wisdom, you have to have experience in said thing, right?
Yeah.
Having wisdom does not mean I'm old, therefore I know everything. That's
right.
That's my dad's take. Like, on any topic, he is older, therefore he knows more. And it's like,
yep.
What about going to the doctor? Do you know more than your doctor? This doctor went through 12 years of school, residency, like the whole thing. Do you know more than the doctor? No? Well, okay then. That means experience and knowledge and at least teaching is worth it, but yeah, if my dad thinks that he knows more about a topic, it doesn't compute that somebody might know more about something that he thinks he knows more about. It's just frustrating. But I mean, that can be true for anybody. Everybody can have those fallacies of thought. Even me, like I'm not immune to that shit. So, I thought I knew. Several years ago, 2-3 years ago, I thought I knew what was up. I thought I knew how the world works. Turns out, I was way off. So, but I'm always willing to learn something new, which is not universal. Not everybody is willing to change their thoughts or their beliefs. New data, I'm okay with getting new data in some way, shape, or form. My opinions are malleable for the most part. And the hard realization of not everybody's like that hurts. Because if we all just sort of allowed new information to percolate our brains, I think the world would be a better place. How much honey do I have? I don't know. I think it takes these hives like a little bit of time to reset themselves, or at least like percolate a little bit. All right. So the metal we're getting here, that will go in here and help that. I've already filled the wood up. I need to fill the planks up, which are this one here. This one's long. It's not super important. I want to monitor all of this. How are we doing over here? Most excellent. One thing I can do while we're chugging along here is just sort of scan for random places I might have missed. Little single squares. They are really annoying. There was another super cool mod that I really wanted to use, but it's not compatible with multiplayer for some reason.
Weird.
And it's called the Follow Me mod, and it's an AI agent that you can hire that literally just follows whatever you set, right? So you set like you drive up behind a vehicle and then you click the whatever hotkey and it sets. You can set to follow it, and you can set it to offset a follow. So you can even have it offset if it's like a bale wrapper. You can have it offset and have the bale wrapper come out the side. So it's very, very handy. But yeah, completely incompatible with multiplayer for whatever reason. I don't know why. Like normal AI agents, crossplay, those are all compatible with multiplayer. We can all use those. But yeah, for some reason, the Follow Me mod is not, which is unfortunate, because there are many instances where it would be super helpful.
I wonder if maybe it uses the multiplayer clients or something like that to control the following.
No, I think it's just, I mean, from what I looked at, it basically like uses the AI agent framework, which is just all the AI agent stuff does, right? They're just drive strategies. I've looked at all the code to try to edit the harvesters to fix how soon they slow down. So the drive strategies, right? The AI agents are just like following a code loop. And if you're following another vehicle, that's, I think, the difference. Is the thing that they're following is also moving, right? So, you know, there could be a weird disconnect in multiplayer to where something is when you see it to where it actually is on the server. So if you set something to follow, and it just might screw it up. But again, the server is the thing that controls that. Even if a client visually is off, the behavior should be set. So yeah, I don't know fundamentally why it's not compatible. That's my guess, is that the thing it's following is also moving, and it could be not happy with that. Well, I must have really painted this well, because I don't see any other shenanigans here, although I could be just missing them. A little tuft mist right there.
How is that unreachable? Oh.
So you still enjoying the oxygen expansion pack? Or the expansion?
Yeah. Took a little break from it, but playing it again, and yeah, it's fun.
We got to decide what minimal set of mods we want to use for the Vanilla Plus Factorio. And the thing about that is, like, I'm fairly sure we would be able to get through the entire game in 2 streams. Right? We would in the vanilla game, getting through the whole thing, launching the rocket. I think we're so good at Factorio, and we've played such crazy ass mods, that it would almost seem like too easy. Playing it without mods, it'd be like, you know, we don't have Bobs, we don't have Space Exploit, we don't have any of those mods installed. It's like, oh, iron, copper, steel, we're done. Like, because yeah, when we get into Space Age, when we finally start that stream series, that is going to be, we're going to take as long as we can, and it's going to be a Vanilla Plus. Like, we're going to have the same sort of mods for that. You know, long reach, although that's kind of built in now. Long reach is sort of built into the game, I think, from what I read in the Friday Facts.
If I remember correctly, yes.
But like Bob's Inserters, I'm sure he is gonna. You see, if I was the company, what's the name of the company? It's a weird name of the company, right? Like Woob, yeah. It's like Boob, only different. I would actually, like, maybe 2 weeks before the release date in October, I would reach out to Bob, to Deadlock, you know, the big mod makers, and I would be like, here's an NDA, here's an early version of the expansion, and allow them time to update all of their mods, and then the day the expansion hits, post all their new mods, like all their updated mods. That way, day one, the people who have, like, the mods they can't really live without, and for me, that's like Bob's adjustable inserters. I can't imagine playing the game without that mod, right? Like, it's just so much easier to set up factories with that mod. I mean, if I was the game, I would actually integrate that functionality into the base game. Flat, no stop. Like, that's my opinion on that. But we can't have everything, right?
Myself, I could deal with literal vanilla.
Sure.
But I know you're gonna need at least Bob's adjustable.
I just like it's just I don't want my brain, and I'm surprised you're not like this too. But I don't mind a challenge, but when it comes to especially like the inserters, like I've seen videos of factories, I've seen little inserter arms. There's no reason why these things can't be placed or used at various angles. There's no logical reason for that, which is why my sort of brain sort of rejects it out of hand. Like, come on, like at least allow us to set different angles and stuff. It doesn't make sense to me that you wouldn't allow that.
Shoot. That's why. You know, out of all the changes in that were presented with the DLC for this, one of the actually surprisingly useful ones is the I think you know about it, the Oxalite sconce.
Oh, yeah, a little fixture that you can put oxalate in, and you know.
Yeah. Because the game can kind of, when you have too many pipes, whether it be, you know, gas or liquid pipes, that's one of the biggest hits in the game. Just because you have to make them so long, you know? If you want oxygen pipes that deliver to all corners of your base, that's a lot of freaking pipe.
Yeah. Well, and then, I mean, yeah, the base game didn't have a way to actually create oxalate. Once you ran out, that was it. Like, you ran out. But now
actually,
there's a plant that does it. The plant that gives it,
Yep.
right?
There was a way. I don't think when vanilla was first released, I don't remember if it existed, but yeah, there's a oxalite generation thing, but it takes obviously oxygen, but also gold, and gold was, you know, a little precious, so it was a bit tough to do that. And then there is a secondary way too of puffs. I think you played the game when puffs existed.
Yeah.
It's the flying ones.
Mm-hmm.
If you allow them to change forms, they can evolve into let's see, the Prince, I believe, does it as well, but they're not as efficient. You only get 25% of the oxalate out of oxygen. They inhale oxygen and then they poo oxalate. And then there's a dense puffed that you get a much better return on. But that's also kind of a complicated way of doing it. But regardless of whether it existed or not before, the plant method is much easier. Much.
Oh, and hey, Tom, how's it going? Puffed ranches
as
are not
Tom.
that easy to set up. Yeah.
Yep. I think one of the things that kind of, not necessarily completely gates it, but one of the things that makes it a lot easier is if you have auto sweepers. And those are not only fairly high in the tech tree, but they also require you to have a dupe that has enough skill points to get the to be able to build them.
Gotta have the skills.
Yep, gotta have the skills. I can look at the tech tree too to kind of tell you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, they have to have 5 spare skill points to be able to even build them. And usually, you know, you're going to want that on a construction dupe, not a, you know, like a supplier dupe, because otherwise they'll just never build them. My brain knows I was going somewhere with that, but the other half of it has no clue.
So any longtime viewers of my channel, which I understand there are some out there, can always sort of gauge how like involved I am in the game, or how interested, or fun is really not the word I would use. I mean, yeah, it's fun, but more like enjoyable. How enjoyable a game is to me by the streams, right? When we stream it, how long do I stream? What do I do during the stream? Like, the fact that last Saturday, I streamed for 11 hours, and even then, it was 10 o'clock at night for me, and I was hungry. And if you watch the very end of the stream, I am still like running around doing shit in the game, which that means something. That actually means something to, like, I realized it after the fact that the enjoyment I get out of a game. There are some games, 7 days, where we cover it and I'm just like checked out, right? We do 7 hours or 8 hours and I'm just like checked out, or even some games are even worse than that. Or I'm just like, I'm just not engaged. And for some reason, this game is like, it's sort of a mindless enjoyment. Like, I can play this game and, you know, tap into a little bit of that old, like, 8-year-old in the sandbox mentality that I had, you know, as an 8-year-old in the sandbox playing with my toys. I don't know why it's engaged, like why I'm so engaged, but it's also, you know, quite unlike other games that we've covered, which is another thing for me, is it's unique enough, it's providing enough difference, because I honestly, I try not to use the B word too much, but I honestly was getting massively burned out on the various games that we covered. Massively. And I really wanted to avoid the catastrophic repercussions of that as much as possible. So that was 13.8 million liters. A little less than I thought we were going to get off of that. So I don't know why we got less than that, but this guy got 7.5. It's exactly how much I thought we should have gotten. $7.5 million liters. I'm gonna put this. Well, this is gonna go in the fermenting silo, but I need to first make some hay in that other one. So. And then maybe some chaff. So, what do we want to do about that? How about we go in here? We turn off the crafts. We've got water in here now, so we don't have to worry about that. But I don't want to have this enabled without at least the bonuses in there. So I'll turn that off, and then I can put it in. And I made the storage on here like so high that, I mean, the odds of filling that up, it's like 50 million. So I'm not too. But the other one here, this is getting the grass in here, which is turning into hay. For now, yeah. I want hay out of this. Hey. That way I can move the hay over to the other one and get the bonus out of it. Because I want to use this to get some chaff from the corn. That'll give me at least a little boost. It'll use some corn, but that's okay because we didn't fill up this with well, we don't really have too much oats. We have oats there and only 700k in there. So yeah, the amount of corn we're going to get out of that field is going to be pretty substantial. So grabbing like a border of chaff is a good idea. And then this metal, now that we have this color coded, now it'll be easy to spot. Any more metal outside of this, when we empty this trailer, then we can fill it back up. But this will be specifically for metal for the carpenter. So we don't need that hooked up very much. We do need these. Whoa. Right, because this should be full of wood chips. This is our first prefab wall trailer ready to go. Try to get as many of these . Rest of the grapes in there, made into raisins. So as soon as we can harvest next month the corn, we're gonna start pumping out the cereal. I don't remember when the best time to sell the cereal. Yeah, these graphs are all sorts of wrong. So I'm thinking like winter is the best time, but I could be completely wrong about that. Unfortunately. No. This thing is so prone to jacking. All right. Raison. That'll be a couple of minutes. Another set of electric charge, but electric charge, as far as value goes, has gone down. Yeah, like way down. This is just all over the place. God, I really wish there was a command or something, some way of forcing that to be recalculated. If I knew what file that was coming out of, I would do it, but I think it's one of the embedded cache files. So we need to grab those wood chips. Where be a wood chip thingy McDougal? Again, shingles are good. Those are going up. As soon as those hit 1 million, we can turn those off again. Because I don't like them stuttering. We may need more beams. We definitely need more planks. And, yeah. See, there's always something to do with this mega farm sort of mindset. There's always something to do. Like, I need to get... I need to get the plows working on this field up here. So what we do is, this is the mow the grass field, right? I've already mowed this. I don't need this anymore. This is, I don't want to use the plow to do this because it's not a good idea. So we're going to delete this custom field. We're going to take a plow. Go back up to here. Go here. How about the one in the front? Can we get the one in the front? There we go. So, the plows are obviously going to go north-south. So we want a nice buffer north and south. But enough, it's got to be less than, say, the width of a plow. Because when it's all done, then I go around the top and the bottom and get my final line. Right, I merge the two fields, so this is going to be all one giant field. But there are different strategies that I use here. So when it comes to the edge, I go in a ways. I don't know exactly where my edge is going to be, and I don't want to, like, I want to try. I'm trying to be efficient as I possibly can here. So the bottom, give yourself a distance. The side, give yourself a distance. We got to hit Y to create fields. And now, when we get to the other side, we can get our final line. So you offset it from the road a little bit. Because when we mow this field, we're going to mow north-south. And we're going to use 2 mowers. Well, 2 of those forage mowers. And there'll be 1 on each side. And we'll do 1 headlands and then cross, like, you know, just like I normally do. But I want to get this before I spray, because when I spray the fertilizer for the other field, I also need to spray the fertilizer in this, so might as well just do it in one shot on both fields. I thought that would be pretty efficient. So this line, I want to line it up with the actual, like, edge of the field here. As much as I... One more? Pretty sure that doesn't. I just want to double check. Yep. Okay. Now, this. Because the edges, we're gonna when we generate the path to plow the middle, we're gonna add a buffer so it'll actually offset inside the field, so it won't ruin the sides of the field. But the top and the bottom do get it's in a regular line, so that's why you leave enough of a buffer to cover that, and then you just plow it once on the top and the bottom with your final size, and that defines the field. It's the fastest way that I've done field creation on this big map, so this 4x map, because if I were to manually plow one row at a time this field without course play, it would be the rest of the stream would be plowing this field, because it is a huge area and we're doing it 26 meters at a time, and it's brutal doing it by hand. So doing with course play is 100% the option. It's just, you know, a little bit more involved to do it with course play. Okay, you want to give a nice big buffer, especially so it can turn around. Grab that little dirt, grab that little grass. Yeah, the amount of silage and methane and stuff we're going to get out of this. This grass field it's going to be vital for the survival of our farm. Let me just put it that way. Okay, so we're going to back away. Be careful with the plow because it's set to create fields. So we come down here. Make sure that line is good. Come in here. Yeah. And just basically through experience that you kind of learn the tools and you learn the offsets and sort of learn this stuff over time. But yeah, I literally played this all day yesterday. Not all day. And then Thursday, I think I played it all day. I just, like, after the stream on Wednesday, after that dev stream, man, my brain was fried after that. And I'm really, really trying not to get burned out on the development of that mod. Right? Vintage Engineering has been a beast of a project. And I really want to see it through. So anytime that, like, anytime in the day where I'm like, God, I really don't want to work on it. Like, I don't force myself to, because then it would be like, yeah, it would not be wise.
Then it becomes a job, and I mean,
well,
which technically it still kind of is, but
yeah, I am treating it like a job, but getting burned out on it and saying, there's no interest in it, nobody cares. You know, it's like you start saying that kind of stuff to yourself, and it's sort of like poisons. You know, it poisons your mind a little.
Yep.
And you know, I'm trying to avoid that. And Anyway, so yeah, I'm excited. It's like, here's the biggest problem for me, and I know this would be, a lot of people would sort of identify with this. I want the mod to be done, because when it's done, it's gonna be fucking awesome, right? As far as Vintage Story goes, it's gonna be fucking awesome. You're gonna have machines, you're gonna have automation, you're gonna have power systems all the way through, multi-blocks. It's gonna be incredible. I think it's gonna be incredibly popular. But the amount of work it takes to get to that point is a lot. It's a lot. And so I want to play the finished mod. I want to get into the game, progress through the game, and then work into getting through the mod and just having a blast getting the automation and power systems and all that stuff up and running. Especially now that pipes are done. That is a huge game changer. Getting those pipes in, oh my god. Being able to auto sort your shit is like crazy. Being able to just pull stuff out of a chest and then put stuff into things. Like, granted, I haven't tweaked and played and done a lot with the quality of life stuff with that, but the fact that it works,
Sorry, puppy.
the fact that it works is crazy. And so moving stuff around, like, much easier with that. And like, for me, I just am, oh man, I want the mod to be done so everybody can enjoy what I have in my mind, like what the finished thing is. All right. Field center. Nope. Island bypass. So this is important when you're doing plows. Island bypass, you just no bypass. And then field margin, you want this to be damn near the max. So 5.8. Right? You want this to be the max. I don't know why 5.8 is the max. I have no idea why they picked that as the max. But what that does is it takes the border of the field and it pops it in. And I think it's like 6 meters. So it pops the borders in, so that way your implements, the raising and lowering of your, all of that stuff, it's compressed inside the field a little bit more. If you don't have the border, or if you don't have the margin, you can completely scramble all of your edges. So definitely do that. And again, this might take a hot minute. So let's generate course. So yeah, you can see the UI doesn't clickety-clack anymore. And if I click away, the screen wouldn't go away, but it would as soon as it's done. Then it disappears, and that's when I play single player. That's when I know it actually is done. But for now, I'll just leave this up here because I don't want to tell people that it's like missing or something. But yeah, the course will appear in here, inside of here when it's done. So it's just this is how long it takes to do this. But anyway, yeah, the vintage engineering, like, the other painful thing is, like, I went through like a 2 or 3 week process designing and going back and forth with Blue Lightning on the multi-block system, with the multi-blocks and the mini dimension renderings. Like, I went through the whole thing, and right at the end, we got the final version of the design document done, and he just got swamped at work, like absolutely swamped, and he has not been able to do anything. And it's like, that's the next big challenge with the mod, is building that system. And I really didn't want to. I was really hoping that he could smash that thing out in a week, because he's phenomenal. He's 10 times the programmer I am. Like, he's a phenomenal programmer, but he is incredibly swamped at work. And so I just kind of have to just bide my time, which is why I did the fluid tank, right? That was on my to-do list. The fluid tank was a big thing that I wanted to get done. And so that's that's like half done. So the end of this is going to be iffy. We have this end here. I really wish the courseplay would automatically detect what tools you didn't need, right? Because this, let's say you have the center. Center goes down, over, up. Well, like you need the center and maybe the right to come down, but not the left. The left can stop up here. You don't need the left at all. So
Got a comment in chat, or more of a question, but
maybe you don't take sugar during. I don't eat a lot of sugar, period. I had to stop eating sugar. So, yeah. I have a lot of coffee.
guys our age and weight class basically can't really have too much sugar intake.
Yeah, I ruined myself. If you're young, and by young I mean under 40, stop drinking soda. If you want to do one thing in your life today that you can do fairly easily to benefit your health for the next 40 years, stop drinking soda. Stop drinking any massively sugary drinks. Anything. It doesn't even have to be soda. Energy drinks, like massive amounts of sugar will ruin your body. Ruin it. So just stop.
If it was pure cane sugar or something like that, that'd be one thing. But yeah, the high fructose corn syrup is dialed up to 11 as far as the damage it does to you.
Well, I don't do qualifier statements like that. Sugar in general, just avoid as much as possible. All right, so this is the right side. And I want to copy. First waypoint. I feel the cat. God damn it. What do you want? Yeah, you're just gonna stare at me and meow. I haven't quite learned English. Yeah, I know. Oh. Let's back this up. This is probably gonna... Yeah, this is... You'll see what I mean by giving yourself a buffer before you go. So watch. So he's gonna line himself up, and he's gonna lower his tool. And then, yeah, that's what I mean. Why I say what I... you want to give yourself a little bit of an edge. God damn. And then paste, and then center. And I delay running these. I give them, give them a little bit of distance. At least one segment before you start the next one, because they take just forever. So we want 40 and 13 and go. $40, 13. Paste left. What happened there, sir? Oh, Jesus. I'm an idiot, is what I am. Oh, no, he's running. What? I'm hoping he's able to... I just have to wait until he starts. Come on. Okay, so he's definitely able to create fields. Okay. Nearest waypoint. You can continue. Then come up here. And allow create fields. That's what I was missing. And then this guy. Left. And all right. And the way that it does the lanes and stuff, they usually don't interfere. That's why you want to give them distance, but they will, if you do them right, they will stop and wait for the one in front of it to go, because they are aware. If you chain them up, they are aware of one another. So this guy is taking his sweet ass time turning around. But yeah, this is going to process all of these things. And we are going to need... Where's my forage wagon? It's over here, right? Oh, left this one on? Really? Can we dump the rest of this out? Nope. A lot of it. Oh, maybe not. Taking its sweet ass time there. Is this thing empty? It is. Excellent. Remember, I wanted at least one round of chaff. And I think it's the perfect month to do this. Yes, 6 out of 6. That's your best chaff potential. But one trip around should give me quite a lot. While these things operate up here. So this is, I wish there was a way to add an alert. Like, hey, when you're on the last run, like when the one in front is on the last run, pop an alert. That way I can run in here and stop the ones that I don't want, because they'll collide their asses in here, right? This one will come around and come around here, and then it'll be like, oh, I'm just turning here, and it's just gonna be like, it's gonna be an absolute mess. So anyway, let's get this guy set up. No, I want to set this guy to 40 maybe. You can see how much chaff we're getting. Yeah, when you have the yield of harvest, which on this map is amplified, and then you have the chaff, which is a multiplier on the yield. And I didn't change that, and it's the game's default yield multiplier is 7. You get 7 times the chaff out of corn. It's the highest chaff yield of any of the crops. So that's 3 million chaff that I got. We might fill this trailer up. If I go around this field once. God damn it, cat. You gotta give me warning when you want to jump in my lap. I don't have the board. I don't have the board set under my chair. I have to set this board under here. So it doesn't fall off. Yeah. Otherwise, she falls right off the edge. Which is amusing, but...
Does she do that thing where she gets so comfortable that she just starts sprawling out?
She can, yeah, she will spread her legs and literally push herself right off the chair. She's done that several times. Yeah, and then she doesn't understand why I'm laughing so hard. She's like, "Why are you laughing?" It's warm and sticky in here. I need to turn my air conditioner on. Well, that reminds me, I got another air conditioner for my bedroom yesterday. The air conditioner I bought a couple years ago, like, I bought it and I thought, oh, this is a good deal. It was like $50, and it's a small air conditioner because it's just cools my bedroom. And so yeah, it was like $50, and I was like, this is a good deal. Well, turns out that's pretty damn cheap. And this year, like most of the month of July, it was completely ineffectual. The warmer it is outside, it would just stop cooling the air if the temperature outside gets to like 80. If it's 80 degrees outside, it doesn't even blow cold air. Not even a little. So we had a pretty good amount of heat this summer. And I'd go into my bedroom at night and it would be warmer in my bedroom than out here where I had this other air conditioner out here. And I was like, God damn it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got another one. There's a store here it's not going out of business. It's getting merged with another bigger franchise. So they're having a giant sale in the store, and we're talking 20% off most everything in the store. Not everything, but most everything. Like tools are an exception, but most everything else is on sale, like a big sale. And then since I know somebody who works there, he was willing to also give me his employee discount. So I got the air conditioner for 35% off. Which, to me, is the best thing of all. That's a phenomenal good deal. I got, before taxes, it was like a $280 air conditioner. I got it for $190.
Very nice.
Yeah. Incredible good deal. And he was like, let me know how it works. And as I was driving home, I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't know if I want to set it up this year. Right? Like, it's too late in the year. I don't want to take the one I have because it's a window unit. I don't want to take the one in that because when I put it into the window in the spring, it's like in the window, and I have it like insulated and taped around, so I can just leave it all summer and not worry about it. And it's like, I don't want to take that out and then swap it, because now it's getting cool enough at night. We're late enough in the year. It's getting cool enough at night where the thing actually is effective. But yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that was like 16 million chaff. in one round. Imagine doing that whole field. How much chaff you would get. Like, that was one round around the field. That was 16 million chaff. I'm guessing you would get 40 to 50 million chaff out of that field if you did that, which is insane. That's an insane amount of chaff. But this thing can process really effing fast. We're gonna once I put some hay into this, we're gonna see just how crazy fast this thing is. But hay's gonna take a hot minute. The faster way to get hay would be to like dump one of these out, which I'm kind of curious how that would work. Because there's 3 million in there. What does 3 million grass look like? Like in a pile. Can you TED? Can you put a tedder through that much? We can experiment. We can experiment and see how that works. You know. I'm kind of curious myself. Drive forward and just force dump it out on the ground and just like then get a tedder and just go over it with a tedder and it just directly converts it to hay. That's the faster way to do it. It costs money to do it in a machine or in a farm factory. So, that's a lot of chow. All right, how are my plows doing? I got to keep an eye on these. I cannot forget that these things are doing their thing. But yeah, you can see sort of the bumpy, weird nature of the top and the bottom. And it's weirdly inconsistent, too. Let's give this guy set destination. Here. That destination. Here. Why can't I... What? Why can't I set the destination for this guy? Huh. Great job. Well, you can only use that job twice? It's just go to. Weird. Enter. Delete. Clear. Clear. Yeah. You can't. Okay, well, I'll drive this one manually. Why not? So these, going forward, as we buy land, when I get enough land to buy a whole field, then I use these 3 to mow that field to get all the grass, because that's just money on the ground. Yeah, you could plow it with the grass, and then that would get the first fertilization layer, but I got plenty of fertilizer. I can spray a fertilizer layer on. I'm not worried about that. Bronc. I'm not sure if that comment is supposed to insult me or I don't know. That's a weird comment. This is definitely not one of those. So you must be talking about another stream. Because that ain't me.
Maybe he's just mumbling to himself.
Yeah, well, a first, and that's your first comment. I don't know if that was you're trying to insult me, or something, but yeah, I don't know what would give you that idea looking at my stream. Like, there's nothing about my stream that would give you that impression.
And that's for the other stream for anybody on.
Yeah, that's the green app.
Wondering.
Yep. I honestly think horseplay, at least, whatever allows you to drive things, actually looks at this texture, this gravel texture, and it treats it like a road. I have seen many times using that go-to command. It actually uses that white gravel texture as a road. It like automatically sees like, oh, this isn't grass, this is like a white gravel texture. This is obviously a road. It's kind of cool. I didn't know it when I painted the white gravel texture. I have no idea it did that, but I've seen that behavior. God damn it! Wrong. Can I enter vehicle? There we go. I don't know why in one menu it's enter vehicle, and in the other menu it's cancel job. Like, no, I don't want to cancel job. Like, that's the opposite of what I want. See, it's like that guy popped in, said that, and left. Right? Like, what? Human beings are funny. They're just funny.
I wonder if it was a commercial.
No. Well,
I mean,
it could be a vain attempt. I mean, she has completely corrupted the entire Google system. Did you hear about that? Did you hear what her campaign did?
No, I hadn't heard about that. So, I'm not surprised.
What they did, the most insane thing, like, if you are a human being, a rational human being, and you hear this and you still want to support that person, then all hope is lost for you. What she did, what her campaign did, I mean, I doubt she personally did it, but she obviously was involved and approved it. So her campaign built fake news stories. Like they looked like they were from like CNN, right? They built a fake like news web page that looked like it was CNN or some other mainstream media regarding like incredible support, blah 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 blah. Then they bought Google AdWords that related to her or her campaign, right? And so when you would search on Google, they bought those keywords, so the first results would be these news article looking links like CNN, blah 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 blah. And people would look at these and see, oh my goodness, like CNN is reporting a massive outpouring of support, blah 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 blah, right? Completely fabricated. Completely fabricated. And like, to me, that is the work of an insane person. That is the work of somebody you don't want anywhere near power. You don't want anywhere near an office of any kind that has power. Like, that is pure manipulation. Right. Like, and the things that she said, like, just, I'm sorry, but how is this person polling so high? There must be a massive volume of crazy people. That's the only thing I can think of. It's just a bunch of crazy people. And they're just like bought lock, stock, and barrel, and just can't think for themselves, right? Or they're just so far gone in their TDS that they just will accept whatever is spoon-fed them. Which to me is even crazy. Like, we hate this guy so much, we will literally put a warmongering communist into power and forego all of our rights. Who does that? Like,
Yeah.
who the fuck does that? Like, we don't like this person so much, and we accuse this person of being anti-democracy, and we will literally sacrifice our democracy in order to put this other person into power. Like, I'm sorry, but that is a psychopath's version of events. So it's just funny. It's funny to me that this person is polling so high, and there are certain polls that are more believable than others. The actual market. There's actually a website that you can put real money down and bet. Basically, it's like a sports betting system where you put real money down and bet on a certain candidate. And it's scary how much value that she has. Now, that could be artificially inflated. They could be using fucking campaign funds for that shit. You don't know how corrupt that shit is, so that's what could be going on. But the fact that she's like 54% or something like that, the last time I looked at it, terrifying. Why so many people would forego their basic rights of this country to be like, oh, I'd rather have her than this other person. Like, I just don't understand. And then, boss, I have to say, the more I learned about her VP candidate, the scarier I was. Like, this guy is so far off the rails. I don't know how the hell he even got into office. Like, your state must be out of their goddamn mind.
Oh yeah.
Like,
it doesn't even resemble what it was even 10 years ago.
Like, what is going on that this is the guy? Like, it's crazy. This man is out of his mind. So yeah, I am just like, I mean, I don't think our country is going to be devolved into like too much craziness, but I
hopefully there's enough good people in, left to overcome any BS that occurs.
I don't have faith in that at all. But the sentiment that, like, I don't think we could survive another 4 years of what the last 4 years. I just don't think. Economically, certainly not. Politically, I just don't think it's possible for us to go down this road for another 4 years and come out the end of it with any resemblance of unity or country, faith in the system. I just don't think it's possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's, it is what it is, but kind of frightening. And I try to be optimistic on certain points. I try to be like, it's not all bad or blah blah blah. It's just like, it is pretty bad.
Yeah, it's really tough to be optimistic.
Anybody that denies that it's pretty bad right now, it's like they don't understand how bad it is. All right. So the one thing we are going to need is...
Did you hear about back in 2016? There was another related to Google and manipulating search results, but this wasn't done by the campaign. It was done by Google themselves. It had to have been.
Facebook. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg outwardly admitted already.
Yeah.
That they suppressed the laptop story specifically on request of the Democrats. He was like, yeah, this story was artificially suppressed across the board, across the entire site. So to me, when I hear that kind of stuff, and then I hear people still saying, oh, we need to support, it's like, don't you understand the whole, like, it gives true meaning to the term sheeple, if you've ever heard that.
Yeah.
Or the phrase, or calling them NPC. It gives accurate, like, reflection of that mentality of, we're just going to go along with whatever they say. And we're just going to do it. Bronk, go fuck yourself. Seriously. I don't know what you do in your life, but you need to find some meaning. You need to find something. Because I don't know what's wrong with you. If you just heard the last 20 minutes and that's your response, you're obviously trying to troll somebody. And if that's your life, if your day is improved by trolling somebody, then you just go fuck yourself. Like, that's what it is. So I don't really care how you fuck yourself, but you just go fuck yourself. So yeah, if you continue being a dick like that, I'm just gonna straight up ban you from the channel. So, you know, do however you want, but I don't have time for bullshit or trolls. Trolls are just bullies in virtual space. And then the worst part about it is they don't think they have any accountability. They just try to get a rise out of people. And they just laugh when they get a rise out of it. It's like, if that is your life, you have a sad, pathetic existence. If that's your life. An absolutely pathetic existence. Yeah, it's I have no sympathy for people that do it. Nor any patience. But you do you. Go to somebody else's channel. Fuck with them. I don't care. AOC fanboys. Jesus Christ. Are you kidding me? There's evil in the world, and then there's AOC. And Omar. Another shining example of Minnesota. Ilhan Omar. Like, Jesus Christ. How can you put into power, and I know how she was elected. I know the process the Democrats went through to elect her. But how can you have somebody in office who actively works against the very Constitution she swore an oath and not impeach this person and get them the fuck out of office? Like, really? You're gonna go through? You're literally gonna have a prime minister of Somalia on your campaign, right? And it's like the stuff that they were saying, like, I work for Somalia every day, and it's like, bitch, you were elected in the U.S. Constitution, like the U.S. Congress. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is backwards world. It really is. So yeah, I just like, what the fuck? what are we doing? Okay, I need to purchase. I think I only have one sprayer. I think. Oh no, I have two. Excellent. I don't need to buy. Yeah. Apologize, everybody. Green app is kind of full of some spicy in it.
Yeah, it does. It does have more free speech, but the problem is it has more free speech, and people feel more emboldened to
And I don't,
give said speech.
I love free speech.
Yep.
I don't think free speech should be curtailed unless it threatens somebody. You know, there are definitely limitations that I absolutely believe in. You don't threaten anybody, right? You don't incite violence. You don't directly say, "Hey, let's do this or that." Like, you don't do that. Because there are idiots out there who will just run with it. And you got to protect yourself a little bit from the mindless sheeple out there. But otherwise, speak your mind. I don't fucking care. You can't.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter. I'm not sensitive. I'm not a snowflake. I don't melt at the first sign of heat. It's just like, whatever. And if you're so sensitive that somebody's words, like, trigger you or offend you, then lock yourself in a bubble, isolate yourself on an island, and don't talk to anybody. Because the first thing if you came out in a group of people and said, "Oh, I prefer this or this or that," right? If you came out and said that, I can guarantee you that there's somebody in that crowd who will do the exact opposite of what you just said. That's human nature. And that's how the world works, baby. Like, so, it's a minefield, but it's an understandable one. It's a predictable one. All right, I'm going to hire the worker here. We're going to jump down here. Oh, no, shit. Okay.
Plants have died.
What?
Oh, sorry, in Viking.
Oh, yeah. I was like, who died? No, okay. A dupe. They're replaceable. I thought for sure I had the other. That's not what I wanted. I wanted. Where the hell did that other... Oh. No. Where did the other plant, or where did the other sprayer go? There were two of them right here. Am I going crazy?
I gotta wait till the stream catches up.
Where did it go? I ran over here. I was like, grab a sprayer. And I was like, oh, we have two sprayers already. I don't need to buy a second one.
I could have swore there was a second one.
I ran over here and I was like, oh, there's two over here.
Is it on the south side of that?
Turn this goddamn.
The field?
Oh, right. I'm looking at this part of the field. I need to be looking at this part of the field. Right. Thank you very much. That. So I am going crazy. It's just a different kind of. We're gonna hire this, and then we're gonna come up here. fire this. We're going to come back down here. Yeah, Europe, Ray, Europe is, I don't know how old that, 450? I don't know how old that is. Europe is in really bad shape. And it's their
I
own.
think Ray might be European.
And it's their own
So
fault. I mean, it is largely the way that they've been electing officials. So, UK has absolutely lost its mind. That literally people are being put in prison for stuff they post on Facebook. There was one guy that was just given 20 months in prison for a Facebook post for saying that, like, talking about immigrants and how they stab people and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's a cliche, it's a stereotype, but it's actually also true. Like, the crime rates in these countries are skyrocketing. The violent crimes are skyrocketing. And 80 to 90% of the cases are the illegal immigrants that they're bringing into the country. And it's like this guy just posted on Facebook the same thing, the same sentiment, and he got 20 months in prison. There's a video of the judge sentencing this one. And that's one of several examples. They're actually arresting, they're actually going through Facebook, finding their residents, finding the posts they make, and then going to their house and arresting them for, like, hateful speech. Once you start doing that, if you don't change anything, I don't know why the wings on these are starting to wig out. It doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. Like there's a weird error with the terrain. But once you start doing that, the country is largely lost. If people are unable to speak their mind and criticize those in power never leave power unless something really drastic, right? Because once those in power can exert their will heedlessly on the population, things don't get better. Let me put it that way. They don't get better. So, you know, it's a cautionary tale. I need to purchase another stone picker. Come on, there you go. I think I did white and gray. No, I did blue and gray. Yeah. I think this is.
Another one that's just really weird is Canada. Just the decline of Canada.
Yeah, it happens fast. Once you start shaving away the rights, once you start shaving away people's freedoms, the snowball effect really takes a hold, and it really has an impact. And people don't realize like how fast it can happen, but yeah,
Damn near to the point where we might have to build a wall on the north side.
Yeah, I was watching a streamer, like somebody I've been watching for years, and this guy must be so disconnected from what's going on in the world, right? He must be so disconnected. So I was watching him. He was playing the Fallout London mod, And he was talking in there about, he was just, again, these are like 5-hour long streams that he was doing. There's 5 or 6 of them now. So he just kind of talks, but he's, you know, he's been a streamer on Twitch for a really long time. And I didn't know that. I've just been watching his YouTube channel. But he, you know, he's done large, like mostly Skyrim mods he's covered. Like every week he'll cover a new Skyrim mod, etc., etc. And like he was talking on there about, like, somebody asked him in chat, like, hey, if you were to move to a new country, a different country, where would you move to? And this is a guy who was like, from what I could gather, like lived most of his life in New York, and now he's not in New York. Now he's like, he moved out of the city, and now he's like, I don't know, he's still on the East Coast, but I don't know, he wasn't obviously specific about where he lives now, but he was like, just casually on, he was like, you know, I haven't really done a lot of overseas travel, you know, but, you know, honestly, probably Canada, if I was in a movie. And I was like, I was just sitting in my chair going, holy fuck, this guy must not have any idea what's going on in the world. If that is your go-to, like, oh, I think Canada, it's like, oh man. All right.
And hey, no problem with the Canadian people. You know, just their politicians.
Yeah, you know, I'm hoping Trudeau gets booted his ass out. Like, I hope they just, I'm like, enough is enough, and I'm honestly surprised it hasn't happened yet. It's amazing to me that more of the population doesn't, like, reject that kind of shit. Like, more of the population doesn't immediately go, oh, we need to course correct. This is crazy. So, you know, I think a lot of people still watch, like, the mainstream media, and they just believe it. They just, like, oh, like my dad does that. My dad just watches it. He just I'm like, Dad, you gotta watch some alternative sources. All he does is watch MSNBC, and it's just like, dude, what are you doing? He's like, no, the person I watch is fair and balanced. He, you know, and I'm like, the network he's on is. They wouldn't allow him to say anything that they disapproved of. So, like, when the entire network is corrupted, you can guarantee that nobody on that network is going to be telling. Did you see the clip from the Colbert Show?
Nope, I don't think I have.
So, Colbert on the night show now, or the late, I don't know what show. He was I think he was interviewing somebody from CNN or something, but he just casually mentioned, like, that CNN, you know, tells the news how it is, right? He just is like, the CNN just tells it how it is. And literally the audience just started laughing. It was just
awesome.
Like, it was like, yeah. It was just
Tell
like,
it like it is.
Like, yeah, CNN doesn't tell. Nobody tells it like it is. You want the full spectrum of opinions. There's only one place in the world to go right now, to get a full range of opinion. And I'm not saying everybody's right. I'm just saying it's largely uncensored. Not, you know, it's not.
There's not a thumb on the scale.
Right. It's like, the content's there. You can follow the journalists. You can get differing, you know, there's far right and far left people on Twitter or X. And you can pick and choose. But yeah, CNN, Jesus.
Ridiculous.
I need to turn shingles off. So save a little bit. Those are maxed out. Now, the wall is still going.
I'm glad that the audience laughed at him though. That's just glorious.
Yeah, and I don't know. Obviously, I don't know how many people in the audience it was. Like, because obviously it probably wasn't all of everybody.
Oh no, I'm sure not.
But
Even the audience has a bias.
But the fact that enough people thought that was amusing, that it was like, oh man, that's like makes me think like I wonder what Colbert thought. Like he said this because I always wonder like somebody who is so far off the deep end and as a public figure, just how much of the bullshit they believe, right? How much of this do they actually believe, or how much of it is just like either they're getting paid, or in some way, shape, or form it's twisted, or they're just doing it as an epic troll or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
how much of this stuff are they actually believing? There are certain people like, yes, of course, like they definitely have gone off the deep end. The Stephen King, Robert De Niro. I think there's been a few that are just
Oof.
like, it's so sad. They're so sad. These people that come out. One of the saddest was Jeff Bridges, who was in The Big Lebowski. The one that was in the Big Lebowski.
Yeah, I think it's Bridges.
It's Bridges, but it's
Really so.
Jeff. I think it's Jeff Bridges. Yeah, he came out total.
Yeah, I
like,
think it's Jeff.
White guys for Harris, like just absolute. And I was like, no, the dude cannot do this. He can't do this. Stephen King is just crazy enough. It's like, okay, whatever. Like, the guy is obviously mentally believing his own shit, but the dude, like, come on, we can't lose the dude. The dude abides. I guess he's abiding the Democrats.
Yeah.
As far as games coming out, like, I honestly, I have no idea. I know Shapes 2 is coming out soon.
Just released this week.
Is it released? Because I saw one person cover it, but I don't know if it was an early copy. It was a big channel.
It's in early access.
So it was officially done.
Yep.
Okay.
I was on the page contemplating, dare I? And I passed for now.
Yeah, I know it's eventually I'm gonna get it, but it looks really good. But again, it's like more of the same of the shapes. Like, I'm not sold on the whole like big islands thing, right? Like, here's a finite amount of space. I like just the flat canvas of the first game. I like that. Like, here's a huge area. Do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I need another.
Because, yeah, that was one of the big things about the original, is that it was so simplistic but scalable, if that makes sense.
Yep. Do you see what they did with Dyson Sphere in the last? That they just updated Dyson Sphere, and I was going through the patch notes before the stream, and I was just like, there was one change they made. The whole logistics stuff, that's great, but they made a change to the belts. That never.
The vertical?
Yeah, where you can like take a belt and go straight up or straight down.
Yep.
And I was like, that's a weird. I mean, I'm not fundamentally against that, but I know a lot of people are gonna not like that change. A lot of purists out there are gonna be like, "What the hell? Like this breaks physics." And I was like, "That's a weird. I mean, I'm not fundamentally against that, but I know a lot of people are gonna not like that change. A lot of purists out there are gonna be like, "What the hell? Like this breaks physics." And so I when I saw that, I was like, that's a weird, it's a weird change to make. Considering our audience is like very like purist factory game mentality. And granted, it's just different art and animation of doing a vertical. Like, look at Captain of Industry, right? They added the vertical, you know, like Satisfactory. There's vertical conveyor belt that goes straight up and straight down. But they added, you know, a little extra cost, and, you know, there's limitations to them. But at least they make sense. The vertical bar, you know, it's a little bucket or something that goes up. So it works. And the Captain of Industry did the same thing. You can do vertical stuff now with Captain of Industry, and they have the same sort of system of the verticality. And so yeah, when I saw that in Dice Crew, I was like, well, that's weird. Maybe they plan on adding custom, basically like a custom system for that down the road. But yeah, I saw that screenshot. I was like, well, that's gonna piss a lot of people off.
Yeah.
People are gonna be like, what are you doing?
And especially since I think by now everybody who's a fan of that game is used to the belts.
Right. Anytime you have limitations in a game, it can be good, as long as the limitations are not like outrageously bad. Limitations breed creativity. I mean, look at Factorio. Factorio has quite a few limitations, and that breeds a huge volume of design difference, right? The limitations of inserter. Like, holy cow, you can have a ton of different designs, but then when you add the Bob's inserters, then you can even have even more design choices. I've seen so many Factorio videos where they set up their smelting operations not using any mods. They set up their smelting operations exactly the same every time, right? One long, one short inserter in, one short inserter out, down the row, every single one. And it's like, for me, the Bob's inserters allow you to get a little more creative with your design. So it's not the limitations, in my opinion, for that. But the assembly machines, they're X size across the board. The fuel refineries, like there's certain limitations in that game that actually breed better gameplay, and that give you that sense of satisfaction of overcoming a limitation. Like, ooh, how am I going to get 7 ingredients into this one thing? And you've got to be creative with how you do it. And it's like, once you solve it, it gives you that sort of serotonin hit of like, ooh, I figured it out.
Yep.
So yeah, Shapes 2 is one that's been on my radar for a while. I'm trying to think of any other games. There's so many games that are just like, they're just like every other game, and so they just don't really interest me all that much. Or it's at least hard to get excited for them. Nothing really major that I can think of. Like the whole like survival crafting game. It's like I need to take a break. I need to take a hiatus from that sort of genre, because almost every game we play is that game. Minecraft, Vintage Story, even Satisfactory to a certain amount. 7 Days to Die, survival craft, like they're. So when I see somebody posting like game suggestions, like here's another survival crafting game, it's like, oh. Chop a tree, mine some stone, build a house, and rinse and repeat. And I am just barely... I'm going to fire this guy, and we are going to do this one manually. A little runway strip. So yeah, there are some big franchises that I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. FarmingSim 25 and Factorio expansion are probably the next ones I'm going to get. Factorio expansion for sure. FarmingSim 25, I'm about 80% there. Like I'm pretty sure that I'm going to get it. And I need to decide and pre-order it, so I make sure to get the MacDon pack, the MacDon little bit of thing and stuff. Because yeah, they're adding the ability to swath grain by default now.
Nice.
So you have like pickup headers, stuff like that. I don't know why you would do that, what the benefit is of that. But like I don't understand why it would increase yield. Oh, come on. I totally... God damn. Will you just stop? Just stop. Please. Oh, forgot to put that up. There we go. And then we'll make sure we don't put it away without resetting the width, because I do that all the time where I set the width lower and then I forget and take it to the next field and oops. Now that is done, we need to lime it. We need to, yeah, this is why I wanted to do both of these. In my test world, I did this in 2 stages, right? I had the grass field, and then I did the next 2 up, and then several months later I did the next 2 after that, and it was 4 times the amount of work. So I wanted to get this all in one shot this time. And I need to clear this guy. Yeah, I'm hoping most of the mods that I enjoy using, will be able to transfer easily. So one of the things I've noticed with this fertilizer sprayer, and I don't know why it happens sometimes, but it can miss a single square. So I turn this down to 41.5 of a width. That way there's a tiny amount of overlap, right? There's a tiny amount of overlap. I even want to go over a little bit more. As it rides. 41.5. I'm hoping that works, but I don't actually know when I hire a worker if that actually takes. I don't know if that affects the actual hired worker or just the vehicle control. I'm hoping. Last time I did it in my test world, it actually made a difference. There was no skipped little squares in the side here. So every once in a while, I know I'm pointing at my screen. Every once in a while, that left edge, or if it flips around, whatever. Every once in a while, there'll be a tiny little square that's missing. And when it flips around, if it's the exact line, it'll miss it. And there'll be one little square in the middle of the field that's missed, which is how you get that. Right? That little square is missing the line. So I started doing this overlap, which has helped. And thank goodness it's not going to go all the way down. It's going to detect that that's the edge. Good. And then the stone, I think I have to run it back and forth across. I think I have to run it back, unfortunately. Because if I do it up and down, it's going to actually hit this part of the field. And I don't need to cover this part of the field. Nor do I know what this thing would do when it hits this grass. I mean, I think it would just not do anything, but yeah. Yeah, see the total asset that came in here earlier. This is one of the things wrong with people on the right is, you know, they're just asshole. And it's hard having normal human discussion when somebody is just, they just don't.
You know, actually, I found it more with not necessarily liberals, but with Democrats.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that it's unique to the conservatives. I'm just saying, like, it's hard to have an argument or a discussion with anybody who behaves like, regardless of what side they're on. And if you're trying to bill yourself as the saner side, which is the right is trying to do, then doing shit like that absolutely counteracts anything that you can do or say after that. Like, so to me, a person who does that is like, they're just pathetic human beings, and they're not doing anybody any good. Having sane, rational discussions is all you need to do to destroy the left, because their whole entire worldview is irrational. And when you start pointing that out to them, they can't handle it. And it's just like, what is the saying? If you want to anger a conservative, lie to them. If you want to anger a liberal, tell them the truth.
Yep.
And that's so true. Like, it's actually kind of amusing. But yeah, we don't need to make shit up to get to be better people. All you need to do is tell the truth, and that enrages a lot of people. Okay.
It reminds me of that meme where you have the really crappily drawn character where they have like a normal face, and then they have that squinty eyed, or furrowed brows down, or I can't explain it well, but I think you probably know what I mean.
Yeah, and let me interject really quick. Have a good day, Ray. And have a great rest of the weekend. And thanks for coming by.
See you, Ray.
Yeah. I'm one of the things is I really hope Don gets elected so he can get his 4 years out of the way and we can move on. Right? The last 8 years have been obscenely crazy. And I want to, as a country, move away from obsessing about this individual. Right? On both sides. Let's stop obsessing about this individual and move on to the next thing. Because I am so tired. I am so tired of the TDS and the insanity and the irrational behavior on both sides. And it's like, get this guy in 4 years, and then we can discuss like who is next, what problems could we solve next, who's willing to pick up the mantle. Because Jesus, like, let's move on. The left loses their minds claiming Trump is a dictator while doing totalitarian dictator thing. That's the gaslighting on the left is the most frustrating thing. Like,
yeah,
saying that Trump wants to tear down our democracy while installing a candidate that literally no delegates voted for. Nobody wanted this person in this position running for this office. Nobody voted for that. And yet, here we are. So, how is it that people on that side claim that this person is defending democracy when they are doing the exact opposite? Right? How is that possible? It's just a lot of people who cannot think for themselves. They just can't think rationally. And if you point it out to them, hey, nobody voted for this person, and yet, why are you supporting them? Right? Somebody point out, it was last week, I think it was. Not this past week, but the week before. They put out a big, like, support Harris Trump, or support Harris tweet. And they were like, what policies? Somebody responded like, what policies are you supporting? And they were like, oh, they're going to put their policies out next week. And they responded like, then what are you supporting?
Yeah.
Right? You're supporting this person. They haven't even put a policy out yet. What are you supporting? Are you supporting the idea of this person? Have you even heard her speak? Have you heard her ideas? You know how insane this person is. I don't know why I lined this up. I had to grab the stone first. Back. So. It's fascinating to me. It's I love studying human behavior. I love observing human behavior. Because it's so fascinating. The fallacies of the mind. I've had my own in the past, and it's fascinating to me that the human brain can literally rationalize and justify anything. It can literally look at the the left's number one issue. And look what it's actually doing. Right? You're eliminating pregnancy. What is that actually doing? The ability to rationalize that away as not killing actual human beings. It's like you're destroying a life, right? And yet these people, a lot of them, are vegans. How do you, mentally speaking, how do you put those together? The left is like, we're vegans, blah, 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 give us our abortions. And it's like, don't you understand? How is a cow's life more valuable than a human's? That's one of those mentality. Like, as a student of human nature, as a student of human behavior, what's most frustrating about this, and I don't really mean to get super in depth in politics on here, by the way, I just don't. But it's fascinating to me because the frustrating thing is to sit down to try to have a real discussion about this and ask these questions. How are you, like, a member of PETA, PETA, people, yeah, PETA, and pro-choice, right? How are you okay with killing potential humans' lives, but you're like a vegan, you won't even eat eggs, right? Like,
Yeah.
how are you? I'm honestly asking, how are those compatible viewpoints? But you cannot, in my experience, challenge that ideology. And because once you start challenging it, they realize quickly that it's not compatible. And how dare you challenge their belief? So, unfortunately, I never get answers to these questions because nobody's willing to have a discussion. Because I'd really like to understand it. How is this a possible thing? All right, look at that perfect row coming at me. Man, I love it when this happens. That might go awry. I just sort of winged it. Yeah, look at that perfect row. Oh my god, that is beautiful. That is a beautiful thing right there. Usually I have a little strip left over that I have to do. But yeah, beautiful. So yeah, it's not dealing with games, not dealing with movies. Like, movie-wise, I went to see the Deadpool movie. I think I talked about that last week. It was very entertaining. Like, it was entertaining. The fact that a couple brought 2 little kids to it blows my mind.
Oof.
Like a 7-year-old boy, I don't know exactly, but like a 7-year-old boy and like a 4-year-old girl to the Deadpool movie. The opening scene of that movie, Deadpool kills like 40 guys. Like, brutally. Like, really brutally. And, like, I'm sitting there going, Jesus, like... And these 2 young parents were just like... just going along with it.
It's fine.
And about halfway into the movie, the little girl got fussy, and the father picked her up and carried her out of the theater, and he never returned. He's like... And it was like, you just spent how much money coming to this movie only to see half of it?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just like, what? And then you expose, like, the kids to this brutally violent movie. Like, it's... And it's not like you go into it not knowing this is the kind of movie it is, but I usually wait to do the rocks, but I do it on the grass right away because it's going to always be grass. It's never going to be replowed. So I want to protect my mower, as it would just add more durability loss on the mower if I left them in there. So I just clear them out, plant it, and then it's good to go for the rest of the game. Let's see if this guy goes the right direction. Yes. It's always a toss up whether they choose to go around. Okay, so that's going to take a hot minute for that to finish. So let's go refill our lime. And then we need to prep for the corn harvest. See how much there is to do in a single month in the game, like a single day, I should say.
Yeah.
There's always something. This is a mega farm. There's always something to do on this thing. And I am going to need to do straw. Corn is going to give us an obscene amount of straw. And as far as I know, yeah, there's a little bit of straw in here, and there's some oats, which is good. We got a little bit of oats. But yeah, then we're going to replant once we get the corn. Since we put corn into that field, then this field is going to get oats. We're going to try to make as much cereal as possible. That's our number one moneymaker right now, until we get enough money to actually start working our way into the higher level products, which require mostly cows, but also chickens. And that is $250 million. Like, it is it's obscenely expensive on purpose. I did that on purpose. But I need to go take a quick potty break. So, yeah, we'll watch this for a second. I'll be right back, everybody. All right. Let's see.
Back.
Do you do any reading, Os? Do you read anything, or is it just too hard to do?
Not too much, no. I'll read articles and stuff, but I don't really read books or things like that.
I've been slowly chipping away at the Foundation series from Asimov, which is old enough where it's kind of set the precedent of modern sci-fi. And the original, it's funny, the time frames we're talking about, because he wrote the original trilogy as short stories published to science fiction magazines back in like the 30s, like the mid 30s, like really old. And the original trilogy, like, amazing. And like the language used, like everything about it is just really, really interesting. It was actually a little hard to read, to be honest, because the language difference. You know, it was written in the 30s. Apparently they used a lot bigger words back in the 30s. Like, just the language alone, I never really adjusted to it. Because it was just, it wasn't like reading a foreign language, but it didn't have the rhythm of modern language, right? If you read modern dialogue or even watch modern movies, but the book itself, it was like, I don't know, it was like it's really hard to describe, but yeah, very interesting and fundamental, very, very good. However, the books that, you know, he wrote those, and then he got pressure to add on to the story, so he wrote the fourth and fifth books in the 80s, maybe the late 70s. He wrote the fourth, but those books came, I mean, the first stories were written in the late 30s. They were published in book form in the 50s. And then we're talking the 80s. It's a lifetime difference between the two. And the technology he describes, like in the original trilogy, what's really interesting about it, there's not one mention of computer. There's not one mention of robots. There's not even a mention of AI, right? It is a pure human sci-fi story. Pure human, right? Politics, human behavior in a sci-fi galactic empire setting. Very, very, very pure sci-fi. And then the fourth and fifth books sort of devolve into pure technology, right? You have robots, you've got AI, you've got, you know, and it's like, it's sort of, the fourth and fifth books, especially the fifth book, sort of fell into what modern sci-fi has done. And that's just rely solely on technology and less about the humans. So it was kind of disappointing. And the most disappointing thing was the fourth book completely negated the first three. So the fourth book, by the end of the fourth book, the first three books are irrelevant, right? They didn't even need to happen at that point. It just negated the purpose of it, which was the most disappointing thing, that he didn't know how to continue the story, or at least wrote it in a way that he did. The sixth book was a prequel, the early life of the guy who developed the psychohistory that the whole series is based on. It's his early life. And then now the seventh book, I am over 3/4 of the way done. It's his later life. Basically the lead in into the original trilogy. And again, what's funny is the original trilogy doesn't mention computers or AI, whereas the prequel books that he wrote much, much later are filled with that. But the seventh book has been kind of dragging on, and I'm eager to finish it. Just so I can say I've read all the, like, I've read the original, the Foundation series. But yeah, if you're gonna read them, if you're interested in pure science fiction, just read the original Foundation trilogy. The original trilogy, phenomenal book. And I wish he would have continued that line and used the human element and focused on that, because the first three, technology is like, it's mentioned, of course, it's a part of it, it's sci-fi, but it's not like the be all end all, like it's not the thing that drives it. It's human nature. It's human behavior, which I really like.
Which from our era is kind of refreshing, because that's what like all movies are nowadays, is all technology.
Yeah. It's so unfortunate. It's all technology and AI and everything is aliens or AI, and it's just like, it's like, come on, like, you know, one series that breaks from that, which is really good, is the Expanse on, I think it's on Amazon. The Expanse, which, if I understand right, is also based on books, but it largely is all human politics and human interactions, and like the technology side of it is like, yeah, it exists. It kind of enables the human story. It's not the other way around. The technology is not the thing that enables the story. It's the humans. It kind of brings the story in. So there's a big difference there. And the Expanse it's a phenomenal series. Very, very good. The Three Body Problem, which is a Netflix thing, which is the series, the original creators of the Game of Thrones series, forgot their names. These guys, this is their next series. This is the series that they destroyed Game of Thrones for.
Oh.
Right? They wanted to finish Game of Thrones quickly because they wanted to move on. And this is what they moved on to. And it's like, there are aspects of the Three Body Problem that are good. And I still need to finish the series. The episode I finished on is one of the most brutal I've ever seen in my life. And anybody who's watched it probably knows what I'm talking about. But it's brutal. I was actually surprised they did what they did. Yeah, anybody who's watched the series knows what I'm talking about. But that was the last episode. I needed to take a knee after that episode because it was really hard to watch. But yeah, I need to finish. There's only like maybe 2 episodes left, and I've heard that like it got a strong start, but it sort of fizzled. So I've not been eager to finish it, but my brother started watching it, and so he watched like the first 3 episodes already. So I've got to finish it, so when he's done, we can actually discuss it. Otherwise, I'll be like, I haven't finished it yet. But yeah, Three Body Problem was definitely a strong start of a show. But you know, after you know the sort of premise, then it's like, okay, well, I understand. It's pretty much like everything else. All right, let's do our...
Yeah, it's unfortunate that, you know, you have a great idea to start with, and then it's like you hit the where from here problem, and then it's like, oh, I have no idea.
Yeah.
But then on the reverse side of that, it's like a M. Night Shyamalan movie where every single thing has to be a twist.
Yeah,
you know?
That guy really, didn't he box himself in? Like, he really screwed over his career by trying to have every movie have like some big reveal. Yeah. I mean, his first 2 movies, phenomenal movies. Like, they will go down in history as some of the best. I remember the first time I saw The Sixth Sense, like, blew me away. Like, I largely hadn't been surprised by movies for years, and that one actually, like, holy crap. And then he followed it up with Unbreakable, which was another, like, crazy story, with a phenomenal ending. And then so he's like, now that became his shtick, and like, that's unfortunate because you can't pull that off consistently.
Yeah.
And The Village was like, that was okay. It wasn't like, oh my god, this is the best thing ever. It was just like,
I actually saw that coming a quarter of the way through.
Oh, you did? Yeah. I wasn't into the movie as much, but it was like, so yeah, I just had a problem with like getting into the movie and getting into the characters. It just didn't
Yeah.
I didn't think about it deeply enough.
Sixth Sense, I actually had a brief thought that might be what's going on. You know, but I didn't really give it too much thought. It just kind of popped into my head, and I'm like, maybe. But
Yeah.
I should have ruminated on that more.
For me, I didn't even like it. Just the way that it was cut, the way that it was edited, I just went right along. I didn't even have that thought.
Yeah.
Because when it was very specifically built to mislead you in that way, without directly being obvious, and it was brilliantly done. Like, but then he did like Lady in the Water, which is a fucking disaster of a movie. It was so bad. And
I
then
think I watched 15 minutes of that.
Then is
And
the
just
worst.
gave up.
The worst offense of all was destroying the Last Airbender. Like that. It was so bad. He was picked for that movie, you know, based on his popularity at the time, and that movie was just so god awfully bad that he basically never recovered after that. And he's done a couple since. I can't remember. Like I think he did a follow up to Unbreakable. He did Split, I think, about a guy with a split personality or something like that.
I think that one's pretty new, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fairly recent. But the follow up to Unbreakable is one of Bruce Willis's last movies. But yeah. Well, I'll leave this here just in case it's neat.
I'm curious to see what the next Unbreakable is. It's not as high a priority that I have to, I must see.
Are they making another one?
Well, no, the one you mentioned, the sequel, just the second one.
Oh, right, for the follow up. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I heard mixed. I heard good things and I heard bad things. Like it wasn't like didn't blow anybody out of the water as far as like story, but overall people are like, oh, it was not bad. It was decent, but yeah, it was what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need to prep. Okay, these are the raisins. Let's get these over to the factory. This trailer, because once we start loading this up with corn, it's gonna. Ooh, we need honey over here too. Forgot about that. So we need the blue Unimog here. Let that fill up. Alright, now this can be load cereal. And I don't remember at all what the best months are to sell cereal. I just don't 312. I mean, it's pretty darn good. But see, I think it's May. Yeah. So it's May. So this from June forward, these prices haven't updated yet. So like don't yeah. I again I wish there was a way to recalculate those. Or to force it to recalculate. How are we doing over here? Prefab wall is going. How about wood? Wood could be refilled. Let's refill that so I don't. We have a little bit of time. Then we need to do we need to prep the harvesters for the corn. We're gonna get a lot of corn off that, by the way. I want to say like my liters per meter on corn is like 11. Like it's a lot. Because you get a lot of, I mean, you get a lot of corn from one plant. Like there's upwards of 4 or 5 ears of corn on one plant. That's a lot of corn. It's a lot. But I mean, it's not 11 liters, of course. But a square meter, how many plants could you fit in a square meter? You could probably, depending on how far apart the rows are, probably get 15 plants. 15, probably 3 rows, and 5 corn of each in 3 different rows. Like I don't know. We have enough farmland around me that I could probably go out with a yardstick or a meter stick and like actually look at it. Or just ask a farmer like, "Hey, when you harvest, like how much do you get?" But I'm sure the company has done that, and that's how they balance all of their yields for all their crops. So they have like the base game probably has realistic yields, and then they just abstracted the prices from that because the prices are definitely not realistic.
Yeah. A big problem with that would be is that it would take forever to get anything done if prices were realistic.
Yeah, and that's understandable that they've abstracted that because
yeah,
it would take years to pay off your loan and to pay off the equipment that you buy. Because when a farmer buys a new combine, they're not paying cash for that shit. The bank owns that, which is why on a bad year farms can go under because they're swimming in so much debt that a bad harvest they can't pay their loans, right? And the bank comes in and is like, now we own all of this. That's basically how my grandparents lost their farm. They got hailed out one year, and that's it. They had to basically sell it to the bank.
Yep.
They did keep the mineral rights. The land they sold, the mineral rights they kept. To this day, they still own. It's like 80 acres, I think, is what they've got left. 80 acres of mineral rights. As far as I know, there's been no drilling anywhere close to the land, but
that's really surprising too, because my understanding is that if you buy a new home, it pretty much standard that you're not going to be able to get the mineral rights.
Right. Well, they sold the farm 50 years ago, 60 years ago.
Yeah.
So at the time, they separated out the mineral rights, and it was in the thing that we're going to keep this. But yeah, in this state at least, the mineral rights are not bound to the land. You can own the land, but not the mineral rights. I remember hearing years ago, I was working at a cabinet job, and we were working in this house, and this was a enormous house. It was like a $5 million house. Huge house. I mean, it had a basketball court under the garage.
Jeez.
A full basketball court under the garage, which led out to a full weight room and a sauna and a giant movie theater and a swimming pool that was both indoors and outdoors. Like, it's a huge house. And so I learned as much as I could about the person building the house. And turns out we had an oil boom way back in the 80s in this state. And huge oil boom, and then it went bust, right? Just like booms do, it went bust. And so this dude went around the whole area, and he was buying up the mineral rights to huge swaths of land because the people were just desperate to get some money out of the boom. So he was paying pennies on the dollar, but buying mineral rights for huge swaths of lands, including like parts of like Indian reservations, like just massive amounts of mineral rights. Fast forward to a few years ago, so we're talking he held on to these rights for 30 years. And he spent a lot, hundreds of thousands, if not several, a couple $1 million buying up all these mineral rights. So fast forward 30 years, and we had another oil boom, a fracking boom, roughly 10 years ago. It was a little less than 10 years. We had another oil boom, and here's this guy that has huge amounts of oil rights. So what does he do? He got offered by, I think it was Exxon or somebody like that, a big company.
Oof.
Says, we'll buy all of your oil rights. All of them. $900 million. $900 million. He sold what probably cost him, 2 or 3 million. $900 million he sold all the rights to. And then he was building this giant house. And I was like, why are you building this giant house here? Build this shit in Hawaii. Like, what are you doing? But yeah, that's the story of the guy we were built, like, putting the cabinets in for. Crazy. Like, he just knew, like, there was probably more shit under there, and it's gonna happen. The technology is gonna happen. Like, it's bound to get tapped. And he was just like, buying all the rights he could of everybody who's like, who couldn't, everybody who's wasn't really profiting a lot from the first boom. They were just willing to get their, sell their rights to. But yeah, like, I just could not imagine. Imagine the taxes.
Oof. I don't want to.
The taxes on that must have been like 400 plus million for that amount of income. It's like over 40% on a sale like that. I mean, you're paying obscene amount of lawn taxes. But yeah, fascinating home. Just all of the amenities, like all of the bells and whistles. He had 2 garages, sauna, hot tub, in and outdoor swimming pool, basketball court, full weight, gym weights, movie theater, like, yeah, crazy. Yeah, too much space, I think. A lot to clean. But when you're that wealthy, you just hire somebody. Like, come in and clean my shit, please.
I don't know that I could ever have a living space that would be ginormous. It doesn't compute in my head.
Yeah, I wouldn't know what to do with it.
That many people. Yeah.
Like, you got all this space. Like, what are you gonna do with all that space? Like, I don't know enough people to have a party big enough to utilize that, right? My money would go into, like, tech, right? I would have a flight simulator with one of those. Like, I saw a video of a flight simulator that was literally on like hydraulic gimbals. Like it actually moved, right? All of the professional controls, wrap-around screen, and the thing was like, it was actually like a sort of like a Disneyland ride. Like it was legit. Those are hundreds of thousands of dollars. But oh my god, that would be crazy awesome. But mostly if I were to get a lot of money from like a lottery or something, I would just create like a game development company, and out of pocket just pay people to like make mods and like just be like, we're gonna put our creativity at work here, or just create my own games and be like, I want to create a game that I want to play. But that would be hard for me to actually come up with, because you know, sometimes people don't know what they want until they try it, and then it's like, oh, I really want it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I need to forgot to like Minecraft is a good example. Like nobody really before. I wish I would have. I was in the prime position to come up with that concept. But
Yeah.
the thing about the time when that was developed, nobody, I shouldn't say nobody. There were not many people who knew that it was even possible. Like voxel wasn't really a common term when that game came out. So like how do you invent something, or how do you develop something that nobody has ever really developed? There was, I think, if I saw something that said that there was one or two other games that had very similar like voxelized concepts, but the term voxel really wasn't that widely a term. Like I was in computer science and a gamer almost all my life, and I had never heard of that term. So it's hard to come up with an idea of a game like that not knowing it's even possible, right? What are your limits? But yeah, for that game to come out and be like, holy cow, this is amazing. That's why the game is so popular, is because it's just, yeah, I really wish I would have been the one to do it. I could have easily.
Yup.
I was like senior in college in like 03, 04, and one of my friends in college was he eventually programmed a game, so he knew engine. He programmed his own engine, and so he could have, if we would have worked together, he could have easily prototyped that, and we would have been off to the races. You know, I would have been programming and designing the features and integrating all of that, and then he would have been engine optimizations and stuff, and we could have jumped on that 5 years before Notch ever thought of the problem. Like, and we would have definitely not done it in fucking Java. I would have absolutely developed that game in C# or C++. That's what I knew at the time. C# was relatively new, but I fell in love with it right away. But at the time, I don't know what renderings, like C#. Right now, the big rendering thing in C# is Unity. I don't know when Unity got off the ground, but probably really early days. But at the end, it would have been like C++. I mean, I saw my friend, like, he did like tech demos almost. he was like, "Oh, this is what I did," and I, rendering out various things. We were actually working on an idea, but it was based off of Transport Tycoon. It wasn't based off of anything other than that, because I loved, one of my favorite games was Transport Tycoon Deluxe. I loved that game. It still is near and dear to my heart. Largely taken over by something like Transport Fever. But part of me still loves Transport Tycoon because of the simplicity. If you play open TTD, which you can play for free, like that is, it's simple. It's largely unrealistic, but it's pure game. It's gameplay at its purest, right? It's there's not a lot of visual bells and whistles, so it's largely like it's just sort of a pure experience. I really hope in the next version of the game they've done something to make fieldstone, more compatible with the workers, because right now it is laughably bad. All right, grass and grass. What is this? Oh. 10 whole liters. Must have been 2 little pips of stone. But that should give us roughly 21 or so million liters of grass per, every 3 months? I'm not going to even bother empty this thing out because it's not even worth my time. But yeah, Vintage Story is... Minecraft still has quite a shadow over Vintage Story right now in terms of like gameplay mod potential, and I'm trying to influence that with Vintage Engineering. I haven't really gotten a whole lot of feedback with the new version of Vintage Engineering, but I do know that there are a couple people already working on what's the right term? Plugins, expansions.
Very nice.
So, I think Dana, who is a big contributor to the modding scene, she is working on... I don't know specifics about what they're working on, but they were like... She was like talking about programming for the... Programming sort of like an expansion, and or a plugin. But that's the whole point.
If you were looking for a good word, I think ancillary would be pretty accurate. Ancillary mods.
Yeah, that's not a very common word.
Yeah.
But yeah, so let me describe what's left in the LV tier. I sort of split the mod concept up into the different power tiers. The obvious, the vast majority of the work that's needed is in the LV tier, because that's the tier that invents all of the systems that all the other tiers use, right? There's not a lot in the other tiers that introduce a whole different way of doing things, right? So the power system, the pipe system, the multi-block system, all of these are being developed in the LV tier, which is why it's taking so long. But once you get into the next tier, there's not as many large to-do list thing. More it's more going to be more smooth as far as development goes. So, but yeah, the LV tier, the multi-block system, which I'm really hoping Blue Lightning helps with. I'm really hoping he finds the time for that, because Jesus, I really don't want to tackle yet another giant system. I mean, it took me 3 months to get pipes up and running. The multi-block system is going to be at least that amount for me to do it. For him, he might iterate on that for 2 weeks and be done. Like, yeah, because it has to do with rendering stuff. Like, I am hopeless at this. But there's also, so there's 2 multi-block machines as part of LV tier, which it's mostly single block stuff. But the battery, a crude battery for the power system, I need to build and implement that and test it with the power simulation, which I have not done at all yet. Transformers, which are not the robots, but actually the power systems. So transformers, basically a block that has multiple wire connections. That hasn't been tested. So I need to deep dive into that. Fundamentally, it's there. It's part of the mod, but it's not tested. So there's probably going to be a lot of bug fixing and debugging, and oh, it's going to be brutal. So there's 2 machines, 2 main machines in the multi-block tier, which is the creosote oven and the alloy oven, which are the final 2 major pieces that kind of go in the way of replacing QP Tech. Once those 2 are in, pretty much all of the QP Tech line is done, and we can transfer over. Not 100% sure how I want to handle the alloy oven. In Minecraft immersive engineering, it's a pretty straightforward, iron nugget in, iron ingot out, right? It's a really straightforward process. However, vintage metal is done much, much differently. It's actually, especially alloys, much different. So I'm undecided on how to do that. I don't know whether to be simple with it and help players quickly get into the mod, or make it brutally hard and have to do I don't even know what I would do. Maybe integrate pipes and have a metal casting pipe where you'd have to go from the alloy oven into a casting basin, similar to how Fortress Craft does it. Where you have the blast furnace and then the casting basin in the Frozen Factory. But some way of making metal ingots, I think is the last bit. Okay, that's straw swath is enabled on that. And it's enabled on that. Yeah, when we fast forward time, this is going to have a bunch of weeds in it, because reasons. But when we plow, it should eliminate all of those. I could mulch all of this and get, most likely, the first... Once we harvest, I'll probably be able to mulch it. And that would give me... I think it would give me the first tier of fertilizer, but yeah, I think it might. I've never really mulched very much. I don't think I've ever mulched a full field. I've played around with it a little bit, but mostly just with the vines and the grapes. Okay, how are we doing over here? Shingle's good, wood is good, metal is good, planks and boards are good. Shingles are good. Excellent. How about over here? Iron ore is full. Fill up the tank here. The building itself is full. Let's fill up this tank. Okay. Right, I just put some in here. Gotta make sure these don't collide. When the planters collide, oh, it's a big mess in the middle of the field. They're so big. Their wingspan on those is so big. When they get all tangled up, boy, it is a process getting those out. Looks like we're probably gonna have 2, maybe 3 prefab walls to sell. In July. I think July is going to be the best price. We got plenty of wood. How are we doing over here? Planks and longboards. We need to get those started. Should we use particle? Yeah. What I think I'm going to do is dump the rest of or dump what I can in here. And then use the rest of that, because these, I want to empty chips out of there. I don't want that to fill up when we sleep. This should already have those. Well, these two. I need these two to go. Okay, I need to grab a tractor. Fill this up. Grab what's in here. Prefab wall does create quite a bit of wood chips. And I recommend not just selling the wood chips directly, because they're not really worth that much. Getting them into a product, you cost a little bit of money, but then you make the 2 boards and you can make more prefab walls, which gives you more wood chips. Kind of a vicious cycle, but you have to pay for it, not free. Or you can make paper and just sell paper. Always do.
Because the future is paper.
Yep.
I I don't think you ever got into it, but that was one of the funny bits about the show The Office, U.S. version anyway, is that they were a paper company. And I think that was intentional, that they were basically support, or functioning on a dying medium.
I heard an interesting, I don't know if this is intended or if it was accidental, but I heard something the other day that made me sit and go, holy shit, I didn't even realize this was a thing. But the timing, I'm not sure if it was intentional or if it's just a coincidence. But if you remember the movie The Matrix. Okay? The Matrix.
Yep.
When Neo goes to visit the Oracle the first time, right? The Oracle is a computer algorithm, basically. Before he can really interact with the Oracle, what does he do? What does he have to do? This is testing your memory. He does something in the movie when he meets the Oracle, before they have their moment and conversation. He does something, and it's really interesting. The sort of the parallel to modern technology. He accepts a cookie from the Oracle, right? She offers him this cookie, and he grabs a cookie. And when you think about it, right, what do you do the most of the time when you go to a website? There's a little pop-up that says, we use cookies, right? And it's like, this was in the Matrix, but the Matrix came out in like 99. So I don't know if there was if they were actually thinking of that at the time, if it was intentional, but it sure as hell a big coincidence that we, to this day, still have to accept cookies from various websites. And here Neo is accepting a cookie from the Oracle. And I heard that the other day. I was like, holy shit, I had no idea. I didn't even think of it in that term. But yeah, fascinating, just a fascinating kind of play on that.
Yeah, I wonder if that was intentional, because they were obviously smart people, and yeah, maybe they saw.
Because yeah, the web was still it existed. It wasn't as crazily widespread as it is today, but the web still existed. They still had cookies. It existed when they wrote that movie, and when they filmed it, all the thing. So that process existed. I just don't know if it was intentional in the movie. I'm not sure. It would be fascinating if it was that forward thinking. If it was that that much of a parallel, because there's a ton of stuff in the Matrix that even the fourth viewing of it you miss, because it's there's layers and layers and layers of stuff in that movie. Okay, as soon as I gotta check the planters. Okay, we are just about done here. I'm pretty sure if this guy turns around, he will hit that guy coming up. But to be sure, what you can do, if you have all the mods that I have installed, fire this guy. You can set your width and then go to the next. And is that enough space? I'm pretty sure that width exceeds. We go over another one. Yes. So, we're going to pack this in. Because that one coming up the field right now will turn around and finish the field. I don't have to run this one. I can take this time to run this back to the base. The farm. I play too many fucking games. One down. Yeah, you can see the little strip. And this will turn around and hopefully get all that covered. What are my viewers at? Oh, nobody's watching the YouTube side. Two people. 4 likes. Everybody hit the like button. We hadn't done it. Just hit it. I don't care. You're legally obligated.
It's actually a pretty good amount of likes compared to what you usually get.
I don't know what the viewership on Rumble is. Doesn't really. Well, I guess there's a couple on there.
It says 4 as far as I can see. Only 1 like though.
Yeah, one of them is me and one of them is you. So.
Yep. Damn it.
I still haven't heard back on that. The copyright.
Oh
dispute.
yeah, for those.
Yeah.
Huh.
Because it's like, ooh, you get 30 days for this, and it's like, Jesus. I mean, not that I'm going to be making volumes of money from that, but it's just frustrating because I'd love to use that music. What I want to do is record like a series and have the template of a farming series that's sort of 2x speed that just has music over, right? It's just sort of background music with farming. So there wouldn't be any game sounds, there'd be no commentary, there'd be no discussion at all. And there would just be music. And I wanted to use the Cyberwave Orchestra music. But if they're going to hit me, whoever he goes through, whatever YouTube uses for like copyright protection, by the sound of it, that system is just obscenely complex or just broken in many ways. Because if he's whitelisting my channel and I'm still getting blasted, then obviously he's not, like, they're lying to him, basically, like, oh, you didn't whitelist his channel. Like, no, he whitelisted my channel. He says he does, unless he's lying to me. But I told him, I was like, if we can't resolve this, I'm going to just stop using your music. And, you know, typically artists are okay with you, you know, doing things with their music because they basically, like,
Is it's more exposure?
yeah, more people, more more eardrums listen to your music. The more people are aware of it. I mean, he's trying to make a business out of it. He's trying to, you know, sell music clips and snippets and stuff to gaming companies. Like, it's one person that does all the music. So, wouldn't you rather have a bunch of people who are aware of it? So picking and choosing, like, who's using it, like the cathedral videos I've done, those all have cyberwave songs on them. I never really complained about that, but those are done before, and it's, from what I understand, YouTube algorithm, at least their content stuff is, when they update it, this is why a lot of channels, like, can go years without hearing anything, and then all of a sudden they get blasted with a bunch of copyright claims because they do something with the algorithm, and yeah, it's just, it borks everything. Sure, I get plenty of lime, because lime is also used for the fertilizer, which we can then sell pretty decent profit. Yeah, I used to have the metal smelting process. When I rebalanced that, I used to have it make just as much stone as it did metal. So you'd put like 1,000 iron ore in it, and you'd get back 500 metal and 500 stone. And holy Jesus, did we have a lot of stone? So I've cut that way down because that was just too much. Like, I was running out of things to do with the stone and the lime, and since it's just sort of free stuff. Lime is not worth, don't try to sell lime. It's not worth diddly squat, but you can make this fertilizer with it, and you can make the mineral feed with it. Like, there's a couple uses for it. That's good. Okay, so now we can go ahead and fast forward time. Do we want some sheep? We want some sheep. It might be wise to buy them sooner rather than later, but it's like 12 million to buy them. Pretty sure, or is it 6? 250 times 25. 6 million. So it's 12 million for 500 of them. That would be doable. Expensive, but doable. The return on that investment would be boom. A little pricey. But they've got food and they've got water and we've got things and they will produce enormous amounts of wool, which itself is not very valuable. But we can come over here and enable fabric wool, which obviously there's nothing here now, but we can start making this into fabric. Obviously this, we got to cover this cost somehow. And then once you get a decent amount, then you can make clothes, which you get a little bit. So you get nearly 10 million fabric and boom, you can make clothes. And clothes, I mean, they're not, again, they're just sort of, they're worth something, but they're not astronomical. You get about 800,000 from a full wagon. And all it is, they're just sheep and then fabric and yeah. Kind of free money. I might have to rebalance the clothing sale price. Maybe. All right, these are ready to go okay. Now, but I want to get those animals so as I sleep and skip forward time, the animals are like replicate and giving me more animals. Okay, let's yeah, let's sleep. I couldn't think immediately of anything I needed to do, nor did we really have the money to buy more land yet. And I'm really hoping that, what do we have left? Like $8 million or $7 million, something like that. Cut us in half. 3.7 million. Prefab walls just about done. Shingles. Ooh, see, I gotta enable shingles. We just about ran out of shingles. Oh, the auto saves. Okay, let's get those enabled. We have these are in decent amounts. Ooh, wood. Oh shit, we don't want to run out of wood. Just in time. Okay, how about metal? Metal is not urgent, but it is neat. And this one is metal. It's not super important. Now, let's get the harvester started. This one here. You can see the strong getting built up there. 37. Yeah, I didn't want these to be super fast because they can like skip rows of corn, and I don't like when it does that. I don't know why its RPMs are so high. the RPM should not be tacked out like that in red zone. Huh. Oh, look at that mound of straw. Oh, you get so much straw with it. Okay. Obviously, this is ready to go, and yep, there we go. You can see a little bit here that's missed. Little speckles of grass missed. It's almost worthwhile doing just a chaff pass on the headland just to make this process faster. You don't really need to do the edges, but the headlands would be nice to do with the chaff pass. That way you don't have to deal with the straw on the headlands and bouncing over the straw. All right, let's prep. Oh, not this one. This one. Let's see. Those corn headers, I'm pretty sure, are 18 meters wide. So 2 of them is 36, but 4 of them is 64. I don't think we would be able to collect 4 wide swaths. I don't think we're wide enough. Even at 50 meters wide, I don't think it's wide. Looks like there is a little overlap with the header, but I'm not really sure what determines that. What does determine? I don't think it's that. I want to see when this guy has one more pass. Let's see how full he is. I really hate that he's... $18.36. 72 meters would be the most ideal, like, spacing. But I don't think we can get 4 in one pass. Even with that little bit of overlap, you can see on the left side there of the header, there's a good meter or 2 that it's overlap, which is okay. It just guarantees you're not going to miss anything on the edges. The edges are work, but We look. Look at this width here, you can see just barely getting that edge. We're not even close over here, so yeah, we're not going to be able to do that. So 3 times 18 is 1836.54 meters. And that should, you can see right in the middle there. Now, I hope that driving over this isn't going to skip any. I was really trying to prevent that from bouncing, but I have no idea how to do that. I don't know how to make that like a static thing that doesn't move. And this is another job I really wish you could hire a worker for. I don't... Whoa, 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 whoa! What the hell was that?
I'll be back in a bit.
Alrighty. Oh, I may have to slow this down. Yeah, I have to slow this down. Darn. I could probably offset it myself a little bit, so I'm not driving on the middle of the row, and still get one edge. But then when I go to the next row, it may not work. We can try it. So
Okay.
go to this row. And then kind of do it right here. That way we're kind of off the bumpiness. And we're still getting all of that, so that's good. But when we get to the end, when we get to the end of the row here, there might be a little bit coming out. Yeah. There we go. Got it all. Excellent. Let's just leave it right there. That way we can test it. Now the big question is this capacity, which is 10 million liters, enough to do this whole field, you know, with 2? I don't think it is. I think we're going to need to empty these things out. Which is what this guy is for. But we want to wait for a couple more rounds before we do that. And then these, I think, what were they, 37 miles an hour set at? So the easiest way to do this is set your speed limit to what your harvesters are doing right away before you try to empty them. That way when it's time, it's much easier to manage. These headers on here are so wide, it makes it It makes it a razor thin margin when you pull up next to them to empty them out. Like it's really easy to bump them, and if you do, it's a nightmare to fix. Because the thing stops harvesting. Even if you bump it a little bit, it stops harvesting. It'll overrun. You got to back it up. It's a nightmare. But yeah, these super wide headers. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a option when I bought these for a longer hose. The pipe is the pipe. I don't think there's a bigger version. So I kind of want to wait at least until he's hit maybe halfway. So one more down and back. And I'll empty this one out. And then swing over and empty this one out at the same time. So since that's going to be the first one, let's go over here. And I do have crop destruction turned off. And I know a lot of people don't play that way, which is fine, but
he has to put up with us.
I gotta put up, like, it's not if I wanted realistic, I'd go buy some fucking land. Like, it's a game. Yep. And that's what I don't understand about the mentality of some people are like, that's not realistic. Why are you doing it? It's like, it's a game. If I wanted realism, I'd literally go buy some land and start farming. Or go work on a farm for the summer. Like, there's plenty of farmers around that'd be like, yeah, I'll let you. I could literally probably get a job helping a farmer harvest right now and driving grain trucks and stuff on a farm. I could literally go out and do that, and that would become my channel. Oh, I forgot to turn the thing on. You know, they pay pretty good money for somebody who's able to do that. You get firsthand. I was watching a video. There's a guy who his YouTube channel is literally helping farmers harvest. The idea I had for Mr. Beast a couple weeks back of Mr. Beast like getting a combine and going and helping harvest. There's literally a channel I found, like, what is it, Hayden? What was the name of the channel I posted? Hayden on Harvest or something like that.
Oh, I'll see if I can find it.
He and his family just travel the country and
Yep.
help harvest. Like, he has a video from Nebraska, and like he's sitting in the tractor, or they're sitting in the combine, and his girlfriend's next to him. He's got a dog. Like, it's really cool, like, wholesome content. And the editing, like even the cinematography is just, it was really, really good. I was very impressed. You know, he had like B-roll and he set it to music. Like, it was just really well done. Yeah, beautiful. Okay, so this has got to be getting close to 5 million. Yep. By the time it gets to the end of the field, we'll probably be at 5 million. I can't remember which side. I think the pipe is going to be on the. It's going to be on the crop side. 37. This is going to be tricky. Then you can accelerate and not There we go. Flexible farming.
Got a comment from Spy.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if I did that, that would become my life. Like, it would be farmers work from sunrise to sunset, and sometimes even more than that. When 18 hours of your day is farming, there doesn't leave a lot of time for, you know, making videos, editing, rendering, uploading. You pretty much collapse into bed at night, and that's your life for at least 2 months.
It's one of the reasons why. Well, one thing is most people, you know, historically had been farmers. You know, you think back to 1600s, let's say. Farmer was kind of the standard. You could be another thing too, but yeah, you're a farmer also. But that's one of the reasons why families had so many kids back then, is that
A lot of help.
they're going to need that. What's that?
A lot of help. It's a lot of labor.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. They're going to need that labor, because once they start getting old, they're going to start slowing down. And they need people to take over. And not to mention, you know, free time is nice too. So
Yeah, I think my uncle was 10 or 11, working on the farm, driving tractors, combine, like 11-year-old kid. And my dad, the same thing. Although his family didn't own a farm, but they worked on a farm. When my dad was growing up, he was the poor family in town. He was that family, the weird poor family that. But yeah, it's interesting to me how there are now a couple generations of people who never even seen a farm.
yeah,
I remember going to the farm, you know, the family farm. My great uncle, my grandma's brother, had a big farm, and yeah, crazy going out to that farm and seeing the big machines and all that kind of stuff. But they lost the farm, and it wasn't the reason you think. It wasn't anything to do with the actual farm.
yeah.
Raisins. We have honey. Those and those. Good to go. Go forth and make me cereal. Doesn't have sugar, but it's either or. You don't have to do both. You just this or this, right? Production revamp is a requirement on the map. It's actually embedded into the map as a dependency. 600,000. I want to use a little bit of that for. We're gonna go over here.
And if you missed it, Spy is grateful that the volumes are adjusted.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I did those after the last week's stream. boosted the gain of the audio. Okay, so that I'm reasonably confident will get us the rest of the way. Not 100%. There's still, you know, a good, I don't know, half the field left, maybe a little less than half. All of the straw. There will come a time, most likely, down the road, where we don't get straw. Or at least we don't do straw on every type of crop. If we're constantly having corn being grown, then if we just focus the straw on the corn, that gives us the most value for our time. Corn and sunflowers. But we don't really need sunflowers for anything right now. So if we don't do like soybeans, whoa! Why did it skip that? See, that's what I mean by the pickup bouncing. Sometimes it just randomly bounces. Oh my god, why did it? Really? You literally. Why are you turning? You're not supposed to turn. No, don't turn. So like, yeah, it just like randomly bounces. And you're not even driving over anything. And it's bouncing. And it's like, why? Do you see it bounce? You can watch it. It's not even driving over anything. And it bounces. It's super annoying. Because there's a single node, like the ground root node, and the ground root node is literally the thing in the engine that is checked for whether or not the harvest is active. And that ground root node, like if it lifts off the ground, it basically deactivates the whole system. And if you attach that to the pickup, then it's like gonna bounce around. So what I should do is I should detach that from the pickup, that thing that bounces, and just put it onto the wagon itself. I haven't really experimented with that very much at all. I'm assuming that's how it works. But this is way better and faster than riding down the middle, because yeah, that was treacherous. 4 million. We're gonna get a good 5, 6, 7. We're gonna get like 12 to 14 million straw off of this thing, which is fine. Let's check the cost of cereal. $3.18.
You got a question in chat also.
So any game or waiting to come out? Yes. The next big one is going to be the Factorio expansion. Then we are 100% going to cover that, but we're also going to do a quick like Vanilla Plus Factorio playthrough before that comes out, just to refresh our minds about the vanilla game and what the vanilla game entails. That way we get a direct, we have the ability to directly compare that with the expansion. Because the last time we played Factorio, we played with the space exploration mod, which really throws a wrench into the expectations of Space Age. So I want to kind of reset our mindset and our factories and all that kind of stuff.
Good palate cleanser.
Yes, thank you. That was perfect explanation for that. And then after that, FarmingSim 25 comes out in November. As far as I'm aware, I mean, there's probably other games. I've heard there's a lot of like big games coming up. I don't know exactly what they are. I don't have the biggest budget for games. Like, Oz is going to help me pay for the Factorio expansion, and then Coffee,
Sure thing.
kind of all of his. I mean, you've already given me that gift card, and that's just sitting in there waiting for the expansion. And then Coffee, all of his donations have been building up in my account, and so I can use some of the extra donations from Coffee to pay for the FarmingSim new version. But outside of that, I don't really have a major budget for new games, because they don't return me the investment, right? It's all, I don't buy games, or I'm not even given games that I'm interested in. So it's a challenge. So the games I do cover, you know, it's by choice that I cover them, because I enjoy them. But yeah, I guess, you know what really made me mad? The GTA 6, the PC release is after the console release.
Oh,
So it's like, I don't understand that at all. Like, why isn't it either the same day or like around the exact same time? But yeah, they were like, I think the latest information that came out was like, you know, and they're, you know, obviously the console versions are like the next gen consoles, which I don't have a PS5, or an Xbox 6425 X5, like whatever the fuck the next Xbox is called. I don't care. They can't decide on a way to version and number their goddamn consoles. That makes sense. But yeah, when I learned like the PC, they were just like the PC at a later date. That's what they said. PC at a later date. I'm like, later date? The hell do they need to do? Like, that should be the easiest thing to release. Like the console versions, you've got to optimize for memory, you've got to optimize for processor, you've got to optimize your texture space, your texture atlases, you got to optimize so much shit for the console version, and then you got to go through a certification process, like the whole ball of wax. PC, you compile it and you put it out. Like, what? Why is there a big delay on PC? It doesn't make sense. So that's super disappointing.
wow, 1 year after console. That's ridiculous.
Is that what you found?
That's what Spy said.
No, it can't be. Please be fake news. Because I played and actually enjoyed the last GTA. I wasn't interested in all the microtransactions or GTA Online. I wasn't interested in that. Although, I mean, playing that multiplayer would be fun. But as far as my channel goes, that's not really the the demographic of my channel. But it would be fun, I think, to play that. Of course, you probably wouldn't have your own servers or anything like that, which I would want. I would want a private server. You know, and we could have the OS gang, and I'd have my own gang. We'd have gang wars, whatever, right? It's basically like crime simulator. GTA is just Crime Inc., like crime simulator. Really, that's what. I don't remember much about GTA 5. That was in the before times. Before I got old. Let me clarify. So I don't really remember much about that because it was what, 15 years ago? Like, I don't even remember what the release date of GTA 5 was. That's, like I said, in the before times. Okay, I think... Oh, is this... Oh, my God, autosave. It's always an autosave. If this covers it, which I think it might... Oh, man, is that going to be another perfect row? That would be so cool. It is, look at that! Alright, so that wagon right there is gonna cover this. Let's clean her up. Empty her out. Not as much. 3 million something liters? I expected more, but whatever. This is the process I do when I... Whoa, okay, let's not flip. Okay. Whew. That was... Oh man, there was a, like, Thursday, was it? Thursday or, I think it might have been Thursday. I had just happened to plant 2 crops at a certain offset where they were both, these 2 fields, this field and this field, were done in the same month. And holy cow, did that take some time. That took some time to do these fields. Like, you can see we're just getting done with the harvest now. I've got a little speck that I need to grab there. I'm not sure what happened here. It's saying that is plowed. That was probably a missed pip. That was probably something that was missed in the planter. Every once in a while you get weird things like that, and it's just the game in the behind the scenes, it hitches sometimes and you get weird behavior. I blame it on Lua. I really hate Lua. I honestly don't know how Factorio does it. With the Lua engine that it has, like, I don't know how they don't suck. And how they can simulate so much. I mean, part of it is obviously the fact that it's a 2D game. Alright, where is that? There it is. So 5 million, that was a little better. Why was that other one so low? I don't know. I didn't think it did that much less. Although it was after, right? I did that one over there, so the one I'm on, I emptied first, so it had more time. Oh. Oh, not P. Alright. Oh, let's not flip this. No. See, now I really want a Transformers game where you're like driving Bumblebee around as Bumblebee and you hit a key, like, you know, like I can hear, and he transforms on, like, right then and there into Bumblebee, right? I think that would be cool. Watching that transform, like, at will. I think that'd be cool. But man, it would be so much work. Can you imagine
Oof.
trying? Like, I can't imagine how they did it for the screen. Like, how they actually like animated those models. The complexity of those 3D models that they used for that movie. Just must be obscene how much work it took. Making sure when it packed and unpacked that it, felt quote unquote natural. And doing, replicating that for a game, like obviously it would be a minor miracle if you could get the original 3D meshes of like Bumblebee as a robot. Like getting access to the actual animations that they did. Like, I could not imagine how they did that. Did they script it? Did they have a system that automated it, or did they have to do everything by hand? Every major transfer of the wheels and all of that. I can't imagine how many months of work it took to do each one of those animation transitions. But the other thing, there's another game that it's kind of an indie game, but it's called Sanctuary, Shattered Sun, and it's by a lot of kind of, I don't know as far as like the core people, but I know that a lot of people who are involved in like the Supreme Commander modding scene and maybe Planetary Annihilation to some extent, they're making this Sanctuary game, and it's another big RTS game on a big scale. I think the one sort of unique shtick with the game is that you have weapons that actually can alter the terrain, so you can like create an impassable valley in front of the enemy's base, and they have to figure out a way around it. So there are like crazy like tier 4 weapons that you can deploy. But like they put out teasers. I'm following their X account, and they put out teasers, and I was like enough with the teasers. Can we please get the game? They're like, oh, it's not near ready yet. And I'm like, then why are you putting out teasers? Right? So I don't know. I've looked on their website. Unless they've updated it recently, I don't know if they have a estimated release on there. But one of the things I'd love to see, and I would love to see in that game, are like point defenses. Because I'm a turtler by heart. I turtle like hardcore in those games. Like I hunker down and turtle until I've got 100 nukes, until I've got like the best of the best. And so I usually have a massive amount like of point defenses and stuff. And what I love, there have not been many games that do it, but what I love to see is the point defense is like unpacking. So if an enemy gets close, it like has this animation where something seemingly innocuous, a little bump on the ground, all of a sudden like unpacks, and there's this giant cannon. Like the base coming alive for some reason like tickles a part of me that, the same sort of thing of packing and unpacking the harvester or whatever, like having something like kind of come to life on its own. Just super fun to me. But it takes a lot of work, like animating. If you were to animate like point defenses, missile turrets, all that, where it would unpack, you'd have to have, first of all, you'd have to have a range. You'd have to have a weapons range, and then an unpack range. So you'd have to be able to micromanage that, which is doable. You do the check. you do the unpack check at a different range. You don't have to do it multiple times. You just do it if something is inside the range of the circle, which it already does when it targets that stuff. Then you unpack it. But it just takes a lot of extra animation time. But it's so worth it. It's so cool. Having a bunch of point defenses all come alive all at once. Somebody gets it. But my pet peeve about that, and I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any way left or right on it. But when a weapon can target enemies that you can't see, that bothers me. That really bothers me. Because the whole point of games like that is to watch all the pretty explosions and to beat the crap out of your enemy. But if you're not actually able to witness any of it, you might as well be playing a spreadsheet at that point. Why did it again? Like the transition to dirt really messes it up.
Are you knocking my spreadsheet conquest game?
So more power to you if you want to do that. But yeah, if a turret can shoot at something, you should be able to see what that something is. Unless it's a very specific use case, like a really long range artillery, where you're either able to blind fire it and just be like, shoot in this area, right? Or radar indicate. Then, if it's a long range artillery, fine. The best long range artillery are like in Factorio, where they have a little radar coverage and you can see what they're hitting, right? Then you're actually able to enjoy that direct hit on an enemy. Like, boom, it's like, yes. But if you're just like shooting shells into the ether, you're just hoping to God something gets hit. I mean, yeah, okay, but I want to see the pretty explosion. Anyway, so Sanctuary is another one. It's on my list. There's been a game on my wish list for so many years. I don't even know if I should get it. But it's all the builders of games. So there's a Builders of Greece, and there's a Builders of Egypt. So it's like one company is making an engine, and they're just like, how many games can we get out of this engine? And so yeah. Builders of Greece, I think, is an EA right now. I honestly thought Builders of Egypt would be first because, anyway, yeah, they had Builders of Greece, Builders of Egypt, and I think they had one more, but it was not Builders of, it was like Celestial Empire, based in China. I think it was all the same studio, or at least all the same publisher. So like, here's this really cool engine. What can we do with it? Well, let's make 5 of the same exact game. But I love games like that. I mean, I cut my teeth. One of the very first games that I modded extensively was Pharaoh. Anybody remembers Pharaoh? I created with the help of one other person, I created a map editor for Pharaoh. Before they ever released an official one, I created my own map editor, which didn't follow the self-imposed restrictions of the official map editor. So you could do things in my map editor that were quote-unquote impossible in the official map editor, like placing, like where you would place like farmable land and clay pits and stuff like that. You could just do that anywhere, because I figured out I sort of cracked the data format in the back end, the save game, or the map format. So creating an editor that just would set the bit flags was relatively easy. And I had somebody help me with all the rendering stuff. I remember I was like working on it, getting pretty far, but I ran into like drawing the grid. You could hit like, I wanted to be able to hit like G and actually draw the grid on the map, and I was like, I have no idea how to do this. And he sent me this little snippet of code. He's like, "Here, put this code into the hotkey command." And I put that in, and I went in and hit G, and boom, there's this grid that appears. I'm like, "What?" This little bit of code and it was a grid on an isometric scale. It wasn't north, east, southwest. It was literally an isometric, 2.5D scale, and it was just like, how the hell did he do this? Like, I have no idea. Why am I not? Is straw full? Oh, straw is full. I haven't enabled. Damn it. Straw silage. I didn't enable straw silage. Damn it.
AFK a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Now that we have that done, and the straw is collected, we're not going to do stone. We don't have to do lime. There's no lime needed. But we need to plow. What? There we go. So yeah, we're going to be doing oats in this field. Ooh, before we plow, we better fertilize. Yes, before we plow, we fertilize. Where are my fertilizers? There's one. What's with the wiggly? What's with the wiggly wings? This is not normally how. What the hell is with the wiggly wings? Do I need to turn something on to stop that? That's very bizarre. I don't understand what's causing that. It's as twitchy as my cat's tail sometimes. It's really weird. Look at that. So perfect. There you go. too much. Oh. I mean, these tractors are powerful and a little squirrely. Alright. Number 2. Remember, you do kitty corners? Kitty. Then this is a 3 wide, so what I can do is grab my 3rd here. You can do 4 if you want. This field is, I mean, it's big, but it's not monstrous. What you can do is come out to the border between 1 and 2 and sort of line yourself up here. And then, actually, he's way off. Why is he way off? Okay, let's go here. And then once you do the headlands back and forth, once, back and forth, then you can trigger this guy once you have the outsides done. And then this guy will go down, and you just gotta make sure he turns the right way. Once he turns the right way, or if he turns the wrong way, you flip him around to the right way, and then you can have one coming from here, one coming from here, and I guess this is not 3 wide. I thought this was 3 wide. So we are going to do 4. Why not get this done fast? Get her done. I mean, planting, when you got a planter that does almost 40-meter wide areas, you can do that pretty fast. The only problem with this is you either start one on one side and the other on the other side, and then you have to babysit the first one to make sure it turns the right way. Because the second one, when it gets to the end of the row, should automatically see that one side is already plowed and the other side isn't, so it should automatically turn right, or turn the correct way. And then the first one, you just have to make sure to guide it, because it's kind of a it's kind of a toss-up. It's a coin toss whether or not it turns the right way. Okay, so this guy, 8 million, 8.7 million. So what did we pull off of there? We pulled about 18, 19 million corn off of there. But remember, we did one border around where we got the chaff. So that would have probably brought us to 20 million easily. Yeah, see, cereal is already at 5 million. You get quite a bit. Don't have a lot of oats. Only have 700,000 oats left. That's gonna be our limiter because we don't get as many oats from a harvest as we do corn. Corn harvests are pretty big. But this gets us our first cereal, which is good because just good. Just overall. Always doing good. Raisins are good. Metal. Let's just spawn the metal. That way you can spawn it and sell it. Hopefully get us a little bit of money. It's not going to be. I mean, it's going to be like 1 point something million. Not a super lot of. Oh, prefab wall is ready to go again. This is good. How are we doing on the ingredient? Metal's good. Well, metal could be killed, but good enough to start it. Wood, good. Shingles are good. Let's turn shingles off. Prefab wall is good. So let's go ahead. That way this can start making more. And then let's get our metal delivered. Plus our other. So we have longboards. Planks. We have enough space for more. So we just got to do a few rounds here while we wait for our fertilizer. Which doesn't take long. This is what I mean by, like, there's always something to do on the farm. Like, it's funny when you do stuff like this. It's you remain quite busy. Especially when you get like a bunch more fields. Planks. Well, I can move this wood chips over. They're getting a little full. Where is... Oh. The gray one is the metal. I could obviously increase the metal storage. It's quite easy to do. But it's not used in such high amounts that it's really expensive. Okay, this. Metal, wood, shingles, wood chips. Let's grab. Oh, no. This is more. I really don't want it. Oh. Oops. Funny, you bump into vehicles in this game, and it's like, if that was a real world, that'd be like $50,000. It's like massively different in terms of like cost and stuff. Like the fact there's no damage in these games, like. Oh, wasn't using any wood chips this whole time. This thing had been sitting full. Oh. This got a diesel again. I'm not sure if I want to continue that. Because I'm emptying right now all the metal out of here. There's still some iron ore that's processing, which is fine. Because it takes, you got to kind of plan ahead as far as your metal concerned. But we've got a near full thing of metal here. Like, this is so much metal. So you want to plan 2 or 3 months ahead. If you're getting low on something, it's going to take a while, right? If this was out of iron ore and this was out of metal, this filling up with iron ore, that's at least a month and a half. And then this processing that metal, you know, is another month at least. Maybe even 2. Especially because you have to usually deliver 2 full loads of iron, because you're getting like a half, maybe. What is the ratio? 600 to 440. So with the bonus, I guess you get a little bit more, but yeah. All right, this is. Be a little bit of money, and hopefully it pays for itself. Because that prefab, remember that prefab wall has been going this whole time, so it's the expense is going to zero us out when we sleep again. So the cereal that we're making, 100%, we need to sell next month, or even this month. So that's the metal. And then next month we'll sell the prefab wall. And maybe get another prefab wall going. Maybe we'll get a third in July. That would be ideal. That would be enough money to probably buy the next farm. Get us kind of close to parity with my test world, although test world is actually much further. 1.4 million for all of that metal. That's probably like 2 months worth of metal. It's, you know, maybe $600,000-$700,000 worth of production, and you get 1.4 million back, so, you know, 2x your money. But at the very least, it helps pay for other fun stuff. And it gives you stone to make lime, which then you can make other things with. Mainly TMR and... can't believe this silage. Should probably put the rest of the hay in. Put the rest of the hay in. I don't think the sheep do eat a lot. Look at that. The first month of bull, 740,000. And if this were the base game, that would be a lot. But it's not. And it's not a lot. But the amount of hay from there and into here is going to be exceed the amount of grass, and it's the amount of grass that's the thing, because that's what will disable once it runs out of grass. That will disable the craft, right? When it's out of grass. So you want hay and chaff to exceed that. So by the time it runs out of grass, these are lower but not out, because you want that bonus. And this thing is extremely fast. I gave it a massive boost. Not 100% sure if it's going to run out of water. It may run out of water. 500,000 liters. Like, is that enough for just an hour of in-game time? I don't know. Alright, let's go over here. And the edit does boost that output nozzle. That output nozzle was laughably slow in the previous version. So if you download that again, and again, links to the mods are a pinned message on my Discord. All of my mods and all of my maps. So they're all just customized mods with, you know, my own sort of flavor on the balance. They're not intended to post to the mod hub or anything, because they're other people's mods that I'm tweaking.
I'm back.
Let's go over here and enable this finally. Boink. So we're gonna get 350%, which is weird because that's 125. It should be 250%. Why is it 350%? I don't know. I don't know why it's so much. You can see how fast it's going. But you want to, if you're making methane, if you're using this to make your methane, the FG biogas plant, you don't want to sell it until like December or January. January ideally, but December is second best. December and February, second best. So don't be selling your methane in June or July. Like, that would be the worst time to sell it. Sell it in the cold months, right? Yeah, it's worth almost half in the cold months. Diesel is relatively stable, but go ahead.
Sorry, I've been giving away my methane for free. Not exactly want it, but you know. Especially in an elevator.
My particular favorite is in the middle of an empty, otherwise empty grocery store aisle. Letting one go, and then as you're walking out of the aisle, like a bunch of people like come into the aisle, and you're like, you're like, have fun with that.
Oh man, is the food rotten?
Yeah, it's like, what is that? Like, I don't know. It was here when I got here. All right. As far as cereal goes, again, God, I wish I would have jotted down like what this is, but I'm pretty sure like I don't remember. I'm gonna sell it now because this, if next month we come in here and this is like down to here, because this will reset next month. It recalculates it and resets it. So we may be able to sell a full truckload this month, and then next month we can compare the price. How much have we built up already? 2.8 million already. Yeah, this thing is extremely fast. Oh, I better check on. Oh shit. Yep. Saw that one coming. I parked these way too close. I don't know why he would stop fertilizing right here. Maybe it detected the collision and it was like, oh, mayday! And this guy back off the field. Get out of here. You see, when I hired that worker, way up in the top of the thing, it had detected that left side was not fertilized. And so it did not reset its little brain all the way down the field. And so when it got to the bottom of the field, it assumed that it had to turn. So it was backing up until it found it. But yeah, it would have literally backed up the entire way across the entire field. And we don't want to do that. So I actually want to get this guy off the field as fast as I can. Yeah, I did look at that other sprayer that was just posted to the hub a few days ago. I mean, it looks really cool. I think the guy put a ton of effort into it. Like, I can't even imagine how much effort the person put in to make it. But there was one fundamental flaw when I loaded it up in the game and I looked at it. There was one major flaw, and that is how the sprayers were set up. So, how I know, like, how the AI handles the sprayers and all that kind of stuff. Let me get this guy started. I just have to concentrate, so I had to stop what I was talking for a second, so I can... My brain can only handle so many shenanigans at once. Timing here is key. You have a finite amount of time to get this right. So this needs to hang to the right. My luck, it's definitely going to go left, but flip it around. Let's see where it goes. Oh my god, it went the right way. Good AI. Good boy. So the sprayer, the way that was done, the big wingspan. So it had, for one, it had identical width of the sprayer. So that was, in the end, the first thing I saw, and I was like, obviously, like, there's no point in using it or modding it for that, because it doesn't give me any benefit. It's the same thing. But there was one fundamental thing that would have kind of broken the AI, or at least made it frustrating. So the wingspan, and I've got the hiccups for reasons passing understanding. When you would unfold it, the wingspan on the sides were right in the middle of the vehicle, right? So the wings were on the middle part of the vehicle. But where the vehicle would cover, the sprayer was this big thing that stuck out the back. So you had the back, and then you had a little width sprayer in the back. But the other sprayer was in the middle. So the AI worker, and I didn't test this, but I've seen similar vehicles that do similar things. The AI vehicle, because the back is not the same line as the sprayer of the middle, like the main sprayer, either one of two things would happen. Either it would overspray because it would detect that the back hasn't been covered yet. So it would overspray the sides. Or if it detected the sides, it would stop spraying and then miss a gap on the field every time it hit the end of the field. It would have this gap of unfertilized area. And like, those are the two main possibilities of that system. And yeah, I could not abide that. So my little fertilizer, or my little sprayer, is still the best one I've ever seen. I mean, the speed, the width, like the capacity. I can actually feel sort of the lag. You can see that the shadow is sort of jittery. Yeah, when you have, this is only 4 workers. You should see it when it has 8 workers. Oh my god. The game just does not like you at all. Wow, it's still off. There we go. Okay. Oats. Good. Let's grab the other one. this way. Now with my luck, oats is a 4-month. Yep, these are going to get done at the same time. God damn it. That's going to be all hands on deck for that one. Holy cow, that's going to be a lot of harvesting and stuff. Whew. The corn harvest itself, and then the oat harvest or whatever we have. Yeah, we're going to have the corn harvest and oat harvest all in the same month. That's going to be rough. But the jitteriness of the shadows really gets bad when you have more workers. Like, it's bad. I don't know why they tied the rendering into, like... This game must not be really multi-threaded well, because you'd think that, like, the worker AI system... Why is that affecting the shadows, right? Why is that affecting the renderer? The worker AI, that should be a completely different system with a completely different basically on a different processor. But yeah, crazy. Kind of tells me the game is not really well multi-threaded. It might be multi-threaded here and there, but all signs point that it's not really multi. I mean, even Vintage Story is multi. There's a ton of stuff on that Vintage Story that's done on a separate thread.
Yeah, nowadays you pretty much have to have multi-threaded, or you're missing a huge chunk of processing potential.
Right. I mean, that's the whole point. That was kind of drove multi-core processor. I mean, when I was growing up, that was unheard of. Having a processor with more than one core, that was not even like on the radar. I was actually surprised when it started becoming a thing. I was like, wow, really? That's kind of crazy. But
I mean, they had math coprocessors, but
oh, right. Like, I remember the PhysX card. Remember the original PhysX card was a separate daughter card that went into like an ISA slot that would offload a bunch of like physics calculations.
Yeah.
That's what the original PhysX, when that came out, that was a separate card that would do that. And then shortly thereafter, NVIDIA bought the company and integrated it in to basically the software of their video cards, and it offloaded all those physics calculations onto the video card. And that was a game changer. Like, the physics, like this very specific physics calculations, massively improved, like ragdolls and breakable surfaces, and yeah, that was original. I remember hunting around trying to find the best, most affordable sound card. Like, that was like getting a really good sound card made a huge difference with games. Huge difference in the quality of the sound that you would get. And they had Sound Blaster. I mean, I doubt they're still going. It would really surprise me if that company was still going at this moment, but
I think they tried to adapt. I think they started doing like USB headphones and stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe they got into more like sound-based hardware. They already had hardware factories, so it would make sense that they would take advantage of that. Because anytime you have a product, like a physical product, it adds immense complexity and cost to something. Because my brother was looking at business ideas, and he was like, yeah, anytime you have a physical product, it is a nightmare. Because then you can easily come into contact with government regulations, international regulations. Like, if you have, let's say you have a device, like one of the ideas, one of the concepts that he was working with was Originally, he was looking at a product, almost like think of an AirTag, and this was years ago. This was before AirTags existed. So like an AirTag that you could basically like hide with your kid, like put it in a shoe, you know, pin it to their shirt, put it under their hat, you know, in some way. And that way you could track where your kid was. Well, that bred sort of a whole can of worms when it came to like privacy and international regulations, and it was just like a nightmare. And it was just like no way was this be even possible. Net income for company that made Sound Blaster $11 million. When was that? Was that like this past year? Are they still in business? I can't remember.
I actually did a quick search, and they do have some hardware, but it's not like sound cards.
Because it was the company was Creative Labs, right?
Yep.
It was Creative Labs. But yeah, Sound Blasters. I remember when I got like a really good Sound Blaster, and it was just like, oh, it was so good. It was so nice.
Oh yeah, it was night and day.
Yeah, the sound was just so much better.
I think I mentioned this one other time, but there was an old, I think it was even before Atari. I think the game was designed for the Commodore.
Yeah, we had a Commodore 64.
Yeah, but the in it you were fighting against ants, and if you lost, they would say, "We got you." And I mean, as you can imagine, it was horrible, but it actually had something that resembled them saying, "We got you." And that blew my mind, because I didn't see, you know, talking games for another 8 years.
So they somehow turned like a MIDI. They got a MIDI to sort of speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the engines back then were
crazy.
all like MIDIs. Alright, I gotta get this guy off the field as soon as he comes up, because this guy's coming in right behind him.
Oh, dang it. I lost my train of thought. I was doing something. Ah, yes.
Oh my god, this was perfect. Look at these two just passed one another, and they are literally flawless. Oh my god. I could not have planned that any better. They literally were flawless. But they're going to be very, very confused when they get up here, because they're going to be like, what? Yeah, see, this guy's not immediately stopping. And this guy won't immediately stop. But I can't believe that. That's the first time in all the hours I've played this that's happened. First time.
The stars have aligned.
Literally, yeah. That was amazing. Jesus, you stink.
Thank you.
Oh, man.
The kitty just come from the toy toy?
Either that or she's been holding one in all day, and she just was like, here it is. Enjoy.
Spy said he can't at me. Strange. Yeah, I can at you. I did an at us, and it popped up with my name. Might maybe not showing in your list of viewers. More, I meant in his list, not your list.
Well, it might be a difference between being a mod and not being a mod. I think you're a mod on the channel.
That's true. It's true. Yeah, if that were the case, I can't even log into an anonymous account and check. Doubt I'd have access to atting. Huh. Well, I try to keep a good look at the screen, so if you got a question, just ask.
Yeah, he's better at looking at chat than I am, honestly.
Usually. There's some times where I'm just out of it.
Yeah. Well, that's true in general. Like...
It's true. In general.
Alright, I gotta make sure this guy's going the right way, because it is possible that he goes the wrong way. I've had it happen before. It usually doesn't happen without very specific circumstances, but if your fields are close enough together, it just assumes they're the same. But it becomes problematic if you have a really wide tool and the next field over gets covered. The AI can just see, oh, if we go this direction, it's a field, right? Depends on where it calculates that. So you just gotta watch out. It's not guaranteed, but one thing I'm looking forward to with 25 is in general the sort of the look and feel and the thickness of foliage, right? It's just, from what I've seen, the screenshots of like the harvests are really, really good. Like the density of the crops, it just looks way better.
Yeah, that's strange, Spy. I don't know. I barely ever use it. I don't watch a lot of streams.
Is this silage done?
And
21
when I do, I'm
million!
usually pretty... What's it?
It's 21 million silage.
Ah.
Holy shit. Now how fast is this filling up? Oh yeah, much faster. Yeah, this was... I edited this last night. This was 10,000 fill rate. 10,000 per second fill rate. And I'm like, the thing holds 50 million. 10,000 per second. So what is that? 50 million. Let's just take 3 zeros off. So that would be 50,000 divided by 10. which would be 5,000 divided by 1, which would be 5,000 seconds. So 5,000 seconds divided by, 5,000 seconds divided by 60, 83 minutes. So if it was full, to drain the whole thing out would be an hour and a half of this thing just sitting here going like oh man. So yeah, I bumped it up. It's like 250,000 now. Like it's BB. It'll empty fast and it'll drain fast. Like this alone had a limit on it. The if you used bales, right? There's a bale trigger here. You can pull bales up. You just drive right over it with bales and it'll suck them all in. That was 10 again. I think it was 10,000 per second of bales, which is not bad for bales. But the quick baler, those bales are 50K. So you're still looking at each bale is still 5 seconds. So yeah, the bale thing is now, it would be instantaneous. It would just disappear. Okay, so let's turn this off for now. Alright, how's this doing? Prefab wall, good to go. I think this is prefab wall number 2.
Oh no.
I think it dropped some wood chips. Yeah. How are we doing over here? Planks is still. Wood is fine. Shingles are good. Really hoping to get a third truckload of prefab wall out of here for July. And then we have to like reevaluate because winter is coming, and yeah, unless we really plan, I want to be able to have a metric crap ton of methane to sell for winter. And the thing holds how much? What did I set this thing to? 100 million methane. So we can sit and just push as much crap into this as we can and get that methane ready for sale. Yeah, this will be the next field over here. While we're waiting, let's see, how much time do we have? We got a couple minutes. Let's go. I'm hoping with the prefab wall sales next month, we'll be able to buy this area over here and get it ready for the good times. Feels like I just passed so hard to see the grass spots over here sometimes. But this corner had a spot. Yep. I really regret us not restarting.
Yeah.
Jesus, this has been such a nightmare, this grass issue that I can't believe I didn't test it before we started it, but it was kind of a last minute change. When I read it, I was like, oh, this looks good. A little bit of variety in the grass that spawns and blah blah blah, and I had no idea the game would have treated it like it did.
Yeah.
Now you might be able to directly edit the images, because these are basically driven by like PNG files, but it's a proprietary format. It's like a GRLE file, and I don't know if the original file is editable. Like if the game complains, like, oh, you edited this file, the CRC, the checksum is off. But if I were able to open, like, if it was a PNG, I would be able to open it and just paint, the little pixels that are left. Because there's a certain color of pixel that is the grass, and there's a certain color of pixel that is the meadow, and you just find in like Photoshop or GIMP or whatever, you would just paint over it. As soon as the next month hits, I might actually look at doing that for the rest of this map, if it's possible. I can actually look, see how well did I do. Oh my god, I missed like all of them. What the hell? How are you supposed to see this? Yeah, there's a couple there. If they were to be rendered on this minimap, that would be infinitely more helpful. But yeah, you have to like get the sun to hit it at a certain angle, because it's just crazy enough to not be seen. So I think that's one there. Oh, one there. It's not the end of the world, and I will 100%, if I am able to afford all of these, mow and prep this field probably in between streams, because that alone is just mowing this, just generating just generating the mowing like course play on this giant 3x2 field that's a 15-minute process. The game is just paused for 15 minutes. In my opinion, that should be on a separate thread, and the game should have no bearing on that, and the UI should just wait for that thread to basically return the result. But whatever. Multi-threading, oh, here's the sound effects again. Just random sound effects in the map. I mean, I understand multi-threading it's not as easy as I'm making it out to be. It is not an easy thing, because you have deadlock conditions you got to watch out for. You've got race conditions you got to watch out for. Like, there are massive problems that you can run into very easily when you multi-thread something. So very easy to run into those. But in Vintage, there's actually something built in to the base game that you can use that makes it so easy. That I used that in the pipes framework. So I had to add, when you do a pipe filter in Vintage Engineering and you right click it, the bottom, when you search, has got all the items in the game. All the basic, craftable items. Doesn't have every item. There's a lot of them that are missed because they're just not included in the handbook. And that's essentially what I'm grabbing, is anything that has a handbook entry. I'm grabbing all of that stuff. And so it's a list. I think in my test world, I don't have like bricklayers. There's a couple mods I don't have, but it's like 7,900 things. So there's 7,900 things in that list. Well, I know that I cannot, when you right click the filter to open the menu, I know I can't generate that list right then and there, because it literally iterates through everything in the game. And I thought that's probably a bad idea to do, like, often. So when the game starts, and it loads all the mods, I just create a list. I just generate a list of those objects, and I just reuse that list over and over and over again. I don't have to regenerate it because the stuff isn't changing as you're playing. But I do that on a different thread. There's a completely separate thread as you're loading the game that's running in the background. That's loading all of that stuff. And it's just, it's built into the game. It's the Tyrone thread pool. Aptly named. Tyrone, I mean, it is what it is, but I just add to the thread pool, to the queue, and it just runs it when it can. So I'm sure if you load it into the game and immediately within the first few milliseconds were to try to open the filter, there might not be anything in that list. So you might have some weirdness happen there, but really, the odds of somebody doing that, it would be the same as if loading in the world and then immediately within a few milliseconds. Oh my god, I missed all of those. Oh, I just can't anymore. I just can't. If you open the handbook, there might not be anything in there, and that would be why, if that ever happens to you. You gotta give it a couple heartbeats for the thread pool to catch up. But yeah, that pipe system was a fun challenge to figure out all the little intricate details. The first challenge, I remember, and all of the big landmark, all the big landmark moments in that feature were streamed. So all of the big streams that I did on the pipe system were all major events, right? So the first stream was getting the pipe shape built dynamically. And I did that on stream, got that working. I think another stream was getting the pipe networks functional and not interactable, but functional in terms of how it builds the network, does all of that. And I do a lot of prep work before one of those streams to prep the stream, and then I try to accomplish something during the stream. I'm not always confident I'm going to, but yeah, and then I did a stream where I actually built the transport stuff, where the transport stuff was moved from A to B. I did that on stream. I built the fluid pipe. I did that whole setup on stream. So yeah, little things like that. I'm glad I streamed it, and it documents what was involved in the work, my thought process, and problem solving, debugging. Oh, this high level of rock, this orange rock that's in here, is very, very damaging. Very, very damaging. See the damage meter on the thing there. And then this guy is going to be done. Get this guy refueled and repaired. I tried speeding up the animation on this, and I did a little bit, but I learned the animation system is very, very touchy, and if you tweak it in a way that's like not expected, it can completely break. Oh, actually, this is... the damage level affects its max speed, so I want to keep it on tip-top shape. And this is the strip of shame, of course. The little landing strip of shame. But I don't go by the width of the tool, I go by the squares on the field. But it does only use the seeds that it plants. It's not simulating it planting the entire field. It's only, the seeds that it's using are only for those little squares. So at least there's a little bit of option. We're going to be... This guy refueled. We don't need to repair this one. He's doing fine. So this planter is so big. Didn't I say I have to grab the... chips? I already grabbed the wood chip. Before I sleep. That's good to go. Need wood chips there. Oh. Silage, probably dump a little bit more of that. This will process the silage pretty fast. We have a lot, but it'll process it. One of the things I wish I could do easily was like sleep for, I'm gonna sleep for 6 hours, right? It's 10 o'clock in the morning, sleep for like 6 hours, fast forward the time, and then manage them, you know, manage all the inputs and outputs, and then go to sleep for the next day. But yeah, if I sleep now, it's gonna be like, most of these are just gonna run out of materials. The cereal we can actually pump out. Should we sell? Let's get the cereal. I think now is a good month to sell it. 319. I'd have to look at the XML to know when the ideal month is. But it always pains me, like when I have a full truckload of something and I sell it and then I sleep for the month. And then the very next month, it's like, maybe not significantly, but enough more valuable that it's like, God, why didn't I wait just a month? I could have waited. But that'll be a full truckload of that would be about three and a quarter, 3.33 million. And how are these guys doing? Oh, this I haven't emptied these yet. Okay. That would have been bad. I would have woken up and these guys would have been completely full. And I would have wasted. Alright, let those catch up. Oh, I didn't. I'll make that mistake. Why? Oh. Yeah, well, I'm glad I caught that. That would have sucked. That would have been a waste of a lot of capacity. Alright, let's spin around the other end. Fill these in. Yeah, and those are custom. I customized the texture, so it's the tomato plant, but I customized the color of the tomato, so it looks like this is grapes, so it's like bright blue. And the olives, if you do the olive one, they're like a dark greenish blue, olivey color. You know, they're olivey. Actually, this needs to be right about there. Yeah, Jesus. Can't wait to see those new greenhouses. Oh. They're gonna be a little spicy. They're gonna be a little spicy. Because I added an extra booster, like an extra booster. So you can't do grapes or olives. I didn't do that for reasons, but you can do the three new ones: cucumber, pepper, and onion. But what I did to the recipes is it's very much like the other one, where you have the pallets, you have the liquid fertilizer as boosters, you have the electrical charge as a overall booster. But then I added another booster, which is raw solid fertilizer, right? So right now, solid fertilizer is largely used to make liquid fertilizer or selling it for profit. So if you put solid fertilizer in those new ones, it's like a big boost to production. And I did that because when you have this many factories, and a greenhouse is technically a factory. When you have this many factories on your map, there is a limit. There is a hard-coded game limit of how many like production points you can have on a map, and greenhouses are that. So, in order to try to protect the performance, that extra booster exists to require you to need fewer greenhouses. So like 4 greenhouses, built the way that I talked about, where you had the ones flipped around, blah blah blah. That would be the reason for that would be you supply all the things, you're going to get a huge amount of production out of it. But it's going to take all of those things, and it's going to be a drain on your resources to do that, but you're going to get way more of, say, strawberries or onions or whatever. So I've been kind of holding off building that new. I want to test it in my test world first to make sure it's not too insane. If that I don't even know if too insane can be a thing. Like, can that be a thing?
I say no, but
yeah, I like this game is, you can just endlessly tweak this game. You can just play and play and play, tweak and tweak and tweak. 598. And I get a 6. And I get a 6. Let's enable this really quick. There it is. I wanna top off the planks over here, because I mean, this is probably got enough, but I really don't want this to run out. So let's top off the wood. Because if it misses any booster, then you lose that percentage for the remainder of this time you sleep. Which is not ideal. Longboards are still fine. Shingles, let's enable that for a minute or two. I mean, I could just leave that enabled because it doesn't hurt anything. All right, so this has got to be ready to go. This is our cereal. Super cereal. All right, cereal, we're going to get 319. We're going to get 3.2 million for this. But you can say, oh, we've got 5.5 or 4.5 million. It's like, yeah, but you realize the production costs I would estimate we had quite a lot of productions going. Cereal, prefab wall, silage, like all of those are going to add up, obviously. We've already had how much in production costs this month? Production costs in June, 1.7 million just this month alone, thus far. Right, so you can see your sold products, 3.9, not bad. This is going to help the numbers quite a bit. 3.187. So yeah, you can see 3.19, it's rounding up. But now, I'm fairly confident we have enough to cover sleeping. All right. This is making some more cereal, although it's probably going to run out of oats. We don't have any more oats to give. We have 700. Okay, let's spin this around. I don't know why it just gives you the option to. Why is it all of the things? Why not just the things that are in there? Like, wouldn't that be easy to code? Like, hey, there's 2 things in here. Just have those options. Not everything in the game or everything it can support, just the things that are in there. That's all I want. It shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, sounds pretty straightforward.
Alright, a little bit of extra oats. Should push us, possibly, yeah, it should push us over the edge. Give us 1 more truckload, which is good. I want a little bit of corn, not much. It's a cheap way to make seeds. And if we start doing potatoes, potatoes use so much seed, like so much seed. All right, I gotta reset this thing. It doesn't turn on a dime. This thing should be, I'm pretty sure I enabled ground. Did not. Okay. Let's actually enable it. Ground. Corn seeds. So, the seeds, it just allows us not to have to buy them. We can just come in here and fill it up. But there are a couple crops that take an enormous amount of seed. One of them is potatoes. It's crazy. Like, I planted I mean, it was a fairly big field, but like, I had 2 planters, those 2 DB120s. I have those in potato form, so you can actually plant potatoes with them. And it was, in my test world, it was this field here. I think it was this field. And I had 2 of those DB120s. They had 400,000 seed in them when I started, and they were half empty. Each of them were half empty when it stopped. Like, it took unbelievable amounts of seed. And I think, what is the other one that does it? I think yeah, when I did, no, which one was it? Sugarcane, I know, is a crazy amount. Poplar is insane because it's assuming the seeds are actually individual little seedlings, right? They're individual saplings. And so 400,000 seeds is actually 400,000 little saplings. So you got to be careful. But I think like sugarcane it's really dense when you grow it. So it takes an enormous amount of seed to actually plant. But those DB120s can actually do... they can actually do it. You just have to fill them up halfway through because it's just so crazy. All right, let's... should we get up at 7? Let's get up at 7. It's because we're going to bed before noon. I don't know how to control this camera. I don't know, like, how that works. Yeah, look at that. 4.5 million cost for that month. Okay, so let's look at cereal. So cereal is on par with last month. It's a little less value, so it's dropped a little bit. So that tells me it's going to start downtrending, right? It's going to start downtrending. And that's kind of simulating that the harvest is coming in, so the supply is starting to ramp up. This should be almost, well, it's not actually good to go yet. So, interesting. How is this? Prefab wall is just about done. Wood needs to be filled real quick. Ooh, let's not run out of wood. So basically our wood process has paid for most of this farm. Up, like it's really what's keeping us going. Okay, metal is a shingle. Okay. Well, I'm glad I got up at 7, because if I would have gotten up any later, we would have run out of wood. Probably. Maybe not metal. Wood chips is almost full again. Whew, so many wood chips. Okay, but prefab wall, if we look at that price, here, 626. So, yeah, big jump. Don't August anything after July. So we're looking at right here, 626. Pretty decent. It's about $100 more than it was last month. So prefab wall is definitely worth sticking around and doing in July. I think June and July are the best, and it's going to start, the prices are going to start fading. Again, trying to simulate like construction season. Let's get prefab wall starting to... Hey, look at that. It actually finished. Excellent. Right on the edge, and it actually finished. Shingles are going, so that's good. We need planks and metal. Ooh, yeah, methane. This will be a big money wanker in the winter. $6.2 million for that one truckload of prefab wall. Not bad. Go grab the rest of the silage. Again, we're going to want a lot of methane. I think it peaks. It peaks in January at like $700 for 1,000 liters. whereas right now it's $4.25. So definitely don't sell it. And electric charge is the same. Like if you want a good payday, build up that electric charge and then like dump it all in January and then let it build up over the day and then dump it again in February, and that will give you a really good payday. All right, so we have that one ready to go. Let's go. Actually, no, it's not. Let's go. There's weird, like, dead zones in the map. I don't know why. If that's part of the map, or is that part of the game? Because it doesn't seem... Seems like we've actually run into those a few times in various maps. But... Let's get these sold off. Yeah, I haven't really calculated what it would cost to buy the whole, like, all the things, but it's definitely a goal to buy all the plots, and it's it's not cheap. But this is 3 and this is 10, so 13 million to buy all of those. So if you can afford it, yeah, to save up like prefab wall for months, like plant trees, like keep that engine going. It costs quite a lot to keep it going, but then July hits and you can just dump a lot, but the price does get lowered the more you dump into it. So like I don't know how that's reflected here, but I did set the threshold for that to a value that you can actually hit fairly easily. Oh, there's that dead zone again. All right. I should readjust the pallet sizes of some of those crazier materials, but it just takes so damn long to load a truck up with the pallets of material because, you know, doing 10 million liters, 5,000 at a time, it adds up. Takes a while. Okay, now I want to find a thing. That's got to be close. Now we can just directly sell. We don't have to sit on that for days and days and days. It's still loading. You can imagine if I would have set those to like 50,000 and then had the discharge rate at 50,000. You're like, it would. I don't even know if the truck could have handled it. Not actually, I haven't looked at the truck's code in a while. And obviously you could set it to directly sell from here. But that costs, I think there's a 10% fee on the cost for the sale. So, you know, you sell something for $3 million, you're paying $300,000 just for the delivery. Whereas I could just do this, sell it, I don't have to pay any delivery. Why you wouldn't want to save $300,000? Now, we can buy that land. $13 million. Just like that. Yeah, prefab wall used to be in my other test world. As I was tuning the values, as I was getting a feel for it, the original sell price for an entire truckload of prefab wall was $52 million, and it like, I mean, I don't want to use the wrong verbiage, but it kind of ruined the game, because it was like literally one truckload of prefab wall, and it was like, now we don't have to worry about it, which is why it sort of cascaded all the other stuff. But yeah, that's why they're much lower in value. $8.9, getting close for that. See how much wool we have. 1.6 million, not bad. The wool ramps up pretty fast. That it'll ramp up even more if you actually spend the money to fill it up with those high-level sheep. But if you allow them to like replicate, breed themselves, it's, you know, it takes 2 generations and it's full if you buy 500. And then as they mature, they just start making more and more and more wool until they hit maturity when it's maxed out. And holy, is it a lot. It's even a problem, like, I've had an issue with that, the thing is not, for some reason, it's not coded to use both lanes, or at least not that I've seen. But I've had a problem trying to unload the pallets because the pallet spawner for the animals seems to be different than the one for like factories, right? So it's like it doesn't just spawn the pallets like the factories one at a time, one after another after another. It just keeps spawning them. At the top of the hour, the farms will just spawn all the pallets and then stop. And I don't know why there's a difference between the two. But that's the number one thing with those animal farms. The number one problem is it can't unload fast. And the chickens kind of have the same problem too. And I don't know a good, elegant solution to fix that. Get some diesel. We can sell diesel for, yeah, this full tank, 10 million diesel would sell for roughly 19 million. So it's good, but remember, we plopped down the cows to buy a set of cows with a good enough like a good enough number, mature, that we don't have to spend months and months and months waiting for them to mature. Like, it's gonna be like 125 million for the cow, and the chickens again another 125 million. So it's not the numbers might seem crazy, but again, this is mega farm. This is my idea of a mega farm. It bothers me when somebody has a mega farm and that means they have 2 fields of wheat instead of 1. It's just, or 2 combines on fields of wheat instead of 1. Like, no. A mega farm is mega, like mega numbers, mega production, a lot of stuff to manage. Should have added straw into this. Darn it, why didn't I think of that last night? It was 2 in the morning. It's tight. Alright. Ready to go. Another set prefab wall. And you can sell them again in August, but it's going to be a slightly less value. It's going to kind of drop as winter approaches. What are we doing on bees? Look at that. 500,000 liters of honey with all those beehives. Placed a bunch of them. And we're not ready to harvest this yet. But when we are, we're going to need another one of these. We need 2 of these. Because this field, we just did 1 of these. This field would fill that wagon up. It would be over 20 million. So it would stop, like, just before it gets done. Because there would be 21 million on here. So if we have 2 of these, they're going to be able to run this field, no problem. So yeah, get 1 more of these. Oh, Jesus. Crazy tire selection. Why would you? I don't know if there's any difference between them. All right, we do white, then blue. Thought we could change this, but I guess not. Design color. That's the cab. Trim color. There you go. All right, that one. Then we do combinations. Forager. 25. Red. White. White. And then, why I don't know why it kicks me out when I go to do wagons, but every time it kicks me out. Forage wagons. What? Mystic Cats. Oh yeah, rims. Oh. Oh yeah, this one was colored the yeah, I need to repaint that. I was like, where? I'm gonna just buy this thing? There's like a cool $1 million right there. I don't even pay attention to how much it was, but it's close. Get this thing fueled. There we go. Twinsies. Yeah, well, I'm glad I emptied these out before I slept, because it'd be rough coming in here and seeing these are 1 million, like, completely full. Like, no! No! Alright. And probably one more cereal truck to sell. This is full. Again, you'd think like winter cereal might be worth more, but I think it would be worth. I honestly think it would be worth less because that's right after the harvest when the amount of corn and wheat and all the oats and all the things are like the highest of the year is right after the harvest. So I would think that the cost for that would be the lowest, even though, let's face it, grocery stores don't, like, as far as I know, cereal isn't more expensive in the winter than it is in the summer. It's the same price year round. How they accomplish that, I don't know, but I do know that all prices are higher, so regardless, it's still painful. This uses wood quite fast. Yeah, let's look at wood beams. That's another one I haven't done in a while. And this uses, it's a small trickle, but it's enough, right? It's enough wood beams can kind of make a difference. So let's enable those as well. And that really uses the wood. Holy cow. It's a hefty amount of wood. All right, get close down here. I wish there was a way to do this. But if I were to increase the size of the pallets, then it would only spawn the pallets. If you were doing like, if you were spawning them as it was making them, it would have to hit that limit, right? So right now, it'll only spawn a pallet if it hits 5,000, and then boom, it spawns a pallet. If I were to make them 50,000, it would have to craft that much to automatically spawn it. But I typically don't have it just spitting pallets out as it does it. I usually don't do that. But my play style is not everybody's, so I thought 5 times, because these are 5,000 liters. You can imagine how long this would be if there were the base game 1,000 liters. Like, holy Jesus, it would just take forever to load a truck. Because the game it's literally spawning them as fast as it possibly can. It has a huge area that it can spawn them in right now. And it does if this was the only building in the game, right? If this was the only building in our map, it would spawn them so fast that the truck wouldn't be able to handle it. But because we have so many production points going, right? All those greenhouses are running. The carpenter's running. The sawmill is running, right? The silage methane thing is running, right? All of that stuff is running, and it's taking enough resources where this is as fast as it's able to spawn these pallets. And it can make a difference depending on how fast the pallets can discharge. So I set the discharge rate the same as the capacity, which means it literally takes a second to discharge the entire pallet into the truck. Because believe it or not, it's not the truck absorbing the pallet, it's the pallet pushing itself into the truck. That's what this process is that you're seeing. Because the pallets itself are vehicles that have a discharge trigger, and it's the truck that has the area, the discharge, like the basically the selling zone, or whatever you want to call it, the loading zone. And so the discharge trigger is detecting that semi trailer, and it's like, oh, I'm going to discharge myself into this. That's how this function works. So it's part of the process of learning this system that I realized it was sort of backwards. I thought it was the trailer loading the thing, but it's the pallet unloading itself into the trailer, which is an interesting kind of reversal there. But little quirks about this game, little quirks about the modding and stuff in this game that I learned last time, makes it interesting. And it's just so endlessly tweakable and tunable, and the balance on some things is a little too much, and it's not enough on others. And so I just kind of, it's a wash. It's so infinitely tunable. You can just tweak and tweak and tweak. 'Kind of curious what would happen if I went through all the pallets and just set them all to 50K. It's just been like, there we go, call it good. Not every pallet would do that, because some pallets are defined in other mods, like the donut. The pallets for donuts are defined in the donut mod, but I've tuned them and tweaked them to basically comply with the same setup. But I'm not anticipating spawning in hundreds and hundreds of pallets of donuts. That's an end game craft. Chocolate and milk and sugar and flour and just crazy. .14. That's pi. We got 3.14. So we got a little less money, right? We got 3.14, but this is 3.17. Why is that? Well, we've sold enough in this spot that the price has gone down. And I don't know anything about how that works. I don't know what values it uses. If it starts at one point and it slowly erodes as you sell more and more and more and more. I don't know what happens. Like if it's a gradient, or if it drops down and it never moves again. Like I'm not sure how that system works. I've not really seen that fully described. But yeah, that's so much. Look at that. Methane is ready to go. We're not going to sell this until January. Maybe December if I'm desperate for money, but now that we have the other property over here, this will be another field, which is going to help. And then this will be the next one up here. When this is what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5 million for the rest of that. So doable. We could do it right now, but that would cut massively into our money that we have. Thought I dumped them. I must have dumped wood chips. Yeah, look at the wood already. I mean, we burned through 20 million wood in 20 minutes. Like, it's crazy how fast the wood gets chewed up. But we maxed on longboard, which is nice. 800,000 there. How many have we used? Might want to sell. Or sell. No. Just leave that full. That way everything else can fit. And we're actually increasing in our wood chips because of our beams. So I can take planks and longboards away and leave the particle boards in and just use wood beams and get the beams made from, because there's no wood chip version of the beams. I figured particle beams would probably not be very valuable in construction. They don't really have a lot of load-bearing capability. Pretty safe there. All right, well, that's going to do it for the stream, everybody. Thank you all for coming by today. Everybody who participated in the chat, and anybody who liked the stream, I appreciate it very much. And hopefully you kind of had a relaxing day, similar to me, and that you're going to enjoy the rest of your weekend. And please subscribe if you're new to the channel. Consider being a patron or channel member and joining us on these lovely Saturday streams with whatever multiplayer game we are covering at the time. Come back again on Wednesday, where we are going to cover some more vintage engineering programming. I have no idea what we're going to be covering, but it might be a chill and relaxed version, bug fixing, going through, like, I don't know. Depends on what we're working at the time and where I'm at. But yeah, that's going really well. Making a lot of progress in the last few months with that mod. I think, or I'm hoping, people are using it and enjoying it. I have to check the mod DB and see if there's any fresh comments since I uploaded the fresh new version a couple days ago. But anyway, thank you all for coming by, and thanks to Oz for keeping me company, even though he didn't really play today. It's nice having him in the voice, and just sort of shooting the breeze. Yeah, hope everybody comes by next week.